Take this, my friend. Don't worry, I will bring more tomorrow.
Thank you. God will bless you for me.
See you tomorrow.
She fed him every day while running her shift as a dispatch rider, not knowing who he really was. He was just her classmate few years back. Now he is somebody. Here's the story. The Prince and the Girl. The evening air in Enugu carried the scent of jasmine and roasting plantains, heavy with the promise of rain that never seemed to arrive. It was April, the month of unpredictable showers and sudden rainbows, when the harmattan had finally released its grip and the world remembered how to breathe. Adana Okafor stood at the edge of her friend Ngozi's barbecue, nursing a bottle of Coke and wondering why she had allowed herself to be dragged from her small apartment on a Saturday evening. She was 26 years old, with a degree in computer science from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and a heart still tender from a breakup that had concluded 3 months prior. Emmanuel had been handsome, ambitious, and utterly wrong for her, a fact she had recognized even as she wept into her pillow when he announced he was marrying his boss's daughter. "It's just business," he had said, as if that excused everything. "You understand how these things work." Adana had not understood. She still did not understand. But she had stopped crying, stopped checking his Instagram, stopped hoping he might call to explain. She had instead thrown herself into freelance web design, her mother's provisions shop in ABA, and the careful avoidance of anything that might resemble romantic possibility, which was why she was standing at the edge of Ngozi's barbecue, holding her Coke like a shield. "You're brooding again," Ngozi announced, appearing at her elbow with a plate of suya. "I can see you brooding from across the compound. People are starting to ask if you're a funeral guest." "I'm not brooding. I'm observing." "Observing what?" "The human capacity for happiness in others." Adana took a bite of suya. "It's anthropological research." Ngozi snorted. She was Adana's oldest friend, a stout woman with a laugh that could shatter glass and a gift for seeing through pretense. They had met in their first year at UNN, bonded over shared misery during organic chemistry, and never stopped being essential to each other's survival. "You need to meet someone new," Ngozi said. "Someone who isn't Emmanuel the apostate." "I don't need to meet anyone. I need to finish the Adebayo website, pay my rent, and maybe learn to bake bread." "Bread doesn't keep you warm at night. Neither do men, in my experience." Ngozi sighed, the sigh of someone who had been having this argument for months. "Just look around. Mingle. Smile at someone. There are actual human males here, Adana. Some of them are even employed." As if on cue, a shadow fell across them. Adana looked up, and up, and up, into the face of a man who seemed to have materialized from the jasmine-scented air itself. He was tall, well over 6 feet, with the broad shoulders of someone who had played sports in his youth and the quiet stillness of someone who had learned to listen. His shirt was simple white cotton, rolled at the sleeves to reveal forearms that spoke of manual labor or perhaps just good genetics. His face was neither conventionally handsome nor particularly memorable until he smiled. The smile transformed him. 2 deep dimples appeared beside his mouth, bracketing lips that curved with genuine warmth. His eyes, which had been politely neutral, crinkled at the corners. He looked, Adana thought, like someone who smiled rarely and meant it when he did. "I'm sorry to interrupt," he said. His voice was low, unhurried. "Ngozi said you might know something about website problems?" Adana looked at Ngozi, who was suddenly fascinated by the sky. "Did she?" "She said you're a computer expert. My company's site has been down since yesterday, and the developers are, well, they're not answering." He smiled again, apologetic. "I'm Chidi, by the way. Chidi Okonkwo." Okonkwo. The name registered somewhere in Adana's consciousness, accompanied by vague associations of wealth and influence. She pushed them aside. "I'm not an expert," she said. "I just build websites for small businesses. Your company probably needs enterprise-level support. Probably. But I'd still value your opinion." He paused. "If you have a moment." "No pressure." Ngozi was practically vibrating with suppressed glee. Adana ignored her. "What's the specific issue?" she asked. Chidi explained. His company's e-commerce platform had crashed during a major sale. Customers were abandoning carts, and his IT team was either incompetent or on strike. He wasn't sure which. As he spoke, his hands moved in economical gestures, illustrating points without excess. He didn't brag about his company's size or his own position. He simply described the problem and waited for her response. Adana found herself responding. She asked questions about server capacity, traffic spikes, recent updates. Chitty answered some, admitted ignorance of others, and made notes on his phone with the patient thoroughness of someone accustomed to learning. You should check the SSL certificate, she said finally. It's probably expired. That's the most common cause of sudden crash and burn scenarios. The SSL certificate. He typed rapidly. I'll have someone look at it first thing Monday. Monday? You're losing sales now. Everyone deserves a weekend. Adana blinked. She had worked with enough business owners to recognize the type. Urgent, demanding, convinced their crisis was the only crisis. Chitty's calm was either genuine incompetence or something else entirely. You're not worried about the money? She asked. I'm worried. But I'm more worried about burning out my team. They worked 18 hours yesterday. Another few hours won't save the company, but it might cost me their trust. The suya seller called out behind them. Chitty excused himself to collect his order, and Adana watched him go with the uncomfortable sensation of having misjudged something fundamental. Well, Ngozi breathed. Well, stop it. Did you see his watch? Ordinary. No designer logos. That man is either genuinely humble or the most sophisticated player in Lagos. Maybe he's just a man who doesn't care about watches. Maybe. Ngozi's eyes were knowing. Or maybe he's someone who doesn't need to prove anything. Those are the most dangerous ones. Adana did not expect to see Chitty Okonkwo again. She returned to her apartment that night, answered emails, sketched designs for the Adebayo website, and tried not to think about Dimples. It was surprisingly difficult. His face kept intruding on her concentration, not his features, but his presence, the way he had listened to her speak, as if her words carried weight. Stop it, she told herself. He's a client. You gave him free advice. That's the end of it. On Monday morning, her phone rang. Miss Okafor? The voice was familiar. This is Chitty Okonkwo. I wanted to thank you. The SSL certificate? Expired. Just like you said. We renewed it at 7 a.m., and sales are already recovering. A pause. My developers are mortified. I'm impressed. You shouldn't be. It was basic troubleshooting. Basic to you. Not to me. Another pause. Longer. I was wondering, if you're not too busy, would you let me thank you properly? Dinner, perhaps. Adana's heart performed an unauthorized acrobatic maneuver. She pressed her hand to her chest, as if to restrain it. You don't need to thank me. I know. I want to. She thought about Emmanuel. She thought about her mother's voice. Men who want dinner always want more. Be careful, my daughter. She thought about Ngozi's gleeful face and her own stubborn refusal to hope. I'm free Thursday, she said. Thursday arrived with thunderstorm warnings and Adana's complete inability to choose an outfit. She tried on her little black dress, too formal. The blue wrap dress, too casual, also too tight since her last emotional eating episode. The green kaftan her mother had sent from ABA, beautiful, but did it say grateful for dinner or preparing for my own funeral? You're overthinking, Ngozi said via WhatsApp video, watching from her own bedroom. Wear the green. It brings out your cheekbones. I don't have cheekbones. I have anxiety. Same thing, in your case. Wear the green. Adana wore the green. She added her mother's pearl earrings, a touch of lip gloss, and the determination not to read significance into a simple dinner between acquaintances. The restaurant was Italian, located in a quiet corner of Victoria Island that Adana had passed 100 times without noticing. The host led her to a private booth near the back, where Chitty was already seated with a bottle of still water and an expression of barely concealed nervousness. You came, he said, standing so quickly he nearly knocked over his glass. I said I would. People say things. They don't always. He caught himself. I'm glad you're here. They ordered. The wine list arrived, and Adana politely declined. She didn't drink much, and she wanted her wits about her. Chitty ordered sparkling water with lime, and she noticed that he didn't seem disappointed or performatively impressed by her abstinence. He simply adjusted his order and moved on. So he said, tell me about yourself. Not your work. I can ask about that later. Tell me about you. Adana hesitated. She was accustomed to men who asked about her resume, her salary expectations, her willingness to relocate for love. No one had ever asked simply for her. I grew up in ABA, she said. My mother has a provision shop near the market. My father was a teacher. He died when I was 19. Cancer. We didn't catch it in time. I'm sorry. It was a long time ago, but I still miss him. especially when I accomplish something and realize I can't call to tell him. Chitty nodded slowly. My parents are alive. My father is complicated. My mother has very specific expectations about my future. He paused. They wanted me to marry years ago, settle down, produce grandchildren, continue the dynasty. I kept finding reasons to wait. What changed? He looked at her. The dimples appeared, softer now, almost tentative. I stopped wanting to wait. The pasta arrived, and they talked of other things, her freelance business, his logistics company, the challenges of hiring competent staff in Lagos's competitive market. Adana learned that Chitty had started his first business at 24, a small delivery service that had expanded into warehousing, real estate, and agricultural processing. She learned that he was the only child of Chief Innocent Okonkwo, a man whose name was spoken with reverence in boardrooms across the southeast. She learned that he had studied economics at the University of Ibadan, played rugby badly, and still called his grandmother every Sunday. What about you? He asked. Any siblings? Just me and my mother. She wanted more children, but after my father died. Adana shrugged. It's just us now. That's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of love. There's a difference. Chitty was quiet for a moment. My grandmother used to say that family is not about numbers. It's about presence. You can have 100 relatives and still be alone. He looked at her. I think you and your mother are richer than most dynasties. Adana didn't know what to say. She took a sip of water and felt something loosen in her chest, some knots she hadn't realized she'd been carrying. 3 dinners became 4. 4 became 5. Between meetings, they spoke on the phone, first about business, then about everything else. Adana learned that Chitty woke at 4 a.m. every morning to exercise, that he was terrible at remembering birthdays, that he had once adopted a stray dog that followed him home and named it Problem because it kept chewing his shoes. I had to give him to my grandmother, he confessed. She renamed him Prince. Now he lives better than I do. You're not allergic to dogs? I'm not allergic to anything. I just couldn't keep up with his energy. He's part husky. Very dramatic. Adana laughed. It was the first genuine laugh she'd produced in months, and she heard it echo through the phone line. I like your laugh, Chitty said quietly. I hope you do it more often. On their 6th outing, Adana cooked. It was not planned. They had been discussing Nigerian food, her nostalgia for her mother's egusi, his admission that he rarely ate traditional meals because his schedule demanded Western convenience. And somehow, the words tumbled out. I could cook for you, she said, if you wanted. It's not fancy, but my mother taught me well. Chitty's face did something complicated. You would do that? It's just food. It's not just food. He paused. When a woman cooks for a man in my culture, it means something. In my culture, it means she's hungry and wants company. He laughed, that surprised sound she had come to treasure. Then I accept. With gratitude. She arrived at his apartment on a Sunday afternoon, carrying a cooler of prepped ingredients and a small bag of her mother's spices. Chitty's home was surprisingly modest for a man of his wealth. A 3-bedroom in Ikoyi, tastefully furnished but lived in, with books piled on side tables and a PlayStation gathering dust near the television. Nice place, she said, meaning it. It's just me here. I don't need much. Your grandmother doesn't visit? She visits. She says I need more plants. He gestured at a solitary cactus. I'm working on it. Adana unpacked her ingredients in his pristine kitchen. Chitty hovered, offering help, asking questions, trying to stay out of her way and failing. She put him to work chopping onions, and he performed the task with the solemn concentration of a surgeon. Not bad, she said, examining his technique. You've done this before. Rice and beans. Boiled eggs. I'm a bachelor, not a savage. Rice and beans doesn't count as cooking. It counts as survival, which, in this economy, is an achievement. She laughed again. She was laughing more now, she realized, the sound becoming familiar in her own ears. Chitty smiled his dimpled smile, and something passed between them that neither acknowledged aloud. The egusi simmered. The pounded yam came together under Adana's practiced hands. Chitty set the table with unexpected care, matching plates, actual napkins, a small vase containing a single rose he produced from nowhere. I bought it yesterday, he admitted. Just in case. In case of what? In case you came. In case I had someone to share a meal with. He paused. It's been a long time since I looked forward to Sunday. Adana served the food. They ate in companionable silence, the egusi rich and savory, the pounded yam perfectly elastic. Chitty closed his eyes with his first spoonful. My mother cooks agusi, he said. But not like this. Is that good or bad? Good. He opened his eyes. Better than good. Later, when the dishes were washed and the leftovers packed, they sat on his balcony watching the evening traffic crawl past. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, and Adana felt something she hadn't felt since Emmanuel. The quiet certainty of being exactly where she was meant to be. Adana. Chitty's voice was soft. Can I ask you something? Anything. Why did you agree to see me again? After the first dinner, I mean. I know how I must have looked. Another wealthy man trying to impress you with restaurant reservations and expensive wine. You could have anyone. Adana considered the question. She considered Emmanuel, who had courted her with grand gestures and empty promises. She considered the men who had approached her since, their eyes always sliding past her face to assess her market value. You didn't try to impress me, she said. You just showed up. You listened. You asked about my father and didn't flinch when I cried. She paused. You were the first person in years who made me feel like I had something to offer besides my resume. Chitty was quiet. When he spoke, his voice was rough. I've spent my whole life being wanted for what I have. My father's name, my company, my bank account. People look at me and see solutions to their problems, and I don't blame them. Not really. Because this country makes survival so hard that love becomes a transaction. He turned to face her, but you looked at me and saw a man who chops onions badly and adopted a dog he couldn't handle. You saw me, not what I represent. Adana felt tears gathering. Is that so unusual? It's the rarest thing I've ever found. He reached for her hand, slowly, giving her time to pull away. She didn't, and I don't want to lose it. You won't, she whispered. I'm not going anywhere. The sun finished its descent. The traffic continued its endless crawl. And Chitty Okonkwo, who had spent 33 years waiting for someone to see him, held Adana Okafor's hand on his balcony and believed, for the first time, that waiting might finally be over. He proposed 3 weeks later, not at a fancy restaurant or a romantic getaway, but on her mother's doorstep in ABA. They had driven down together for the weekend. Chitty insisting on making the journey despite Adana's protests that her mother's shop was hardly a suitable venue for a billionaire's courtship. Your mother is the woman who raised you, he said. She's the most suitable venue there is. Mrs. Grace Okafor was a small woman with iron gray hair and eyes that missed nothing. She had watched Chitty carry her daughter's bag into the house, helped him unpack the provisions he'd brought, and subjected him to an hour of gentle interrogation that left him sweating despite the ceiling fan. He's nervous, Adana whispered. He should be nervous. Men who aren't nervous aren't serious. Her mother paused, watching Chitty help their neighbor fix a broken generator. But this one looks at you the way your father looked at me. Like you're the answer to a question he's been asking his whole life. Mother, I'm just observing. You can do with the observation what you will. That evening, after a dinner of bitter leaf soup and pounded yam, Chitty asked Adana to walk with him. They strolled through the familiar streets of her childhood, past the shop where her mother sold provisions, past the primary school where Adana had learned to read, past the church where her father's funeral had been held. The wedding preparations consumed the next 4 months. Chief Innocent Okonkwo, upon learning of his son's engagement, had dispatched investigators to examine Adana's background, education, and family connections. The report returned with nothing but praise. Graduated with second-class upper, no criminal record, mother a small business owner of impeccable reputation, father a deceased teacher remembered fondly by colleagues and students. She'll do, Chief Okonkwo said, echoing Grace's words with entirely different intent. The family needs heirs. See that she produces them quickly. Mama Nkechi was less diplomatic. An only daughter? No brothers to support her? What connections does she bring? She brings herself, Chitty said quietly. That's enough. For now. But when you need business partners, political allies, a network that extends beyond Enugu. I have my own network. I don't need my wife to be a transaction. Mama Nkechi's lips thinned. Every wife is a transaction. The only question is whether you're buying or selling. Chitty did not relay this conversation to Adana. He did not tell her about his mother's coldness, his father's calculating assessment, the unspoken disappointment that his bride came from ordinary stock. He told himself he was protecting her. He told himself his parents would warm to her once they saw her goodness, her intelligence, her unwavering kindness. He told himself many things in those months before the wedding. What he did not tell himself, what he could not yet accept, was that his parents' approval was not something he could purchase with even the most excellent bride. Their disappointment was not in Adana's inadequacy, but in his own. He had chosen love over duty, connection over dynasty, a woman who saw him over a wife who would elevate him. He had chosen himself. For the Okonkwo's, this was the greatest betrayal of all. The wedding was held at the Cathedral Church of the Redeemer in Enugu, its white walls draped with orchids and tuberoses. Adana's gown was a cascade of crystal-embroidered tulle, her mother's pearls at her throat, her father's photograph tucked into her bouquet. Chidi wore a traditional agbada of ivory and gold, his grandmother's coral beads heavy around his neck, his dimples on full display as his bride processed down the aisle. 500 guests watched them exchange vows. 300 cows awaited slaughter for the reception feast. A band from Ghana played highlife until dawn. Adana danced with her mother, with Ngozi, with Chidi's ancient grandmother who pronounced her small but sturdy and predicted sons within the year. Mama Nkechi smiled throughout. Her smile never reached her eyes. That night, in their honeymoon suite overlooking the Enugu Hills, Chidi held Adana's face in his hands and kissed her with reverent thoroughness. "I don't deserve you," he murmured. "You don't get to decide that." "I do." She kissed him back. "And I say you deserve everything. Then I'll spend the rest of my life trying to believe you." They made love as the rain began, as thunder rolled across the hills, as the world outside their window dissolved into water and darkness. And afterward, with Chidi sleeping peacefully beside her, Adana lay awake and listened to her husband's heartbeat and tried to believe that this happiness was real, that it would last, that the universe would not snatch it away simply because she had finally allowed herself to hold it. She did not know, yet, that the universe was already counting the days. The courtesy and the crown. The first 3 months of Adana's marriage passed in a blur of discovery. She discovered that Chidi snored, not loudly, but with a soft, rhythmic wheeze that she found unexpectedly endearing. She discovered that he could not fold fitted sheets to save his life, that he believed pineapple belonged on pizza, that he cried during Nollywood movies and pretended it was allergies. She discovered that beneath his calm exterior lived a man of startling tenderness, who left love notes in her handbag and woke at 3 a.m. to warm her breast milk when she couldn't sleep. "You don't have to do this," she whispered one night, watching him pad barefoot to the kitchen. "I can heat my own milk." "I know you can." He returned with a steaming mug, pressed it into her hands. "But I want to take care of you. Is that allowed?" She drank her milk and did not answer. The question was too large, too heavy with implication. No one had ever asked her permission to love her before. The Okonkwo family compound sprawled across several acres in Onitsha, a walled enclave of interconnected buildings that housed Chidi's parents, his grandmother, various uncles and aunts, and a rotating cast of cousins seeking employment or education or simply refuge from the chaos of Lagos. Adana had visited twice during her courtship, each time feeling like a scholarship student accidentally admitted to an elite academy. Her third visit came 6 weeks after the wedding, for the annual Okonkwo family meeting. "You don't have to come," Chidi said, watching her pack. "I can make excuses. Your mother will think I'm avoiding her." "You are avoiding her." Sensibly. Adana laughed, but the sound was strained. Mama Nkechi's disapproval radiated like heat from a cooking fire, invisible but impossible to ignore. At the wedding, she had smiled and greeted guests and performed the role of joyful mother-in-law with professional competence. But her eyes, when they found Adana, were always assessing, always measuring, always finding something lacking. "I'll come," Adana said. "We're family now. I should act like it." Chidi kissed her forehead. "You're braver than me." The family meeting was held in the main reception hall, a cavernous space with imported marble floors and portraits of Okonkwo patriarchs glaring down from every wall. Adana sat beside Chidi, her back straight, her hands folded in her lap, her smile carefully neutral as relatives streamed past. "So you're the new wife." Uncle Boniface was Chidi's father's eldest brother, a heavy man with small eyes and a voice like grinding stones. "Chidi's mother tells us you're from ABA." "Yes, uncle. Your father was a teacher, I understand." He was. He passed some years ago." "Pity." Boniface's eyes swept over her, cataloging. "No brothers? No uncles in business?" "My mother runs a provision shop." My father's brother is a carpenter in Umwahia. I see. The pause was eloquent. Well, we can't all come from dynasties. Chitty's hand found hers beneath the table. His grip was warm, steady, a silent promise. Adana squeezed back and said nothing. Mama and Nkechi summoned her the following morning. The older woman's sitting room was decorated in shades of cream and gold, expensive but cold, like a hotel lobby waiting for guests who never arrived. Adana sat on the edge of an upholstered chair and tried not to fidget. You've been married 6 weeks, Mama Nkechi said. No news yet. Adana understood the question. No, Mama. Not yet. You're eating well? Sleeping well? Yes, Mama. Chitty works too hard. You must ensure he rests. A man needs his strength, especially when he's trying to build a family. We rest together. Mama Nkechi's lips thinned. Togetherness is pleasant. Children are necessary. My son is 33 years old. His father had 3 sons by that age. She paused. I was pregnant with Chitty within 2 months of my wedding. His grandmother was pregnant within 1. Adana said nothing. There was nothing to say that wouldn't sound defensive or inadequate. I'm not criticizing, Mama Nkechi continued, though her tone suggested criticism was exactly her intention. I'm simply reminding you of your responsibilities. The Okonkwo family has waited generations for an heir. Chitty is our only hope to continue the line. A daughter would be acceptable, I suppose. But a son is what we need. A son is what God gives, Adana said quietly. We can only pray and wait. Pray harder. Mama Nkechi stood, signaling the audience's end. And perhaps see a doctor. There's no shame in assistance. Adana wept that night, silently, so Chitty wouldn't hear. She wept from the humiliation of being measured and found wanting. She wept from the pressure of expectations she hadn't asked for and couldn't control. She wept from the fear, buried deep, that Mama Nkechi was right, that her body was failing its most fundamental purpose, that she would prove unable to give her husband the heir his family demanded. But mostly she wept because Chitty loved her, and his love was so vast and unconditional that she could not bear the thought of disappointing him. She did not tell him about the conversation. She did not tell him about the doctor his mother had suggested, the prayer she had begun whispering at night, the ovulation tracking app she had secretly downloaded to her phone. She smiled at breakfast, kissed him goodbye, and carried her fears like stones in her pockets. 2 weeks later, Adana missed her period. She waited 3 days before testing, not wanting to hope, not wanting to face another disappointment. When the second line appeared, faint but unmistakable, she sat on the bathroom floor and wept again. These tears saltier and sweeter and utterly overwhelming. Chitty was in Lagos for a board meeting. She called him immediately, her voice breaking. I need you to come home. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Is it your mother? I'm not hurt. I just need you here. Please. He made the 3-hour drive in 2, arriving with his shirt untucked and his hair disheveled and his face pale with worry. Adana met him at the door, the pregnancy test hidden behind her back. What happened? Tell me what's wrong. Nothing's wrong. She held out the test. Everything's right. We're having a baby. Chitty stared at the plastic stick. He stared at the 2 pink lines, the word pregnant in digital letters, the evidence of new life blooming in his wife's body. His face cycled through disbelief, wonder, and something that looked almost like terror before settling into the most radiant smile Adana had ever seen. A baby, he whispered. Our baby. Our baby. He knelt, actually knelt, there on the marble floor of their entryway, pressing his face to her still flat stomach and wrapping his arms around her hips. Adana felt his tears soak through her dress, felt his shoulders shake with silent sobs. Thank you, he murmured against her skin. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For what? For choosing me. For trusting me. For giving me something I didn't know I was allowed to want. He looked up at her, his face open and vulnerable, and so full of love it stole her breath. I'm going to be the best father. I'm going to give this child everything. Every opportunity, every encouragement, every moment of my attention. I'm going to be present in a way my father never was. I'm going to break every cycle and build something new. Adana pulled him to his feet and held him. You already have. You're already building it. This is just the beginning. The pregnancy progressed without complication. Adana experienced minimal morning sickness, moderate fatigue, and an overwhelming craving for Ugba and Ukwa that sent Chitty on midnight expeditions to African supermarkets across Lagos. He returned from these missions triumphant, bearing plastic containers of her desired delicacies, his dimples deepening with each successful procurement. "You're spoiling me," she said, watching him unpack his latest haul. "You're growing a human being. You deserve to be spoiled." "I'm growing our human being. There's a difference." "The difference is semantics." The spoiling continues. Her mother visited from ABA, bearing provisions and prayers and pointed questions about Chitty's family. "How are his people treating you?" Grace asked, stirring pepper soup with unnecessary vigor. "His mother, is she kind?" "She's traditional." "Traditional means difficult." "I know traditional." Grace added more pepper. "You call me if she troubles you. I may be a small woman from ABA, but I raised a daughter who married a billionaire. That counts for something." "Mama, please." "I'm just saying. You have backup." Grace paused, her eyes softening. "Your father would be so proud of you." "So proud." Adana touched her stomach. "I wish he could meet this baby." "He will. From wherever he is, he will." Grace pressed her hand over her daughter's. "Our people believe the dead are never truly gone. They watch over us, guide us, wait for us. Your father is waiting. He'll be the first to welcome this child home." The 12-week scan was scheduled for a Thursday. Chitty rearranged 3 meetings to attend, his assistant grumbling about the disruption to his calendar. He held Adana's hand throughout the procedure, his grip tightening as the ultrasound wand pressed against her gel-slick abdomen. "There," the technician said, pointing at the screen. "See that flicker? That's the heartbeat." Adana watched the tiny pulse, rapid and steady, and felt her own heart expand to accommodate this new rhythm. Beside her, Chitty was utterly silent. She glanced at his face and saw tears streaming down his cheeks. "A heartbeat," he breathed. "She has a heartbeat." "She?" The technician smiled. "You think it's a girl?" "I don't know. I feel like it's a daughter." He looked at Adana, almost apologetic. "Is that strange? Everyone wants sons. But I keep imagining a little girl with your laugh." Adana laughed, the sound watery with emotion. "It's not strange. It's beautiful." The technician completed her measurements, clicked through various images, and finally announced, "Everything looks perfect. Strong heartbeat, good measurements, low risk indicators. I'd like to schedule your anomaly scan for 20 weeks, but based on what I'm seeing, you have a very healthy pregnancy." "A healthy baby," Adana corrected. "A healthy baby," the technician agreed. "Congratulations, both of you." Chitty called his mother that evening. "Mama, we have news. Adana is pregnant. 12 weeks today." A pause. Then a boy. "We don't know yet. It's too early to tell." 12 weeks is not too early. There are tests. Your father and I want a grandson, Chitty. You know this. "Mama, we're not doing gender tests. We'll find out when the baby arrives." "And if it's a girl?" Chitty's voice was steady. "Then we'll have a daughter. And she will be loved." Another pause, longer. "Your grandmother had 6 daughters before she finally bore sons." 6. "Your father was the 7th child, the first boy. Do you know what she endured during those years?" The whispers, the pressure, the relatives suggesting he take a second wife. "I know her story, Mama." "Then you know why I'm asking. The Okonkwo name depends on you. Your father has no other sons. His brothers have sons, but they are not Okonkwos in the way that matters. The inheritance, the legacy, the lineage, all of it flows through you, through your children. And my daughters are my children. They carry my blood, my name, my legacy. A daughter can inherit. A daughter can lead companies and raise families and honor ancestors just as well as any son. Legally, perhaps. Culturally, Mama Nkechi's voice hardened. Culturally, a daughter is a guest in her father's house. She marries, she leaves, she becomes someone else's ancestor. Your legacy dies with her. Then I will change the culture. One daughter at a time. You can't change thousands of years of tradition because you feel sentimental about a hypothetical child. I can try. Chitty's voice was quiet but immovable. And I will. Because this child, girl or boy, is already more important to me than any tradition. And I will spend my entire life proving that. He did not tell Adana about this conversation. He did not tell her about his mother's coldness, his father's pointed silence whenever the pregnancy was mentioned, the whispered conversations that stopped abruptly when she entered rooms. He absorbed these wounds silently, protecting her from the knowledge that his family saw her condition as inadequate, her potential daughter as failure. But Adana was not blind. She saw how Mama Nkechi's smile tightened when Chitty spoke of nursery decorations. She saw how Chief Okonkwo's gaze slid past her swelling belly to fix on middle distance. She saw the uncles exchanging glances, the aunts murmuring behind raised hands, the elaborate courtesy that masked fundamental rejection. She said nothing. What was there to say? She could not control her baby's gender. She could not transform herself into the sun-bearing vessel her in-laws demanded. She could only love her husband, nurture her child, and hope that when the baby arrived, girl or boy, the Okonkwo family would recognize what Chidi already knew, that every child was a miracle, a gift, a new beginning. She hoped. She was wrong. The anomaly scan at 20 weeks confirmed what Chidi had intuited. They were having a daughter. Adana watched the technician trace the baby's profile. The slope of her nose, the curve of her cheek, the tiny fingers curled into a fist. She watched Chidi's face transform as he saw his daughter for the first time, his eyes filling with tears, his lips forming silent words of wonder and welcome. "She's beautiful," he whispered. "She's absolutely beautiful. She has your nose. And your chin. Look at that stubborn chin. She's going to be trouble. She's going to be magnificent." They left the clinic holding hands, the ultrasound images clutched in Chidi's free hand like treasure maps. The sun was setting over Lagos, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, and Adana felt something she hadn't felt since her father's death. Pure, uncomplicated joy. "We need to choose a name," Chidi said. "Something that means strength. Something that means hope. Something that means she was wanted. Is wanted. Not was. She is wanted. She will always be wanted. She will never doubt for a single moment that her parents planned her and prayed for her and loved her before she ever drew breath." Adana stopped walking. "Chidi, yes. If we only have daughters, if I never give you a son, will you regret it?" He turned to face her, his expression serious. "Adana, listen to me. I don't need sons. I don't need heirs or legacies or any of the things my parents think matter. I need you. I need our children. All of them, whatever gender, however many. I need to build a family that loves each other unconditionally, that breaks every cycle of disappointment and expectation and conditional affection." He took her hands. "If we have 10 daughters, I will be the happiest father in Nigeria. If we have one daughter and no more children, I will be grateful every day for the miracle of her existence. If we have sons and daughters and twins and triplets and a house full of chaos, I will love each of them with my whole heart, not because they carry my name, but because they carry us, you and me, together, creating something that will outlast both of us." Adana was crying. "I don't deserve you. You deserve everything. You deserve a husband who sees you, a family that cherishes you, a life that honors the magnificent woman you are." He wiped her tears with his thumb. "I'm not perfect. I'll fail you in ways I can't anticipate. But I will never, ever make you feel inadequate for the children you give me. Every child you bear is a gift I don't deserve. Every daughter is a queen I will spend my life protecting." "Our daughter," Adana whispered. "Our daughter." He kissed her forehead. "Our queen." They named her Ifechidinma. Nothing is impossible with God. Because her conception had felt impossible, her survival miraculous, her very existence a testament to faith in a God who sometimes delayed but never abandoned. Ifechi for short. Ifechi, their daughter, their queen, their future. Chidi wrote the name in the baby book his grandmother had given him, the same book his mother had used for his own birth details 33 years ago. He recorded the date of the scan, the estimated due date, the measurements and heartbeat and tiny profile images. He wrote a letter to his unborn daughter, sealed it in an envelope, and placed it in the bottom drawer of his desk. "My dearest Ifechi," the letter began, "you are not yet born, and already you have changed me. Before you, I was a man who accumulated things, money, property, respect, because I didn't know what else to do with my life. I thought success was measured in acquisitions. I thought love was something you earned through achievement. I thought I was complete. Then I met your mother, and I understood that completion is not the goal. Connection is. Presence is. The willingness to be seen, truly seen, by another person. That is the only wealth that matters. And now you are coming, and I understand something else. That children are not extensions of their parents, not legacies or investments or insurance policies. You are your own person, your own miracle, your own future. My job is not to shape you into what I want you to be. My job is to create space for you to become what you already are, magnificent, complete, enough. I don't know what the world will look like when you read this. I don't know if I will be the father I hope to be, or if I will fail you in ways I can't imagine. But I know this: you were wanted. You were prayed for. You were loved before you had a name. Welcome to the world, Ifechidinma. Nothing is impossible with God. And you, my daughter, are proof. Ifechi Chidinma Okonkwo was born on a Thursday, screaming her defiance at the hospital lights. She arrived at 3:47 a.m. after 14 hours of labor, during which Chidi never left Adana's side. He held her hand through every contraction, whispered encouragement through every moment of doubt, wept openly when his daughter emerged bloody and beautiful and absolutely perfect. She has dimples, he breathed. She has my dimples. She has your stubbornness too. Look at that face. She's already planning world domination. She can dominate whatever she wants. I'll support her completely. The nurse placed Ifechi on Adana's chest, and the world narrowed to the weight of her daughter: 7 pounds, 3 ounces, 20 inches of new life and ancient promise. Adana counted fingers and toes, traced the curve of her ears, memorized the constellation of tiny veins visible beneath translucent skin. "Hello, baby," she whispered. "I'm your mother. I've been waiting for you my whole life." Ifechi blinked. Her dimples deepened, and Adana, who had spent 27 years wondering if she was capable of unconditional love, discovered that she had been capable all along. She had simply been waiting for the right person to receive it. Chidi called his mother at 6 a.m. "Mama, the baby is here. A girl. 7 pounds, 3 ounces. Both mother and daughter are healthy." Silence. Then, a girl. "Yes, Mama. Her name is Ifechidinma. She has my dimples. When will you try for a son?" Chidi closed his eyes. "Mama, I just held my daughter for the first time. I'm not thinking about sons. I'm thinking about her, her health, her happiness, her future. Her future is to marry and leave. A son's future is to inherit and continue. This is not sentiment, Chidi. This is reality. The reality is that I have a daughter who needs her father. The reality is that my wife just spent 14 hours bringing new life into the world. The reality is that I am grateful and exhausted and completely in love with my family exactly as they are." "Then you are a fool." Mama Nkechi's voice was cold. "And you will regret this sentimentality when you are old and your daughters have married and your name dies with you. If that is the price of loving my children unconditionally, I will pay it gladly." He hung up. Adana watched him from the hospital bed, Ifechi nursing at her breast, and saw the weight settle across his shoulders. "She doesn't approve," Adana said. "She doesn't understand. It's different." "Will she ever understand?" Chidi came to sit beside her, his hand finding hers. "I don't know. But I know this. Our daughter will never doubt that she was wanted. She will never hear that her gender is a disappointment. She will never be made to feel inadequate for simply existing as herself." He kissed her forehead. "That's all I can control. That's enough." The first 6 months of Ifechi's life were the happiest Adana had ever known. Her daughter grew rapidly, trading newborn scrunchiness for infant curiosity, her dimples deepening with each passing week. She smiled at ceiling fans, grabbed her father's nose with startling accuracy, and produced a repertoire of sounds that Chidi insisted were early attempts at conversation. "She's trying to say daddy," he declared. "Listen, that's clearly a D sound. That's a burp sound. She's trying to expel gas. Gas can sound like daddy. It's a versatile phoneme." Adana laughed. She laughed often now, the sound becoming familiar in her own ears. She laughed when Ifechi spat up on Chidi's important documents, when the nanny quit unexpectedly and she had to bring the baby to a board meeting, when her husband attempted to change a diaper and ended up wearing most of its contents. She laughed because she was happy, genuinely, deeply, unexpectedly happy, the kind of happiness she had assumed was reserved for other people, luckier people, people whose lives hadn't been marked by early loss and deferred dreams. But this happiness was hers, and she held it carefully, like a butterfly cupped in trembling palms. Chidi traveled frequently for work, his business empire requiring his presence in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and occasionally international destinations. He hated leaving, constructing elaborate schedules to minimize his time away, video calling multiple times daily to watch Ifechi's latest developmental milestones. Did she smile? Send me the video. Did she laugh? Send me that too. Did she do that thing where she grabs her feet and rolls sideways? She did that this morning. I recorded it. Send it immediately. I need to see my daughter's achievements in real time. You're ridiculous. I'm a father. It's the same thing. His Lagos, New York trip was scheduled for October, a week-long business development conference he couldn't avoid. Adana helped him pack, tucking Afechi's latest photograph into his carry-on. For good luck, she said. So you don't miss us too much. I'll miss you terribly regardless. But the photograph will help. He kissed her goodbye at the airport, lingering at the departure gate until security personnel gently suggested he proceed. Adana watched him disappear into the corridor, Afechi waving her tiny fist in approximate farewell, and felt the familiar ache of separation. 3 days, she murmured. Then he comes home. 3 days later, the plane went down somewhere over the Atlantic. The widow and the vultures. The news arrived at 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. Adana had been nursing Afechi, the apartment quiet except for her daughter's soft suckling and the distant hum of Lagos traffic. Chitty was supposed to call at 10 p.m. He always called at 10 p.m., no matter which time zone he was in. But his text had come instead. Meeting running late. We'll call after. Kiss Afechi for me. She had kissed Afechi. She had waited. She had drifted into that hazy state between wakefulness and sleep, her daughter warm against her chest, her husband's voice still echoing in her memory from their morning video call. 3 more days, he had said. Then I'm home. I'm never traveling again. We'll build that tech academy you always wanted. We'll take Afechi to see your mother. We'll be normal people who stay in one place and grow old together. You hate staying in one place, Adana had laughed. I hate being away from you more. I've discovered my limits. The knock came at 11:47 p.m. Adana knew, even before she opened the door, that her life had divided into before and after. Some knocks carry their own prophecy. 2 men stood in the corridor, one in police uniform, one in civilian clothes with the weary eyes of someone who delivered bad news professionally. Behind them, Funmi, then just a neighbor, roused by the commotion, hovered in her nightgown, her face already contorted with preemptive grief. Mrs. Okonkwo. The civilian's voice was gentle. I'm sorry to call at this hour. May we come in? Adana stepped back. Her arms tightened around Afechi. The men entered her home, their presence diminishing the space, and she understood that nothing would ever feel spacious again. There's been an incident, the civilian said. A plane, en route from New York to London. All passengers. Mrs. Okonkwo, your husband was on that flight. Adana heard the words. She processed their grammatical structure, their semantic meaning, their devastating implication. But her body refused to accept them. Her body stood rigid, holding her daughter, waiting for the correction that would surely follow. I'm so sorry, the civilian continued. The airline will contact you with details. We're here to offer any assistance. Was there a mistake? Her voice was unfamiliar, too high, too thin. Maybe he missed the flight. He's always late. He texts me when he's running late. He didn't text me tonight. He said he would call after his meeting. Mrs. Okonkwo. The policeman's voice was firmer. The passenger manifest has been confirmed. Your husband's name, his passport number, his seat assignment. There is no mistake. There is no mistake. The words hung in the air, final as a headstone. Adana stared at the men, at their pitying faces, at Funmi's silent tears, and felt something fundamental give way inside her. A supporting wall, a load-bearing beam. The architecture of her carefully reconstructed happiness collapsing into rubble. Thank you for telling me, she heard herself say. I'll need to contact his family. The men left. Funmi stayed. She took Afechi from Adana's rigid arms, settled the baby in her own lap, and began to rock. Scream, Funmi said. If you need to scream, scream. I'll hold the baby. Adana did not scream. She sat on her sofa, in her living room, surrounded by Chitty's books and Chitty's photographs and Chitty's favorite blanket draped over the armchair, and she did not make a single sound. She did not scream for 3 days. The days that followed existed outside normal time. Adana moved through them like a sleepwalker, performing the rituals of grief without inhabiting them. She called Chitty's parents. She spoke to airline representatives. She identified photographs of luggage and personal effects recovered from the ocean. She signed documents she didn't read and answered questions she didn't remember. Mama Nkechi arrived on the 3rd day. She stood in Adana's doorway, her face carved from something harder than flesh. Behind her, Chief Okonkwo waited in the corridor, his eyes fixed on a point somewhere beyond his daughter-in-law's shoulder. My son is dead, Mama Nkechi said. And you are still standing in his house. Adana stepped back. She had no words. Grief had stolen her vocabulary, leaving only the barest functional phrases. Yes. No. Water. Thank you. Please leave. The funeral will be in Onitsha, Mama Nkechi continued. There are arrangements to make. You will bring the child. Ifechi. Her name is Ifechi. I know her name. I chose not to use it. Mama Nkechi's gaze swept the apartment. The baby toys scattered across the rug, the family photographs on the wall, the ultrasound images framed beside the television. All of this. So much sentiment. For what? He's gone. Nothing you accumulated together changes that. Adana's voice emerged, raw and fractured. He was your son. Don't you miss him? My son is dead because he married a woman who distracted him from his responsibilities. A woman who gave him a daughter when he needed sons. A woman who kept him in Lagos when he should have been in Onitsha, building his legacy, securing his future. Mama Nkechi's eyes were dry. You didn't kill him with your hands, but you killed him nonetheless. The words hit like physical blows. Adana staggered, catching herself against the doorframe. Behind her, Ifechi began to cry, a thin, wailing sound that cut through the apartment's suffocating silence. The child needs feeding, Mama Nkechi said. Attend to her. We'll discuss the funeral arrangements when you're composed. She left. Chief Okonkwo followed without speaking. The door swung shut, and Adana slid down the wall to sit on the cold marble floor, Ifechi's cries echoing in her ears, and finally, she began to scream. The funeral was held on a Friday, 10 days after the crash. Chidi's body had not been recovered. The Atlantic Ocean kept him, and the Atlantic Ocean did not negotiate. The casket they buried in the Okonkwo family cemetery contained only his personal effects, a wristwatch, a wedding ring, the photograph of Ifechi he had carried in his wallet. Adana stood at the graveside, Ifechi heavy in her arms, and watched her husband's memory lowered into red earth. She wore black from head to toe, her face hidden behind a mourning veil, her body held rigid by sheer force of will. Beside her, Chidi's grandmother leaned on her walking stick and wept openly, her ancient voice rising in traditional laments that cut through the solemn silence like broken glass. NWAM, Oli Ebe I Gera? My child, where have you gone? I hapuru inuwa anan wegi NWA, Ozuruanya. You have left me in a world without the child who filled my eyes. Adana did not weep. Her tears had exhausted themselves in the sleepless nights before the funeral, leaving her hollow and dry. She stood motionless as the casket descended, as the earth covered it, as relatives filed past to offer condolences that felt like accusations. So young, they murmured. So tragic. And that poor baby, fatherless before her first birthday. At least he left a child. A daughter, but still, a child. His wife is young. She can remarry, give him sons through another man. It's not ideal, but the family needs heirs. Adana heard everything. She remembered everything. She stored each whispered comment in the vault of her memory, to be examined later, when she had the emotional capacity to process betrayal. Chidi's grandmother was the last to approach. The old woman gripped Adana's free hand with surprising strength, her clouded eyes searching her granddaughter-in-law's face. You loved him, she said. It was not a question. With everything, with everything I had. Then that is enough. That is all that matters. The old woman pressed something into Adana's palm. Chidi's coral beads, the ones he had worn at their wedding. These belonged to my grandmother. I gave them to Chidi when he became a man. Now they belong to his daughter. When she is old enough, you will tell her who she comes from. You will tell her that her father loved her before she was born, that he wept with joy when he learned of her existence, that he carried her photograph in his wallet until the day he died. Adana clutched the beads. I will tell her. I promise. Good. The old woman released her hand. Now go. This place is not for the living. The vultures waited 2 weeks after the funeral. Adana had spent those weeks in a state of suspended animation, nursing Ifechi, answering calls from well-meaning friends, attempting to understand Chidi's business affairs through a fog of grief. His will had been located, read, and filed. Everything, the companies, the properties, the investments, was left to Adana and Ifechi, with Chidi's father named as executor. He trusted his father, Adana told Funmi. He thought his family would honor his wishes. Will they? I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. She learned the answer on a Tuesday morning, when Chief Okonkwo's convoy arrived at her gate. There were 4 vehicles, 2 black SUVs, a Mercedes sedan, and a battered pickup truck that seemed incongruous among the luxury cars. From them emerged Chief Okonkwo, Uncle Boniface, 3 other uncles Adana barely recognized, and 2 of Chitty's half-brothers from his father's second wife. They did not wait to be invited. They entered her home like it was already theirs, spreading through the living room, examining her furniture with assessing eyes. Nwani Chitty, Boniface began. We need to discuss the estate. Adana stood in the doorway to Afechi's nursery, blocking access. Her daughter was sleeping, oblivious to the invasion. The estate is settled. Chitty's will is clear. A will can be contested. Boniface's voice was calm, almost conversational, especially when it was written under questionable circumstances. Questionable circumstances? Your husband died 6 months after his daughter's birth. His will leaves everything to you and the child, a female child, who cannot inherit under customary law. Some might say this suggests undue influence. Adana stared at him. You're accusing me of manipulating a dying man? I'm not accusing. I'm explaining the legal reality. Boniface settled himself on her sofa, crossing one leg over the other. The Okonkwo family has retained counsel. We are prepared to challenge the will on several grounds: improper execution, lack of testamentary capacity, and the customary prohibition against female inheritance of ancestral property. Chitty's businesses aren't ancestral property. He built them himself, with capital provided by his father, with connections facilitated by his family name, with labor and loyalty from his brothers and cousins. Boniface's small eyes were cold. The businesses are Okonkwo property. They will remain with Okonkwo heirs. Adana's voice emerged, steady despite her shaking hands. Ifechi is an Okonkwo heir. She carries Chitty's blood, his name, his legacy. She is his only child. A daughter is not an heir. A daughter is a visitor in her father's house, destined to marry and carry another man's name. She cannot inherit property that belongs to her patrilineage. That's not law. That's superstition. In this family, it is tradition. And tradition carries more weight than any colonial import you choose to call law. Boniface stood, suddenly impatient. Enough argument. You will vacate this house within 7 days. You may take your personal effects and the child. Everything else remains with the family. Adana felt the floor shift beneath her feet. This was Chitty's home. He bought it, furnished it, lived in it. You can't just. We can. We are. Boniface moved toward the door, his relatives following. 7 days, Nwani Chitty. Use them wisely. Mama and Kechi arrived that evening, alone. She did not sit. She did not accept the tea Adana mechanically offered. She stood in the center of the living room, her handbag clutched before her like a shield, and delivered her verdict. My husband and his brothers have decided. You will leave. The child will leave with you. There will be no legal challenge to the will if you cooperate quietly. And if I don't cooperate, then we will challenge. We will drag your name through every court in Nigeria. We will produce witnesses who will testify that you pressured Chitty to exclude his family. We will suggest, she paused, her voice faltering almost imperceptibly. We will suggest that his death was not entirely accidental. Adana's blood turned to ice. You would accuse me of murder? I would accuse you of nothing. But others would speak. Others who believe that a wife who benefits so substantially from her husband's death might have had motive to accelerate it. I loved him. I would never. I know. Mama and Kechi's voice was barely audible. I know you loved him. I know he loved you. I know he was happy in a way I never managed to make him. She looked away. But knowing does not change what must happen. You are not what this family needs. The child is not what this family needs. And the family's needs outweigh any individual sentiment. Adana stared at her mother-in-law. This woman who had raised Chitty, shaped him, lost him. She saw the grief beneath the cruelty, the fear beneath the authority. She saw a mother who had buried her only son and was now trying to control the uncontrollable by any means available. If I leave, Adana said slowly, will you leave Ifechi alone? No legal challenges when she's older? No attempts to claim her or her inheritance? Mama and Kechi hesitated. If you leave quietly, with no public statements, no media attention, no embarrassment to the family. Yes. The child will be left alone. Swear it. On Chitty's memory. I swear it. On my son's memory, I swear it. Adana nodded. The fight had drained from her body. replaced by a terrible clarity. She could contest the will. She could hire lawyers, endure court battles, subject herself and Ifechi to years of litigation and public scrutiny. She could fight for Chitty's legacy and probably lose, because customary law was real and powerful and the Okonkwo's had resources she couldn't match. Or she could walk away. She could take her daughter and her memories and the small emergency fund Chitty had pressed into her hands 6 months ago, laughing about wives needing escape funds. She could start over, somewhere far from Onitsha and its ancient grudges. She could survive. "I'll be gone by Saturday," she said. The packing took 3 days. Adana moved through the house like a curator dismantling an exhibition, selecting items with cold precision. Clothing, diapers, baby supplies. Chitty's photograph and his grandmother's coral beads. The ultrasound images, the wedding album, the love letters he had written her during their courtship. Everything else, the furniture, the art, the nursery Chitty had designed with such hope, she left behind. Possessions required space, and she had no space left. Fummi appeared on Thursday evening with cardboard boxes and grim determination. "You're really leaving?" she said. "Not a question. I don't have a choice. There's always a choice. You could fight them. And what would that win me? A decade of litigation, a bankrupt estate, a daughter raised in courtrooms and tabloids." Adana folded a baby blanket, her movements mechanical. "Chitty's grandmother told me to go. She said this place is not for the living." She was right. Fummi was quiet for a long moment. "Then, my father has a room. It's small, but the rent is reasonable. He could give you a discount if you help around the house." Adana looked up. "Your father?" "Mr. Adebayo. My father. He owns a building in Aja, 12 units, mostly tenants like you. There's a vacancy on the 3rd floor." Fummi's voice was carefully casual. "It's not what you're used to, but it's a roof." Adana thought of the mansion she was leaving, with its marble floors and imported furniture and 4 empty bedrooms. She thought of the Aja apartment, small, damp, a box of concrete and hope. "How much?" she asked. 30,000 monthly. "But I can talk to him, maybe get it down to 25. "I'll take it." Fummi nodded. She didn't offer condolences or platitudes or false comfort. She simply handed Adana another cardboard box and began packing. The morning of her departure, Adana walked through the house one final time. She touched the kitchen counter where Chitty had learned to chop onions. She stood in the doorway of Ifechi's nursery, remembering her husband's face when he first saw his daughter. She ran her fingers along the bookshelves, the photographs, the small brass statue of a mother and child that Chitty had bought from an artist in Benin City. "Neka," he had said, placing it in her hands. "Mother is supreme. That's what I want our daughter to know. That her mother is the center of her world, the source of her strength, the proof that love creates life." Adana picked up the statue. It was small enough to fit in her palm, heavy with the weight of memory. She wrapped it in her wedding veil and placed it in her suitcase. At the door, she paused. The house was silent, already beginning to smell like abandonment. Soon the Okonkwo's would arrive to inventory their spoils, to redistribute Chitty's life among relatives who had done nothing to earn it. She did not curse them. She did not pray for their downfall. She simply closed the door and walked away. The Aja apartment was exactly as Funmi had described. Small, damp, a box of concrete with a window overlooking the neighbor's laundry. The walls were stained with previous tenants' lives. The kitchen faucet dripped steadily, and the mattress on the floor was thin enough to feel the springs. Adana sat on that mattress, Ifechi at her breast, and calculated her resources. 400,000 naira from Chitty's emergency fund, 300,000 for 6 months' rent, 50,000 for deposit, 30,000 for basic furniture and supplies from the second-hand market, 20,000 remaining, 20,000 naira. At current prices, enough for 2 weeks of food if she ate once daily. Not enough for formula if her milk dried from stress. Not enough for medicine if Ifechi fell ill. Not enough for anything except the barest, most desperate survival. She looked at her daughter, Chitty's dimples, her own stubborn chin, 7 months old and utterly dependent on a mother who had no idea how to save her. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm so sorry. This isn't what your father wanted for you." Ifechi nursed peacefully, oblivious to catastrophe. Her tiny fist curled around Adana's finger, holding tight. "Okay," Adana said. "Okay. We survive. That's all we have to do right now. Just survive." Survival, she discovered, was a full-time occupation. She woke at 5 a.m. to nurse a fetchy and wash herself with cold water from the dripping tap. She spent the morning applying for jobs, web design, data entry, remote customer service, and received rejections or silence. She spent the afternoon walking the neighborhood, learning its rhythms, cataloging its opportunities. She found a church that distributed free milk on Tuesdays, a mosque that offered hot meals at sunset, a clinic that vaccinated children at reduced rates, a woman at the market who sold slightly bruised vegetables for half price and didn't ask questions. She learned to stretch 20,000 naira across 3 weeks, then 4. She learned that hunger was manageable if you drank enough water. She learned that a fetchy's laughter could fill the smallest room and make it feel like a palace. But she also learned that survival was not living, that existing was not thriving, that the weight of grief and fear and exhaustion was slowly crushing her, and she had no idea how much longer she could hold it up. Fumi appeared on a Sunday evening, 2 months after Adana's arrival. She stood in the doorway of the Aju apartment, taking in the stained walls and dripping faucet and thin mattress on the floor. Her face revealed nothing, but her voice was carefully neutral. "I need a dispatch rider," she said. "You have a license?" Adana laughed. It was the first time she had laughed in weeks, and the sound was rusty, unfamiliar. "I have a degree in computer science." "Good. The bike is outside. Can you start tomorrow?" Adana looked at Afechi, sleeping peacefully on the thin mattress. She looked at her empty wallet, her dwindling savings, her complete inability to provide for the child who depended on her. "Yes," she said. "I can start tomorrow." The road and the reason. The Bajaj motorcycle was red, battered, and older than some of the deliveries Adana would carry on it. Its fuel tank bore a deep dent on the left side. "Road kiss," Funmi called it, with the affection of someone who had survived worse collisions. And its kickstart required a specific combination of strength and prayer that took Adana 3 days to master. "She's temperamental," Funmi admitted, handing over the keys. "But she's loyal. This bike has fed my family for 3 years. Treat her with respect, and she'll do the same for yours." Adana ran her fingers along the dented tank. "Does she have a name?" "I call her Neoma. Good mother. Because she always provides, even when times are hard." "Neoma." Adana tested the name. "Good mother. I like that. She's yours now. Yours to feed, yours to care for, yours to name whatever you want." "No." Adana mounted the bike, feeling its weight settle beneath her. "She's still Neoma. We're both good mothers, trying to provide for our children. It's fitting." Funmi smiled, a rare expression on her sharp face. "Ride well, sister. And don't die. I can't afford to lose my best rider before she's even started." Adana's first solo delivery was a tray of moi moi to a wedding planner in Lekki Phase 1. The order was urgent, the customer was demanding, and the traffic on the Lekki-Ape Expressway was its usual apocalyptic self. Adana wove through gridlock with desperate concentration, Neoma's engine whining in protest at speeds she hadn't reached in years. The moi moi arrived intact. The wedding planner was grudgingly impressed, and Adana returned to Funmi's base with 37 minutes to spare and 1,000 naira delivery fee in her pocket. "I didn't think you'd make it," Funmi said. "First-timers usually cry at the second traffic light." "I didn't have time to cry. The moi moi was destabilizing." "So you just rode?" "I just rode." Adana paused. "Is that what you do? When everything is falling apart, you just keep riding?" Funmi considered the question. "Sometimes riding is the only thing that makes sense. The road doesn't care about your problems. It's just there, waiting for you to navigate it. One turn at a time. One delivery. One day. How do you keep going? You don't have a choice. That's the secret everyone learns eventually." Funmi's voice was matter-of-fact. "You keep going because stopping means death. Not physical death, usually, but something worse. The death of possibility. The death of hope. The death of the person you could become if you just survived long enough to meet her." Adana thought about the person she had been before Chitty died. That woman had believed in happy endings, in the fundamental fairness of the universe, in love as a shield against tragedy. That woman had been naive and foolish and utterly unprepared for the reality of widowhood. She missed that woman. But she was also, slowly, beginning to understand that her survival depended on becoming someone else entirely. "I need more deliveries," she said. "As many as you can give me." Funmi nodded. "Tomorrow, 5 a.m. Don't be late." The rhythm of dispatch riding was brutal and beautiful. Adana woke at 4:30 a.m., nursed Ifechi, and carried her sleeping daughter to Funmi's apartment on the ground floor. Funmi's mother, a plump, cheerful woman who had raised 7 children and considered babies her retirement hobby, accepted Ifechi with practiced ease. Go, go, Mama Adebayo said, shooing Adana toward the door. She'll be fine. I have grandchildren of my own, you know. I haven't lost one yet. She's only 7 months old, and my youngest is 27 years old. I've kept him alive this long. I think I can manage a few hours. Mama Adebayo's eyes softened. Your daughter is beautiful. She has your spirit. She has her father's dimples. Then she has her father's smile. That's a good inheritance. The older woman adjusted Ifechi's blanket. Now go. The road is waiting. Adana went. She discovered that Lagos had secrets she had never noticed as a passenger in Chitty's air-conditioned SUV. The city breathed through its potholes and market stalls, its desperate hawkers and patient Okada riders, its infinite layers of humanity compressed into finite space. She learned the shortcuts, the alley behind the dilapidated cinema, the unpaved road through the construction site, the cemetery path that shaved 15 minutes off the Lekiaja route during peak traffic. She learned the customers, the elderly professor who always tipped in foreign currency, the young mother who ordered diapers weekly and insisted on discussing baby sleep training, the restaurant owner who paid double for expedited delivery of his imported spices. She learned the security guards who demanded bribes and the ones who waved her through with encouraging smiles, the traffic wardens who respected competence and the ones who respected nothing, the fellow riders who nodded in solidarity and the ones who viewed her as competition to be eliminated. She learned that the road could be a teacher if you were willing to listen. The first time she broke down, it was on the 3rd mainland bridge. Neoma's engine coughed, sputtered, and died with the finality of a death rattle. Adana coasted to the shoulder, her heart hammering, surrounded by speeding vehicles that seemed to view her stationary bike as a personal insult. She checked the fuel gauge, full. The oil, adequate. The spark plugs, she had no idea what spark plugs looked like, let alone how to assess their functionality. A Danfo driver leaned out his window. Oya, madam, you can't park here. Move this thing. It's not moving. That's the problem. Then push it. You think the road is your personal garage. Adana pushed. Neoma weighed approximately 400 kilograms and seemed to gain 50 with each centimeter. Sweat poured down her face, soaked through her shirt, dripped from her chin onto the hot asphalt. Behind her, traffic accumulated, drivers leaning on horns and hurling imprecations she was too exhausted to process. A truck pulled up beside her. The driver, a massive man with tribal marks carved deep into his cheeks, leaned across to open the passenger door. Put the bike in the back. I'll take you to a mechanic. I don't have money for a mechanic. Then I'll take you to my mechanic. He owes me favors. The man's face cracked into something approximating a smile. Also, you're blocking traffic. My boss will kill me if I'm late because some stubborn woman won't accept help. Adana accepted help. The mechanic was a young man named Segan who operated from a corrugated zinc shed in Mushin. He diagnosed Neoma's problem: faulty carburetor, worn spark plugs, general neglect, and fixed it with salvaged parts and patient expertise. When Adana explained her financial situation, he waved away her attempted payment. Funmi's bike, he said. Funmi is my sister's friend. We don't charge family. He paused, wiping grease on his trousers. Also, you're the first woman rider I've seen who didn't cry when her bike broke. That deserves respect. I cried internally. Internal crying doesn't count. Just make sure you maintain her properly. These Bajaj engines are like women. Neglect them and they'll leave you stranded. Adana rode back to Aja as the sun set, Neoma's engine purring with restored health. She was exhausted, filthy, and profoundly grateful. She had survived her first breakdown without Funmi's support, without Chitty's protection, without anyone's help except that of strangers who had chosen kindness over indifference. She was learning to survive alone. And surviving alone, she discovered, was its own form of strength. Ifechi came with her when Mama Adebayo had meetings. The first time, Adana hesitated. Her daughter was 7 months old, too small to understand the dangers of Lagos traffic, too vulnerable to trust to the chaos of the road. But Mama Adebayo had a church committee meeting, Funmi was unavailable, and there were 3 deliveries that couldn't wait. Tie her properly, Funmi instructed, demonstrating the double knot technique her grandmother had used for decades. Wrap her across your chest, another across your back. The baby should be high enough that you can feel her breath on your neck. If she's sleeping, check every few minutes that she's still breathing. If she's awake, talk to her constantly. She needs to hear your voice. She's 7 months old. She doesn't understand words. She understands your presence. She understands that you're here, that you're protecting her, that even in the chaos of the road, her mother is her constant. Fun me tighten the final knot. That's all any child needs. Presence. Consistency. Love you don't have to earn. Adana mounted Neoma with a fetchy warm against her spine. Her daughter's weight was familiar, comforting, a portable hearth in the morning chill. As the engine roared to life, Ifechi emitted a small, contented sound. Not quite a laugh, not quite a burp, simply acknowledgement that this was normal, this was home, this was where she belonged. The first delivery was to a glass tower in Victoria Island. The security guard took one look at Adana's bike and Ifechi's sleeping face and shook his head. No bikes, madam. No babies. This is a professional establishment. I'm a dispatch rider. This is my delivery. Adana held up the package. The customer is expecting it. No bikes. No babies. Company policy. The policy doesn't mention babies. I checked. The guard blinked. Adana had, in fact, checked. She had spent the previous evening studying the building's website, memorizing its visitor policies, identifying the loophole that would allow her entry. She was a woman with a computer science degree and a baby on her back, reduced to dispatch riding for survival. She had nothing left to prove and everything to lose. She was not going to be defeated by a security guard with an inflated sense of authority. The policy, she said calmly, prohibits motorcycles in the parking garage due to emissions concerns. It says nothing about motorcycles at the loading dock, which is where I am currently parked. It also says nothing about infants accompanying delivery personnel, as this scenario was presumably not anticipated by the policy's drafters. If you would like to call your supervisor, I am happy to wait. The guard stared at her. Then, slowly, his face cracked into a grin. Madam, you are something else. He waved his hand. Go. Loading dock elevator, 3rd floor, suite 305. Don't tell anyone I let you in. I won't. Adana dismounted, adjusted Ifechi's sleeping weight, and walked through the loading dock doors with her head held high. The customer, a young woman in expensive business attire, opened the package with trembling hands. Inside was a wedding cake, slightly tilted but intact, its fondant roses miraculously unbruised by the journey. I didn't think you'd make it, the bride whispered. The other riders refused because of the traffic. I was going to have to serve store-bought cookies at my reception. Adana said nothing. Ifechi shifted against her spine, and the bride's gaze moved from the cake to the baby. She's beautiful. How old? 7 months. And you ride with her? Like this? When I have to. Adana paused. Congratulations on your wedding. Thank you. The bride reached into her purse and pressed something into Adana's hand. Not the agreed delivery fee, but a folded stack of notes that felt substantial. For her education. Every girl deserves to learn that she can do anything, even things people say are impossible. Adana looked at the money. 2,000 naira. A week's worth of food, if she was careful. Thank you, she said. I'll tell her when she's old enough to understand. Tell her now? She's listening. Adana looked at Ifechi, still sleeping, her dimples softened by dreams. She thought about Chitty, about the letter he had written that she hadn't yet been able to read. She thought about her father, who had believed education was the only inheritance worth leaving. My daughter, she said quietly, is going to change the world. She doesn't know it yet, but I know it. And I will spend every day of my life making sure she has the chance to discover it for herself. The bride smiled. That's all any mother can do. They developed routines, she and Ifechi. On days without deliveries, Adana nursed her daughter in the morning light that filtered through the Ajo apartment's single window. She sang the lullabies her mother had sung to her, the Igbo melodies her grandmother had carried from the village. Ifechi listened with solemn attention, her tiny fingers tracing patterns on Adana's face. On delivery days, Ifechi rode strapped to her mother's back, observing Lagos with the analytical gaze of a future CEO. She learned to distinguish traffic sounds, the impatient horn of Danfo drivers, the patient rumble of trucks, the urgent whine of emergency vehicles. She learned that her mother's voice was constant, narrating their journey through streets and markets, and the occasional near collision. See the yellow building, Ifechi? That's where we delivered the wedding cake. The bride was very kind. She gave us extra money for your education. Those children playing football in the street, that was me, when I was small. Your grandmother's shop was just around the corner. I used to help her arrange the provisions after school. This is the cemetery where we take the shortcut. It's not scary. The people buried here were once someone's mother, someone's father, someone's child. They understand that the living need to move quickly. They don't mind. Ifechi listened. Ifechi learned. Ifechi grew, day by day, into a child who knew the streets of Lagos before she knew how to walk. The first time Adana saw Tabena, she almost drove past him. He was sitting at the intersection of Admiralty Way and the Lekki Ape Expressway, his back against the concrete barrier, a worn cardboard sign propped beside him. His clothes were clean but faded, his posture suggesting not defeat but waiting, as if he had simply paused on his journey and was content to remain there indefinitely. Adana had passed hundreds of such men in her weeks of dispatch riding. Lagos was full of them, the displaced, the forgotten, the casualties of a city that consumed human beings like fuel. She had trained herself not to see them, not to engage, not to open herself to the endless need that surrounded her on all sides. But something about this man made her slow. Something about his shoulders, the particular slope of them, triggered a memory buried under years of adult concerns. She parked Neoma at the edge of the intersection, walked closer, studied his face, the high cheekbones, the patient eyes, the slight gap between his front teeth that she had last seen when they were both 16 years old. Tabena? He looked up. His expression cycled through confusion, recognition, and something that might have been shame before settling on cautious joy. Adana? Adana from SS3? The one who always shared her biscuits. She remembered. She remembered everything. Tabena Okonkwo, no relation to Chidi, just a coincidence of common surname, had been the class dullard. Not because he was unintelligent, but because his mother was dying and his father was absent, and he spent his nights working at a mechanic's shop to pay for her medicine. By morning, he was too exhausted to absorb trigonometry or Shakespeare or the periodic table. Adana had known this because her own father was dying, and she recognized the hollowed-out look of a child who was losing a parent in installments. She had shared her lunch with Tabena because she understood that hunger was not always visible, that some needs were too shameful to voice. He had never forgotten. Neither had she. "What happened to you?" she asked, sitting beside him on the hot concrete. Life happened. His smile was the same as always, guileless, patient, slightly shy. You know how it is. She didn't know. But she saw his empty cup, his cardboard sign, the careful way he avoided direct eye contact. She saw his pride, still intact despite everything. She saw the boy she had once known, buried beneath years of accumulated hardship. "Are you hungry?" "I'm always hungry." He paused. "But you don't have to." "I know I don't have to." She stood, brushing dust from her trousers. "Wait here." She bought rice and plantain from the woman at the corner, adding extra meat from her own meager funds. Tabena ate with the careful restraint of someone who had learned not to appear desperate, but his hands trembled slightly around the styrofoam container. "Thank you," he said. "You didn't have to do this." "Yes," she replied. "I did." She returned the next day, and the day after, and the day after that. It became ritual. Between deliveries, Adana would stop at Tabena's junction. Sometimes she brought food, sometimes water, sometimes just her presence beside him on the concrete. They talked about Mrs. Obi's impossible math tests and Emmanuel's spectacular fall into the drainage ditch and the school cat that gave birth to kittens in the library. They did not talk about the present. They did not talk about his homelessness or her widowhood, about the baby on her back or the cardboard sign at his feet. The past was a safe country they could visit together, and they visited it often. "She has your eyes," Tabena said one afternoon, nodding at Ifechi. "And her father's dimples, I think." Adana's hand moved instinctively to her daughter's face. "You can see that?" "I can see a lot. I've had time to practice observing." His voice was gentle. "What was his name?" "Chidi." "His name was Chidi. He died. 5 months ago. Plane crash." Tabena was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I'm sorry. For your loss. For your daughter's loss. For everything you've had to carry alone." Adana felt tears prick her eyes. No one had said this to her. Not like this. Not with such simple, uncomplicated acknowledgement of her grief. FundMe offered practical support. Her mother offered prayers and worry. The Okonkwo's offered accusations and demands. But Tabena simply saw her pain and named it. "Thank you," she whispered. I haven't. You don't have to say anything." His voice was steady. "I know what it is to lose someone. There are no words that help. Just time. And people who stay. Will you stay? I've been sitting at this junction for 3 months. I'm not going anywhere." Adana nodded. She didn't understand why this promise mattered so much, or why it came from a homeless man with a cardboard sign rather than any of the wealthy relatives who had once claimed to love her. She only knew that, for the first time since Chitty's death, she felt slightly less alone. The weeks accumulated. Adana learned the rhythms of Tabena's day. The morning hours when traffic was light and donations were scarce. The lunch rush when office workers hurried past with takeaway containers. The evening exodus when commuters were too exhausted to notice the man at the intersection. She learned that he never begged aggressively, never followed passers-by, never displayed the theatrical desperation that sometimes yielded higher returns. He simply sat, waiting, as if his presence alone was sufficient. "Why don't you ask for more?" she asked one afternoon. "Other beggars, they cry, they show their wounds, they tell elaborate stories. You just sit there. People know when they're being manipulated. Even if they give money, they resent it." He shrugged. "I'd rather receive nothing from someone who sees me than receive something from someone who just wants me to go away. And if no one sees you, then I wait longer. Patience is the only wealth I have left." Adana thought about patience. She thought about Chitty, who had waited 33 years to find someone who saw him. She thought about herself, waiting for grief to become less sharp, for survival to become less exhausting, for the future to reveal itself. "Maybe," she said slowly, "being seen is more important than being helped. Maybe. But help is nice too." Tabena smiled. "Especially when it comes with rice and plantain." On the last day of her 5th month as a dispatch rider, Adana received a delivery that changed everything. The package was small, light, addressed to an office complex in Victoria Island that she had visited dozens of times. Nothing about it suggested significance. But as she approached the intersection where Tabena sat, something made her slow, some instinct, some premonition, some shift in the quality of light. Tabena was standing. In 3 months of their ritual, she had never seen him stand. He always sat, his back against the barrier, his sign propped beside him. Standing required energy, intention, a departure from routine. Standing meant something had changed. She parked Neoma and walked toward him, Ifechi shifting curiously against her spine. "Tabena? What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong." His voice was different, not the patient, resigned tone she had grown accustomed to, but something clearer, steadier. "I need to show you something." He looked at her bike, at the baby on her back, at her face still creased with worry. His expression softened. "Leave it here. Nothing will happen to it." Adana hesitated. The bike wasn't hers. It was Funmi's, borrowed and borrowed again, her only source of income and independence. But something in Tabena's voice made her obey. She parked, dismounted, and followed him. He led her to the corner of the street, where a black SUV waited, its tinted windows gleaming. A driver in a crisp uniform stood beside the open rear door. "Enter," Tabena said. "What? Please. Enter the car." Adana looked at the SUV, looked at Tabena, dullest boy, the class dullard, the homeless man she'd been feeding for 3 months. His clothes were still faded, his shoes still worn, but his spine was straight, and his eyes were clear, and suddenly she saw what she had been too tired to see before. He was not broken. He was not defeated. He had simply been waiting, patiently, faithfully, for someone to arrive who was worthy of the truth. She entered the car, the revelation and the riches. The black SUV swallowed Adana like a confession. She sat on leather so soft it seemed to breathe. Her dispatch rider's uniform suddenly absurd. The high-vis vest, the scuffed boots, the baby strapped to her back like a turtle's shell. Ifechi, sensing the shift in atmosphere, had gone completely silent, her small fingers gripping Adana's collar with white-knuckled intensity. Tabena sat across from her in the cavernous back seat, separated by a console of polished wood and gleaming chrome. He looked wrong in this setting, his faded shirt, his worn shoes, his patient beggar's face, but also utterly, completely right. As if this was his true form, and the junction had been merely a costume. "I don't understand," Adana said. Her voice sounded small, even to herself. "I know. Tabina's voice was gentle. I've wanted to explain for so long. Every day you brought me food, every time you sat beside me on that concrete, every moment you treated me like a human being instead of a problem to be solved. I wanted to tell you everything. But I was afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid you would leave. Afraid you would look at me differently. Afraid that knowing the truth would destroy the one genuine connection I've had in years. He paused. Afraid that you would become like all the others. Adana stared at him. The SUV moved through Lagos traffic with the silent authority of wealth, other vehicles parting before it like water before a ship's prow. Through the tinted windows, she watched the familiar streets transform into something foreign, seen from this new vantage point. How long? She asked. How long have you been this? Always. Never. He ran his hands through his hair, a gesture of frustration she recognized from their school days. I was born into money. My grandfather built a transportation empire after the war, trucks first, then shipping, then logistics. By the time I was 10, my father was worth more than most small countries. By the time I was 20, I had more money than I could spend in 10 lifetimes. And you chose to beg on the street? I chose to disappear. His voice was steady, but his hands trembled slightly. After my mother died, after my father followed her, after I spent years building and acquiring and accumulating, I realized I had become a collector of things that didn't matter. Properties, investments, women who looked at my watch before they looked at my face. I was surrounded by people and completely, utterly alone. Adana thought of her Aja apartment, her dented motorcycle, her dwindling savings. She thought of Chitty, who had also been surrounded by people who wanted what he could give rather than who he was. So you decided to become invisible, she said slowly. Yes, I sold most of my businesses. Not all. I kept enough to maintain the foundations and charitable trusts. I transferred my remaining assets to a holding company managed by people I trust. And then I walked out of my mansion with nothing but the clothes on my back and started looking for somewhere to disappear. How did you end up at that junction? I walked for 3 days. Through Ikoyi, through Victoria Island, through Lekki. I slept in bus parks and under bridges. I learned that hunger is not theoretical, that thirst is a physical agony, that the body you've spent your whole life pampering can turn against you with terrifying speed. He paused, and I learned that invisibility is a gift. When people don't see you, they don't perform for you. You witness their true selves, the kindness of strangers, the cruelty of the comfortable, the vast indifference of everyone in between. And what did you witness? Everything. A woman who gave her last 1,000 naira to a child begging with her mother. A businessman who kicked a disabled veteran's crutch because it was blocking his car door. A teenage girl who brought water to a homeless man every evening, even when he didn't thank her. A pastor who walked past the same dying woman for 3 weeks without once meeting her eyes. His voice hardened. I witnessed that wealth is not distributed according to merit, that suffering is not distributed according to sin, and that most people are too exhausted by their own survival to notice the survival of others. But you noticed. I noticed because I had nothing else to do. Noticing became my full-time occupation. He looked at her, and his expression shifted, the hardness dissolving into something softer, more vulnerable. And then one day, a woman on a red motorcycle stopped at my junction. She didn't walk past like everyone else. She parked her bike, walked toward me, and said my name. Tabena from SS3. Tabena from SS3. The class dullard. The boy who never passed an exam. The nobody that everyone else had forgotten. His voice cracked. But you remembered. After 20 years, you remembered my name, my face, the biscuit I shared with you when we were both hungry children. You remembered that I existed. Adana felt tears gathering. Of course I remembered. You were my friend. I was your friend. And you were mine. He reached across the console, slowly, giving her time to pull away. She didn't. The only one who ever saw me without wanting something in return. The SUV passed through gates Adana hadn't noticed, along a driveway lined with flowering acacias. Ahead, a mansion rose from manicured lawns. Not the ostentatious McMansions of Banana Island, all marble and columns and imported Italian at excess, but something older, quieter, more confident. White walls, red roof, deep verandas shaded by climbing bougainvillea. A home that had been built to last generations, not to impress strangers. This was my grandfather's house, Tabena said. He built it in 1972, when he was still driving his own trucks. Every expansion, every renovation, every improvement. He oversaw it himself. He believed that a home should reflect the character of its inhabitants, not their bank balance. It's beautiful. He would have liked you. My grandmother, too. She died when I was 12, but I still remember her voice. He paused. She used to say that money reveals character, but never creates it. A generous person with nothing will share their last grain of rice. A miser with billions will die clutching empty coffers. Adana thought about the Okonkwo's, with their mansions and their grudges and their desperate clutching at Chitty's legacy. She thought about her mother, who gave credit to customers who couldn't pay and forgave debts no one asked her to forgive. She thought about Funmi, who had offered a job and a bike and a chance at survival to a woman she barely knew. Your grandmother was wise, she said. She was. I wish you could have met her. Tabena smiled, and for a moment he was 16 again, the boy who shared his biscuit without hesitation. But I think, in some way, you already have. The interior of the mansion was cool and dim, furnished with the comfortable elegance of generations. Worn leather armchairs, carved wooden tables, photographs in silver frames arranged across every surface. Adana recognized Tabena's face in some. A toddler on his father's shoulders, a teenager in graduation robes, a young man shaking hands with dignitaries she vaguely remembered from newspaper headlines. And everywhere, books. Shelves built into every wall. Books piled on tables and stacked beside armchairs, volumes worn soft with repeated reading. Adana ran her fingers along a shelf of Nigerian literature. Achebe, Soyinka, Emekita, Okri, and felt something loosen in her chest. You read, she said. I read constantly. When I was begging, that was the hardest part, not the hunger or the heat or the concrete digging into my spine. It was the absence of books. He touched a worn copy of Things Fall Apart. This was my grandfather's. He read it so many times the spine broke. My grandmother repaired it with palm fronds and prayer. She repaired books? She repaired everything. Broken furniture, broken spirits, broken families. Our compound was full of people she had collected over the years, distant cousins, displaced neighbors, strangers who arrived with nothing and stayed until they had something to return to. He smiled. She used to say that every person is a book waiting to be read. Most people never look past the cover. And you wanted someone to read you. I wanted someone to try. He looked at her. You did. You looked at a homeless man with a cardboard sign and saw the boy who shared his biscuit 20 years ago. You read past the cover. Adana didn't know what to say. Ifechi shifted against her back, emitting a small, inquiring sound. Where are we? Why have we stopped? What is happening? And the moment shifted. I should feed her, Adana said. She's getting restless. Of course. I'm sorry. I've been thoughtless. There's a guest room. You can have privacy. It's fine. She can nurse anywhere. Adana settled into one of the leather armchairs, unbuttoning her dispatch vest. Ifechi, recognizing the familiar rhythm, began rooting eagerly against her shoulder. Tabena averted his eyes with careful politeness. Can I get you anything? Water, tea, something to eat. Tea would be nice. Adana paused. You don't have to wait on me. This is your house. It's my house, but you're my guest. And you've been feeding me for 3 months. The least I can do is make you tea. He smiled. I've gotten quite good at it. There's not much else to do when you're begging for 8 hours a day except think about tea. He disappeared through a doorway, and Adana was alone in the library of a billionaire who had spent 3 months living on the street because he couldn't find anyone who loved him for himself. Ifechi nursed contentedly, her small fist curled around Adana's finger. The room was quiet except for the distant clink of teacups and the soft hum of an air conditioner. Photographs watched from every surface. Generations of Okonkwo's, their faces varying but their eyes the same. Patient, observant, slightly sad. Every person is a book waiting to be read. Adana thought about her own book. The chapters so far: happy childhood, father's death, lonely young adulthood. Chitty's sudden appearance, their whirlwind romance, the brief paradise of marriage and motherhood. Then the crash, the vultures, the slow reconstruction of a life from rubble. She didn't know how this chapter would end. She didn't even know what story she was trying to tell. But for the first time since Chitty's death, she felt something she had almost forgotten. Curiosity about what comes next. Tabena returned with a tray, tea in a pot of blue and white ceramic, a small pitcher of honey, a plate of chin-chin that looked homemade. He set it on the table beside her with the careful precision of someone who had learned hospitality from people who took it seriously. The chin-chin is from my cook, he said. Mama Grace. She's been with my family for 40 years. She was my grandmother's assistant, then my mother's, then mine. She's been very worried about me these past months. You didn't tell her where you were going? I told her I needed to find something. She didn't ask what. He poured the tea, his movements measured and deliberate. She's the only one who knew I was still in Lagos. I called her every week from untraceable phones to reassure her I was alive. She never tried to bring me home. She sounds remarkable. She is. She's also terrifying. She used to spank me with a wooden spoon when I misbehaved, and I was more afraid of her than of my father. He smiled. She's been waiting to meet you. I've told her about the woman on the red motorcycle who brings me rice and plantain. You told your cook about me? I told everyone about you. My security team, my lawyers, my foundation directors. They've all heard about Adana from SS3 who shared her biscuits and never forgot a friend. He paused. They've been very patient with my obsession. Adana set down her tea. Tabena, what exactly are you asking me? He was quiet for a long moment. The library's silence pressed in around them, broken only by Ifechi's soft nursing sounds and the distant hum of the air conditioner. I'm not asking anything, he finally said. Not yet. I know you're grieving. I know you're struggling. I know you didn't ask for any of this. Your husband's death, your in-laws' cruelty, the weight of single motherhood on a dispatch rider's salary. He met her eyes. I don't want to add to that weight. I don't want to be another person asking you for something you can't give. Then what do you want? I want to help you. Not as charity. I know you'd never accept that. As partnership. You have a business, a vision, a determination that I haven't seen in anyone else. I have resources, connections, experience scaling companies from nothing to something. He paused. Together, we could build anything. A logistics empire, a tech academy, a foundation that helps other single mothers survive. Whatever you want. And if I don't want to build anything, then I want to be your friend. The way we were 20 years ago. The way we've been for the past 3 months. His voice was steady. I spent years surrounded by people who wanted what I could give them. You're the first person in decades who wanted nothing except my company over rice and plantain. Do you understand how rare that is? Adana understood. She understood because she had experienced the opposite. The Okonkwo's who wanted Chitty's legacy, the relatives who wanted her gone, the strangers who saw a young widow and calculated her vulnerability. She understood because she had spent her marriage being loved for who she was, and she had spent her widowhood being despised for who she wasn't. I don't know what I want, she admitted. I don't know who I am without Chitty. I don't know what I'm capable of building, or whether I have the strength to build anything at all. I don't know if I can trust anyone, including you, not to disappear when I need them most. You can trust me to stay. His voice was quiet but absolute. I sat at that junction for 3 months waiting for someone to see me. You did. I'm not leaving now. Adana looked at him. This man who had been her friend when they were both hungry children, who had waited 20 years to be recognized, who had chosen invisibility over the hollow visibility of wealth. She looked at his faded shirt and worn shoes, at his patient eyes and steady hands, at the tea he had made for her with careful precision. I need time, she said. Time to think. Time to figure out what I want. Take all the time you need. And I need to keep working. I can't just stop delivering. It's the only thing keeping me sane. I would never ask you to stop. He smiled. But perhaps you could deliver for a company you own, rather than one you merely work for. Adana blinked. What? Ifechi Rides. It's a good name. It's a good concept. You know the routes, the customers, the challenges of dispatch logistics in Lagos traffic. You have experience, vision, and the respect of everyone who's worked with you. He paused. What you don't have is capital. I have capital. Let's build something together. You want to invest in my delivery business. I want to invest in you. The business is just the vehicle. He smiled at his own pun. Sorry. Unintentional. Adana stared at him. Ifechi, finished nursing, had fallen asleep against her chest, her dimpled face peaceful and trusting. Outside, the afternoon light was fading, casting long shadows across the library's worn leather and patient books. I need to think about this, she said. Properly. Not just, this is a lot to process. It is. I'm sorry for dropping it on you like this. He stood. Let me have my driver take you home. Take as long as you need to decide. There's no deadline. There's always a deadline. My rent is due in 3 weeks. Then consider this alone. No interest, no repayment schedule, no expectations. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a business card, embossed, minimalist, bearing only a name and phone number. When you're ready, call me. We'll draft an agreement, formalize everything through my holding company. You'll have full ownership and operational control. I'm just the silent partner. Adana took the card. It felt heavy in her hand, dense with possibility. Why? She asked. Why me? Why this? Why now? Tabena considered the question. Because for 3 months, you were the only person who saw me. Not my money, not my power, not my potential to solve your problems. Just me. Tabena, the class dullard, the homeless man at the junction. And you stayed. He paused. I want to be someone worth staying for. And I think, with your help, I can learn to be that person. The drive back to Aja was silent. Adana sat in the back of the SUV, Ifechi sleeping against her chest, the business card burning in her pocket. Through the tinted windows, Lagos passed in its usual chaos. Danfos belching smoke, hawkers weaving between cars, pedestrians dodging potholes with practiced grace. The city was indifferent to her transformation, unaware that the woman in the dispatch vest had just been offered a future. She thought about Chitty. She thought about the life they had planned together, the tech academy he had promised to fund, the empire of kindness they had dreamed of building. She thought about his faith in her, not in her ability to succeed by conventional measures, but in her fundamental capacity to create value from nothing, to find opportunity in catastrophe, to transform grief into growth. You're the strongest person I know, he had told her once. You just don't realize it yet. Maybe it was time to start realizing. She didn't call Tabena for 3 days. Instead, she delivered. She woke at 4:30 a.m., nursed Ifechi, strapped her daughter to Mama Adebayo's generous back, and rode Neoma through the streets of Lagos until her muscles ached and her mind was empty of everything except the road. She delivered wedding cakes and legal documents, pharmaceutical supplies and love letters, the accumulated commerce of a city that never stopped moving. She thought about Tabena's offer during every traffic light, every delivery, every moment of stillness between orders. She thought about the weight of the business card in her pocket, the promise it represented, the terror of accepting help from someone who wanted nothing in return. On the 3rd evening, she called Funmi. I need advice, she said. Business advice. Funmi listened without interruption as Adana explained Tabena's true identity, his offer of investment, his insistence on partnership rather than charity. When she finished, Funmi was silent for a long moment. So this homeless man you've been feeding, Funmi said slowly. The one you talk to at the junction every day. He's actually a billionaire who was conducting a social experiment. Not an experiment. He was looking for something. And he found it in you. I don't know what he found. I just brought him food because he was my friend. Funmi laughed, a sharp, delighted sound. Adana, you are the most genuinely good person I have ever met. Do you know how rare that is? Do you know how many people would have walked past that junction without a second glance? He was my friend. He was your friend 20 years ago. Most people wouldn't recognize a classmate from 2 decades, let alone stop to feed them. You did. Funmi's voice softened. This man isn't investing in your business because he thinks you'll make him rich. He's investing because you reminded him that wealth isn't the same as worth. That's not charity. That's gratitude. So you think I should accept? I think you should accept, negotiate fiercely, and build the most successful dispatch company Lagos has ever seen. Funmi paused. And I think you should ask for 20 bikes instead of 10. You'll need the capacity. Adana smiled. It was the first genuine smile she'd produced in days. 20 bikes. I'll negotiate. Good. Now feed your daughter and get some sleep. You have a business to build. She called Tabena the next morning. I have conditions, she said. If we're going to do this. I'm listening. First, full ownership and operational control, as you said. I'm not an employee. I'm a partner. Agreed. Second, the company is called Ifechi Rides. That's not negotiable. I would never suggest otherwise. Third, we hire single mothers first. Unemployed graduates second. Everyone else third. She paused. And we pay fair wages, not the exploitative rates most dispatch companies use. My riders will be able to feed their families. Tabena was quiet for a moment. You're not asking for much, you know. 20 bikes, a warehouse, operational capital. I was prepared to offer 10 times that. I don't need 10 times that. I need enough to start. The rest will earn. And the fourth condition? Adana took a breath. You stop begging at that junction. Not because you don't have the right to be there, but because you found what you were looking for. It's time to come home. The silence stretched. Adana listened to Tabena breathe on the other end of the line, measuring the weight of her words. Okay, he said finally. His voice was rough. Okay, I'll come home. Good. I'll need you to sign some documents. I'll sign anything you put in front of me. That's not how business works. You need to read contracts carefully. I know. I will. He paused. Adana? Yes. Thank you. For seeing me. For coming back. For giving me a reason to stop hiding. His voice cracked. I've been invisible for so long. I forgot what it felt like to be seen. Adana thought about Chitty, who had also spent his life being seen for his wealth rather than himself. She thought about Ifechi, who would grow up knowing that her mother fought for her every single day. She thought about all the invisible people she passed on the road, the beggars and hawkers and displaced souls that Lagos consumed without noticing. You're welcome, she said. Now let's build something that matters. The first 20 bikes arrived 6 days later. They were not the battered Bajajes Adana had expected, but gleaming new Honda models, their fuel tanks unblemished, their engines purring with pristine potential. Tabena's logistics manager, a crisp woman named Mrs. Okafor, no relation, oversaw the delivery with professional efficiency. Mr. Okonkwo instructed us to prioritize durability and fuel efficiency, she explained. These models are slightly more expensive upfront, but their maintenance costs are significantly lower than the alternatives. We've also arranged a service contract with a reputable mechanic in Agba. You'll receive discounted rates for all fleet repairs. Adana ran her fingers along the nearest bike's smooth tank. How much did all this cost? Mrs. Okafor named a figure. Adana's knees buckled slightly. He said you'd ask. Mrs. Okafor continued, her expression neutral. And he said to tell you that it's an investment, not a gift. Ifechi Rides will repay the capital at commercial rates over 5 years. All terms are detailed in the partnership agreement. The partnership agreement I haven't signed yet. You'll receive it this afternoon. Mr. Okonkwo asked me to emphasize that you should read every clause carefully and consult independent legal counsel before signing. A slight smile. He said you'd insist on it. Adana laughed. It was the first time she had laughed, really laughed, since Chitty's death. A full-bodied sound that surprised even her. He knows me too well. He knows you well enough to respect you. That's rarer than you might think. Mrs. Okafor gathered her documents. My card is in the agreement packet. If you have questions, any questions, please call. Mr. Okonkwo has instructed me to prioritize this project. Why? The woman paused. Because, Mrs. Okonkwo, my employer has spent the past decade surrounded by people who want to take from him. You are the first person in years who has offered to build something with him. She met Adana's eyes. That is worth prioritizing. The warehouse was in Yaba, a converted printing press with good ventilation and excellent security. Funmi inspected every corner, muttering about workflow optimization and storage capacity, while Adana stood in the center of the empty floor and tried to imagine it full. This will be the dispatch desk, she said, gesturing. Riders check in here, receive their assignments, submit their delivery confirmations. We'll need computers, a printer, a dedicated phone line. We can use my existing software platform, Funmi said. It's not perfect, but it scales reasonably well. I'll train your dispatchers. Thank you. I don't know how to. You don't need to thank me. You need to focus on building something sustainable. Funmi's voice was matter of fact. I'm not doing this out of kindness. I'm doing it because you have vision and capital and I have expertise. That's a business partnership, not charity. Adana smiled. You sound like Tabena. Tabena sounds like someone who's been taken advantage of by too many people. He's learned to protect himself by making everything transactional. Funmi paused. But he's not transactional with you. Did you notice that? Adana had noticed. She noticed the way Tabena looked at her, not with calculation, but with something softer, more vulnerable. She noticed the careful distance he maintained, the way he never presumed or pushed or expected anything beyond what she freely offered. She noticed that he had invested millions in her company without demanding a single meeting, a single report, a single demonstration of gratitude. I don't know what to do with that, she admitted. Nothing. For now. Funmi's voice was gentle. You're still grieving. He's still recovering from years of isolation. Neither of you is ready for anything more than partnership and friendship. She paused. But someday, when the grief is less sharp and the isolation is less complete, someday you might be ready for more. And on that day, you'll look at each other and realize you've been building something all along. I don't know if I'll ever be ready, she said. For more. For anyone. You don't have to know. You just have to keep living, keep building, keep showing up at that junction even when there's no one there to receive you. Fummy smiled. The rest will take care of itself. Ifechi rides launched on a Tuesday. Adana woke at 4 a.m., nursed her daughter, and dressed in her new uniform. Not the battered dispatch vest she'd worn for FunMe, but a crisp polo shirt embroidered with the company logo. A child's face surrounded by motorcycle tire tracks, Ifechi's dimpled smile rendered in blue thread. Her mother had arrived from ABA the previous evening, bearing provisions and prayers, and barely suppressed pride. "My daughter," Grace Okafor whispered, watching Adana prepare for her first day as CEO. "My daughter, a business owner. Co-owner. I have partners. Partners respect you. That's different from investors who control you." Grace adjusted Ifechi's blanket. "Your father would be so proud. He always said you would do something remarkable." "I'm just delivering packages, Mama." "You're delivering possibility. To yourself, to your daughter, to every single mother who will work for your company." Grace's eyes were bright. "That's not just anything. That's everything." At 6 a.m., Adana gathered her first 20 riders in the Yaba warehouse. They were a diverse group: single mothers, unemployed graduates, a retired mechanic, a former Danfo driver who knew Lagos traffic patterns better than GPS. Some were nervous, some were skeptical, all were desperate for the opportunity she represented. "I don't have a speech prepared," Adana said. "I don't know how to inspire you with fancy words or grand promises. What I know is this. 18 months ago, I was sitting in a one-room apartment in Ajo with a 7-month-old baby and 20,000 naira to my name. I didn't think I would survive. I didn't think my daughter would survive. I thought my life was over." She paused, looking at their faces, their hunger, their hope, their barely concealed fear. "But I did survive. Not because I was strong or brave or special. I survived because other people helped me. A neighbor gave me a job and a motorcycle. A mechanic fixed my bike for free when I couldn't pay. A homeless man shared his concrete junction with me and listened to my grief without judgment." Her voice steadied. "I survived because people saw me and chose kindness over indifference. And now it's my turn to pay that forward." She gestured at the gleaming Honda bikes, the warehouse they would fill with deliveries, the future they would build together. "This company is named after my daughter, but it belongs to all of us. Every rider, every dispatcher, every customer who trusts us with their packages. We will pay fair wages, treat each other with respect, and never forget that the person on the other side of every delivery is a human being, not a transaction." She looked at Funmi, who was crying. She looked at Tabena, who had appeared at the back of the warehouse, his faded clothes replaced by a simple blue agbada. She looked at her mother, holding Ifechi, her face radiant with pride. "Let's ride," Adana said. And they did. The growth and the gathering. The first month of Ifechi rides was chaos disguised as progress. Adana learned that owning a company meant answering questions she didn't know how to ask. How did one register employees for pensions? What was the difference between public liability insurance and professional indemnity? Why did Lagos State require 3 separate permits to operate a dispatch service? And why did each permit require 4 copies of the same documents, certified by a commissioner for O's who charged per signature? She learned by failing. She filed the wrong forms, missed critical deadlines, offended a supplier by questioning his inflated prices. She spent entire nights in the Yaba warehouse, surrounded by paper and spreadsheets, Ifechi sleeping in a portable cot beside her desk. She drank so much Nescafe her hands trembled constantly. But she also learned by succeeding. She hired a part-time accountant who discovered 43,000 naira in overpaid fees and successfully reclaimed them. She negotiated a better rate with the mechanic in Agba, leveraging Tabena's volume discount to benefit all Ifechi rides vehicles. She developed a reputation for fairness that attracted experienced riders tired of exploitative commission structures. We processed 37 applications yesterday. FundMe reported, 2 weeks into operations. 22 of them are from dispatch riders currently working for other companies. Why do they want to leave? Same reasons you left FundMe Logistics. FundMe's voice was dry but not offended. Better pay, better treatment, better respect. You're disrupting the market. I'm just paying people what they're worth. That is disrupting the market. FundMe paused. The other companies are noticing. There's been talk. What kind of talk? The kind that suggests a young widow with a baby couldn't possibly have built this business legitimately. The kind that wonders aloud about the source of her capital. FundMe's expression was carefully neutral. The kind that implies certain arrangements with certain wealthy benefactors. Adana felt her face grow hot. They think I'm sleeping with Tabena. They think you're sleeping with someone. The fact that your silent partner is a man who spent 3 months living on the street hasn't reached the rumor mill. Most people don't know Tabena Okonkwo exists, let alone that he's been reinvesting his fortune in logistics startups. All they see is a woman who appeared from nowhere with 20 brand new motorcycles and a warehouse in Yaba. What do I do? Nothing. You keep building, keep growing, keep proving that your success has nothing to do with who you are or aren't sleeping with. FundMe's voice softened. The people who matter know the truth. The people who spread rumors don't matter. Let them talk themselves hoarse while you work. Adana nodded. She was learning, slowly, that success attracted both admiration and resentment in equal measure. The same qualities that made her respected by her riders, her attention to detail, her refusal to cut corners, her insistence on fair treatment, made her threatening to competitors who had built their businesses on exploitation. Tabena should know, she said, about the rumors. He already knows. He also knows that acknowledging them would give them legitimacy. FundMe paused. He asked me to tell you that he's available to make a public statement about his investment, if you think it would help. But he won't do anything without your permission. Adana thought about Tabena's careful distance, his absolute refusal to presume anything about their relationship. She thought about his patient eyes, his steady hands, the way he always positioned himself slightly apart from her, present but not intrusive, supportive but not demanding. Tell him not yet, she said. Let me establish myself first. Let Afechi rides become undeniable. Then we can talk about public statements. He said you'd say that. Did he also say I'm stubborn and difficult? He said you're principled and clear-sighted. FundMe smiled. I added the stubborn and difficult parts myself. They're compliments, in case you couldn't tell. The second month brought expansion. Adana hired 12 more riders, all women, all single mothers referred by Mama Adebayo's extensive network. She established a rotating childcare system at the Yaba warehouse, staffed by retired grandmothers who considered infant care their divine calling. She negotiated contracts with 3 restaurants, 2 pharmaceutical distributors, and a law firm that required urgent document delivery across Lagos Island. I don't understand how you're doing this, Tabena said, reviewing the month's financial statements. Your operational efficiency is 40% higher than industry average. Your customer retention is 87%. Your riders are actually saving money from their wages. They're saving because I pay them enough to save. Adana didn't look up from her spreadsheet. The industry average is based on exploitation. That's not a benchmark I'm interested in meeting. But how are you profitable? Your margins should be thinner. You're paying above market wages, absorbing childcare costs, rejecting the illegal express fees that most companies rely on. I'm profitable because my riders don't steal. They don't damage packages. They don't disappear with deliveries and never return. Adana finally looked up. Do you know how much other companies lose to theft and negligence? 20% of their operational budget. Sometimes more. Your riders don't steal because you pay them well. My riders don't steal because I treat them like human beings. The pay is part of it, but it's not the whole. She leaned back in her chair, suddenly tired. When you've been exploited your whole life, you develop survival strategies. Theft is one of them. Dishonesty is another. But when someone finally treats you with respect, you don't want to betray that. You want to prove them right for believing in you. Tabena was quiet for a long moment. Is that how you felt? When FundMe gave you that motorcycle? Yes. She saw me. Not a grieving widow, not a failed wife, not a woman who had lost everything. She saw someone who could ride and deliver and survive. And I didn't want to disappoint her. Adana paused. I still don't. You haven't. His voice was soft. You've exceeded every expectation anyone could have had. Not everyone's. My in-laws expected me to disappear and die. I'm still here. Their expectations are worthless. They always were. Adana didn't respond. She looked at Tabena, his patient face, his steady presence, his absolute refusal to push her toward anything she wasn't ready for. She thought about Chitty, about the life they had planned, about the widow she had become and the woman she was still learning to be. I need to tell you something, she said. About Chitty. About why I can't. Why I'm not. You don't have to explain. I know I don't have to. I want to. She took a breath. I still talk to him. Every night, after Ifechi falls asleep, I take out his photograph and tell him about my day. About the deliveries, the writers, the challenges I'm facing. About our daughter's new words and new teeth and new stubborn habits. Tabena listened without interrupting. I know he's dead. I know he can't hear me. I know this is probably unhealthy, that I should be moving on, that grief has a timeline and I've exceeded it. Her voice cracked. But I can't stop. He was my husband. He was my daughter's father. He was the first person who ever saw me completely and loved me anyway. How do I just stop talking to him? You don't. Tabena's voice was gentle. You keep talking. For as long as you need to. Maybe forever. But what if I never stop? What if I spend the rest of my life talking to a dead man and never learn to talk to the living? Then you'll be a woman who loved deeply and lost terribly and honored that love in the only way you knew how. He paused. There are worse ways to live. Adana wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. You're very patient with me. I've had practice waiting. He smiled slightly. And you're worth waiting for. The third month brought challenges. A competitor company filed a formal complaint with the Lagos State Transport Authority, alleging that Ifechi Rides was operating without proper permits. Adana spent 3 days gathering documentation, visiting government offices, and explaining to skeptical bureaucrats that yes, a woman could own and operate a logistics company, and no, she did not need her husband's signature to certify her incorporation papers. The permit is approved, the transport officer said finally, stamping her application with visible reluctance. But I'm telling you, this is unusual. Most women in your position. My position? Widowed. Young. With a small child. He avoided her eyes. It's not typical to start a business under these circumstances. Perhaps you should consider something more suitable. Adana smiled. It was not a warm smile. What would be more suitable, in your opinion? I don't know. Secretarial work. Teaching. Something that doesn't require all this. He gestured vaguely at her files, her uniform, her obvious competence. And if I prefer all this? The officer shrugged. Then you prefer it. But don't come crying when things get difficult. Adana collected her approved permit and walked out without responding. Her hands were shaking, but her voice was steady when she called Tabena from the parking lot. The permit is approved, she said. But I need you to do something for me. Anything. I need you to be visible. Not as anything other than an investor. But I need the people who doubt me to see that I have resources they can't dismiss. She paused. I need them to understand that I'm not going anywhere. Tabena was quiet for a moment. Are you sure? You said you wanted to establish yourself first. I've established myself. Now I need to defend what I've built. Her voice hardened. And I'm tired of being dismissed by men who think a widow with a baby should disappear quietly into secretarial work. What do you need me to do? Come to the warehouse tomorrow. Meet my writers. Let people see that Ifechi Rides has serious backing from serious people. She paused. Or something that doesn't look like you've been sleeping on concrete. Tabena laughed, a surprised, delighted sound. I think I can manage that. He arrived at 10 a.m. in a navy blue agbada of simple but impeccable cut, accompanied by a security detail that waited discreetly near the entrance. Adana watched her riders' faces shift from curiosity to recognition as they processed his identity. Not the homeless man at the junction, but Tabena Okonkwo, founder and former CEO of one of Nigeria's largest logistics conglomerates. You didn't tell us your silent partner was him, one of her senior riders whispered. I used to work for his company. Best benefits package in the industry. He's not my silent partner anymore. Adana raised her voice. Everyone, this is Mr. Tabena Okonkwo. He's the lead investor in Ifechi Rides. He's also my friend, and he spent 3 months living on the street to remind himself what real life looks like. Any questions? Silence. Then a woman in the back, one of the single mothers Adana had hired in the second month, raised her hand. Mr. Okonkwo, is it true you gave away 90% of your wealth to charity? Tabena blinked. Ah yes. Over the past 5 years, my foundation has distributed approximately 90% of my liquid assets to various causes: education, healthcare, microfinance initiatives. And then you went to live on the street. I went to live on the street to understand what it means to have nothing. You can't effectively serve communities you don't understand. He paused. It was the most educational experience of my life. The woman nodded slowly. My children eat because of your foundation's school feeding program. I didn't know that until now. She paused. Thank you. Tabena's composure cracked, just slightly. You're welcome. But you don't need to thank me. The program exists because communities demanded it, activists organized for it, and government officials were pressured into funding it. I just provided some of the initial capital. Capital matters. The woman's voice was steady. Without capital, demand and organization and pressure don't translate into meals. So thank you. Adana watched Tabena absorb this acknowledgement, not the gratitude of someone seeking favor, but the simple recognition of contribution. She watched his face shift from practiced humility to genuine emotion, his eyes brightening with something she hadn't seen there before. He's never been thanked properly, she realized. Not for who he is, only for what he can give. We should discuss the expansion plan, she said, redirecting the conversation. Mr. Okonkwo has agreed to review our proposal for Port Harcourt operations. The moment shifted. Tabena composed himself, nodded, and followed her into the office. But Adana caught the look he directed at the woman who had thanked him. Gratitude, yes, but also something deeper. Recognition, connection, the beginning of understanding that his wealth, properly deployed, could create ripples he would never directly witness. That was good, she said quietly, once they were alone. What you did for her children. I didn't know her children existed. I didn't know any of the individual children my foundation's programs reach. He paused. I should have made it my business to know. You can't know everyone. You can only create systems that help people without requiring them to perform their suffering for your approval. She paused. That's what you did with me. You didn't demand my story or my gratitude. You just invested. Because you didn't need to perform. Your work spoke for itself. And now you're seeing other people whose work speaks for itself. Adana smiled. Welcome to the consequences of visibility. People will thank you. They'll acknowledge you. They'll expect you to be present and engaged and aware of the impact you've had. Is that a warning? It's an observation. You spent 3 months invisible because visibility was overwhelming. But you can't stay invisible forever. Not if you want to actually be present in the lives you've affected. She paused. You have to decide what kind of visibility you're willing to tolerate. The kind that serves my purpose. If my visibility helps a fetchy ride succeed, helps my riders feed their families, helps my daughter grow up knowing her mother fought for her, then I tolerate it. She paused. If it's just people gawking at the widow who married a billionaire and then lost him, I don't have time for that. And the rumors? About us. Adana met his eyes. The rumors are irrelevant. We know the truth. The people who matter know the truth. Everyone else is just background noise. Tabena nodded slowly. Background noise. I like that. It's the only way to survive. You can't let other people's assumptions define your reality. She paused. I learned that from Chitty. Your husband. My husband. He spent his whole life being defined by his father's expectations, his mother's ambitions, his family's demands. He only started living when he stopped caring what they thought. Her voice softened. I don't want Fetchy to spend her life performing for people who will never be satisfied. I want her to know that her worth is inherent, not earned. She's lucky to have you. I'm lucky to have her. Adana looked toward the window, where Fetchy was napping in her portable cot, attended by one of Mama Adebayo's retired grandmothers. She's the reason I get up every morning. She's the reason I keep fighting, keep building, keep refusing to disappear. You would have fought anyway. It's who you are. Maybe. But she's why I win. Adana turned back to him. Now, about Port Harcourt. I need 25 additional riders, a warehouse near the oil mill district, and a partnership with at least 3 local restaurants before launch. Can your foundation help with the community engagement? Tabena smiled. My foundation exists exactly for this kind of project. I'll make some calls. The Port Harcourt expansion launched successfully in the 4th month. Adana traveled to Rivers State with a Fetchy strapped to her chest and Funmi handling logistics from Lagos via constant WhatsApp communication. She met with local business owners, government officials, and community leaders who were initially skeptical of a Lagos-based company operated by a young widow. "You're not what I expected," the chairman of the Port Harcourt Dispatch Union admitted, after Adana had spent 2 hours answering his questions. "I thought you'd be softer. I can't afford to be soft. I have a daughter to raise and a company to build." She paused. "But I also can't afford to be ruthless. My business model depends on treating people fairly. If I exploit my riders, they'll leave. If they leave, I fail. It's that simple." "It's not simple at all. It's revolutionary." The chairman shook his head. "I've been in this industry for 30 years. I've seen companies come and go, founders rise and fall. None of them talked about fairness like it was a competitive advantage. Maybe they should have. Maybe." He extended his hand. "Welcome to Port Harcourt, Mrs. Okonkwo. I think you'll do well here." She returned to Lagos exhausted but triumphant. Ifechi had developed her first cold during the trip, her tiny nose running constantly, her usual sunny disposition replaced by fretful misery. Adana spent 3 sleepless nights nursing her daughter and responding to work emails, running on coffee and determination and the desperate hope that she wasn't failing at both motherhood and business simultaneously. "You need to rest," Tabena said, finding her at the warehouse at 2 a.m. "You're going to collapse." "I can't collapse. I have deliveries scheduled for 6 a.m. The deliveries can be reassigned. Your riders are capable of operating without you for a few hours." He paused. "Ifechi needs you healthy. So does this company. So do the people who depend on you." Adana looked at him, his patient eyes, his steady presence, his absolute refusal to let her self-destruct. She thought about Chidi, who had also tried to protect her from herself. She thought about her father, who had worked himself to death because he didn't know how to stop. "You're right," she said. "I'll go home. I'll drive you." "You don't have to." "I know I don't have to. I want to." He paused. "Also, your motorcycle is currently blocked by 3 delivery vans, and you don't have the energy to negotiate with the drivers. Humor me." Adana laughed weakly. "Fine. But you're not carrying me to bed." "Wouldn't dream of it." The drive to Aja was quiet. Adana leaned against the passenger window, Ifechi sleeping in her lap, watching Lagos's nighttime landscape pass in blurred fragments. Street vendors packing up their wares. Security guards dozing at their posts. Couples walking hand in hand, their voices carrying through the humid air. "I used to think I had to do everything alone," she said. "After Chitty died, I thought asking for help was weakness. And now I think refusing help is pride. And pride is just fear wearing fancy clothes." She paused. "I was afraid that if I needed anyone, I'd lose myself. That I'd become dependent, vulnerable, weak. That I'd forget how to survive on my own. Has that happened? No. I've asked for help. From FundMe, from you, from my riders, and my mother and complete strangers who fixed my motorcycle when I couldn't pay. And I'm still myself. I'm still capable. I'm still surviving." She paused. "I'm also less exhausted." "That's a nice bonus." Tabena smiled. "Exhaustion isn't a virtue. I spent years believing it was. That working myself to collapse was the only way to justify my existence. It took 3 months on the street to understand that rest is not failure." "What did you do those 3 months? Besides sit at that junction and wait for someone to see you?" "I walked. A lot. I visited neighborhoods I'd never seen, markets I'd never shopped in, churches and mosques and traditional shrines I'd never entered. I talked to people who had no idea who I was, fishermen at the wharf, mechanics in Mushin, market women in K2. I listened to their stories, their struggles, their theories about why the world is the way it is." He paused. "I learned more in 3 months than I learned in 30 years of boardrooms and business schools." "And what did you learn?" "That wealth is not distributed according to merit. That suffering is not distributed according to sin. That most people are doing the best they can with resources that are grossly inadequate to their needs." He paused. "And that the people who have the least are often the most generous, because they understand that survival depends on community, not accumulation." Adana thought about her mother, who gave credit to customers who couldn't pay. She thought about FundMe, who had offered a job and a motorcycle to a grieving stranger. She thought about herself, sharing rice and plantain with a homeless man because he had shared his biscuit with her 20 years ago. "We're all just trying to survive," she said. "The difference is whether we survive alone or together. Together is better." Tabena's voice was quiet. "I learned that too." The car stopped outside her Ajo apartment. Adana gathered Ifechi's sleeping weight against her chest, and turned to face him. "Thank you," she said. "For the drive. For the investment. For everything. You don't need to thank me. I know. I want to." She paused. "I also want you to know that I don't know what I'm doing. With the company, with my grief, with this, whatever this is between us. I'm figuring it out as I go, and I'm probably making mistakes that will take me years to recognize. That's called being human. Everyone does it. Not everyone has a billionaire waiting patiently for them to figure out their feelings." Tabena was quiet for a moment. Then, "Is that what you think I'm doing? Waiting? I don't know what you're doing. You won't tell me. Because I don't want to pressure you. Because you've been through enough without me adding my expectations to your burden. Because if I told you what I'm waiting for, you might feel obligated to respond before you're ready." He paused. "And I would rather wait forever than receive a response you weren't ready to give." Adana felt tears prick her eyes. "That's very romantic. And very frustrating. I know. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Just be patient. A little longer." She opened the car door. "I'm not ready. But I'm getting there. Take all the time you need." She climbed the stairs to her apartment, effetchy warm against her chest. Behind her, the car idled for a long moment before pulling away into the Lagos night. The 5th month brought stability. Effetchi rides expanded to 50 riders across Lagos and Port Harcourt. Adana hired her first full-time operations manager, a young woman named F who had been one of her most reliable dispatchers, and finally moved out of the Aju apartment into a proper flat in Yaba, closer to the warehouse and far from the memories that haunted her old neighborhood. The new flat had 2 bedrooms, a functional kitchen, and a balcony where Adana could watch the sunset with Effetchi in her lap. It wasn't the mansion she had shared with Chitty, but it was hers, rented with money she had earned, furnished with pieces she had selected, filled with the quiet satisfaction of independence hard-won. "Your father would love this," she told Effetchi, bouncing her gently on her knee. "He always said I could do anything. I never believed him." Effetchi gurgled. At 11 months, she was crawling with determined efficiency, pulling herself upright on furniture, experimenting with consonant sounds that sometimes approximated actual words. Her dimples had deepened, her hair had thickened, her personality had emerged in all its stubborn, curious glory. "You're going to be a handful," Adana continued. "You're going to argue with teachers and challenge authority and refuse to accept limitations other people try to impose on you. You're going to be magnificent and difficult and absolutely exhausting." She kissed her daughter's forehead. "I can't wait." Effetchi grabbed her nose and laughed. Adana laughed too, the sound echoing through her new apartment, her new life, her new understanding of what happiness could look like after grief. She was not healed. She still talked to Chitty every night, still kept his photograph beside her bed, still wept sometimes when memories ambushed her at unexpected moments. But the grief had shifted, less jagged now, more like a scar than an open wound. She could carry it without collapsing. She could honor her husband's memory without being consumed by it. "You're learning," Chitty's voice whispered. "You're growing. You're becoming who you were always meant to be." She hoped he was right. Tabena came to dinner on a Sunday, bearing Chin Chin from Mama Grace and a wooden toy he had carved himself for Effetchi's first birthday. Adana watched her daughter examine the toy, a small motorcycle, painted red like Neoma, with the intense focus she brought to all new objects. "You made this?" she asked. "My grandfather taught me. He said every man should know how to create something with his hands." Tabena smiled. "I'm not very good at it. The wheels are uneven. Effetchi won't notice. She'll just be happy someone made her a gift. She's easy to please. Most children are, until adults teach them to want more than they need." Adana served jollof rice and fried plantains, the same meal she had shared with Chitty on their first evening together. The parallel made her chest tight, but she pushed through the discomfort. Grief and joy could coexist. She was learning to hold both simultaneously. "How's the foundation work?" she asked. "You've been traveling a lot." "Too much. But there's a lot to do." He paused. "I've been thinking about what you said. About visibility and purpose. About not hiding from the impact I've had. And I've decided to be more present. Not in a performative way. I don't want photo opportunities and press releases. But I want to visit the programs we've funded, meet the people we've served, understand what's working and what isn't." He paused. "I spent 30 years accumulating wealth and 3 months trying to escape it. Now I need to learn how to use it responsibly." That's a good goal. It's a necessary goal. Wealth without purpose is just hoarding. I've done enough hoarding. He met her eyes. You helped me understand that. Not through lectures or criticism, through example. You took a motorcycle and a warehouse and turned them into something that serves dozens of families. You didn't wait for permission or perfect conditions. You just started. I didn't have a choice. I had a daughter to feed. Everyone has a choice. Most people choose self-protection over service. You chose service over self-protection. He paused. That's the rarest thing I've ever witnessed. Adana didn't know what to say. She focused on her food, on Afechi's babbling, on the evening light filtering through her new apartment's windows. The silence between them was comfortable, companionable. Two people who had known each other for 20 years and were still discovering who they had become. I want to visit my father's grave, she said finally. It's been almost a year since I've been. I couldn't face it before. Do you want company? I don't know. I've never visited him with anyone except my mother. She paused. But maybe it's time for something different. I'll go if you want me to. I'll stay home if you prefer. His voice was gentle. There's no wrong choice. Adana looked at him. His patient eyes, his steady presence, his absolute refusal to demand anything she wasn't ready to give. She thought about her father, who had also been patient and steady and absolutely certain of her worth. I want you to come, she said. If you're willing. I'm willing. They drove to ABA the following weekend. Afechi strapped into a new car seat Adana had purchased with her first profitable month's revenue. The cemetery was on a hill overlooking the city, rows of white headstones gleaming in the afternoon sun. Adana's father was buried beneath a simple marker. Benjamin Okafor, 1955 to 2009, beloved husband and father. She had chosen the inscription herself, 17 years old and newly orphaned, unable to imagine a future without his steady presence. Hi, Daddy, she whispered, kneeling beside the grave. It's been a while. I'm sorry. The cemetery was quiet except for birdsong and distant traffic. Afechi, sensing the solemnity of the occasion, was uncharacteristically still in her mother's arms. I brought someone to meet you. His name is Tabena. He was my friend in secondary school, the one who shared his biscuit with me when I couldn't afford lunch. She paused. I know you remember. You always remembered the people who were kind to me. She traced her father's name with her finger. A lot has happened since I last visited. I got married. His name was Chitty, and he was wonderful, and he died 6 months after our daughter was born. Her name is Afechi. She has his dimples and your stubbornness. Her voice cracked. I miss you. I miss him. I miss the life I thought I would have. But I'm okay. I'm surviving. I'm building something new, something that would make you proud. She paused. I hope you're not disappointed that I didn't become a teacher like you wanted. I could never be disappointed in you. Her father's voice echoed. You're my daughter. That's enough. Adana wept. She wept for her father, who had died too young. She wept for Chitty, who had loved her completely and left her too soon. She wept for the woman she had been and the woman she was becoming, for the grief she still carried and the hope she was slowly learning to hold. Tabena stood at a respectful distance, Afechi in his arms, her small hands patting his face with curious concern. He didn't approach, didn't interrupt, didn't try to fix or comfort or distract. He simply waited, patient as always, present as always, steady as the cemetery's ancient trees. When Adana's tears subsided, he handed her a handkerchief and Afechi's familiar weight. Thank you, she said, for coming. Thank you for inviting me. He paused. Your father sounds like he was a good man. He was. He wasn't wealthy or powerful or famous. He was just a teacher who loved his family and believed education could change the world. She smiled. He would have liked you. I would have liked him. They stood together in the afternoon light, 3 people and a ghost, connected by grief and gratitude and the slow, patient work of becoming whole. The memory and the mending. The harmattan arrived early that year, bringing dust and dry cold and memories that stung like wind against exposed skin. Adana woke on the 1st of November to find Lagos transformed, the sky a pale, milky blue, the air sharp with the scent of desert sand, her daughter's skin rough with the season's inevitable eczema. Afechi was 13 months old now, walking with the determined wobble of a toddler conquering gravity, her vocabulary expanding daily in a delightful pidgin of Igbo, English, and sounds that belonged to no language but her own. Mama, she said, patting Adana's face with sticky fingers. Mama up. Mama go. Where are we going, baby? Ifechi considered the question with grave seriousness. Bike. Ride. Go. Adana laughed. You want to go for a ride on Neoma? Neoma. Ifechi clapped. Neoma, go. Not today, sweetheart. Today is for staying home and applying shea butter to your poor dry skin. She kissed her daughter's forehead. And maybe visiting Uncle Tabena at the warehouse. Would you like that? Taban. Ifechi's face lit up. Taban, Taban, Taban. Adana felt her heart perform its now familiar acrobatics at her daughter's enthusiasm. Tabena had become a fixture in their lives, not just an investor or business partner, but something harder to define. He visited the Yaba warehouse daily, bringing chin-chin from Mama Grace and patient attention to Ifechi's increasingly complex conversational demands. He had taught her to wave, to clap, to identify the color red on Neoma's fuel tank. He had carved her a small fleet of wooden vehicles, motorcycles, cars, Danfo buses, each one slightly more refined than the last. He was not her father. He never presumed to be. But he was present, consistent, utterly devoted to her happiness in a way that made Adana's chest ache with gratitude and something else she wasn't ready to name. Mama sad. Ifechi's small face crumpled with concern. Mama no sad. I'm not sad, baby. I'm just thinking. Adana gathered her daughter close. Thinking about how lucky we are. Taban lucky. Ifechi nodded sagely. Neoma lucky. Ifechi lucky. Yes, sweetheart. We're all very lucky. The warehouse had expanded. What began as a converted printing press now sprawled across 3 adjacent units, housing 57 motorcycles, 31 full-time riders, and a dispatch center that operated 18 hours daily. Adana had hired a fleet manager, an operations coordinator, and a customer service representative who handled the growing volume of complaints and compliments with patient professionalism. The Port Harcourt expansion is exceeding projections, F reported, clicking through spreadsheets. We're capturing 12% of the market share in the oil mill district alone. The local restaurants are requesting exclusive contracts. We don't do exclusivity. It's bad for competition and worse for customers. Adana studied the numbers. But we can offer preferential rates for volume commitments. Draft a proposal and run it by legal. Legal reviewed our standard rate card last week. They have concerns about the liability language in Section 4. Then schedule a meeting. I want to understand their concerns before we revise anything. F nodded, making notes. She was 24 years old, sharp as a new blade, and utterly unafraid of her 30-year-old CEO. Adana had hired her specifically for this quality. Also, Mr. Okonkwo is here. He said it's not urgent, he can wait. Where is he? With your daughter. They're conducting an important meeting about the proper storage conditions for Mama Grace's chin-chin. Adana smiled. Let them meet. I'll be there in 10 minutes. She found them in the break room. Ifechi perched on Tabena's knee with grave formality. Before them on the table sat an open container of chin-chin and 2 small plates, one of which Ifechi was using as a drum. And then Mama Grace said the secret is to fry twice. Tabena was explaining. Once at lower heat to cook the inside, once at higher heat to crisp the outside. Most people skip the first step. That's why their chin-chin is either raw in the middle or burnt on the outside. Bunt, Ifechi repeated. No bunt. Exactly. No burn. Quality control is essential in any food preparation enterprise. Adana leaned against the doorframe, watching them. Tabena's agbada was simple blue cotton, his shoes unpolished, his hair slightly disheveled. He looked nothing like the photographs of polished executives that still populated business magazines. He looked, instead, like a man who had finally stopped performing and simply allowed himself to exist. Uncle Taban, Ifechi said. Mama sad today. Adana's breath caught. Tabena's gaze shifted to her, then back to Ifechi. Why was Mama sad? Don't know. Mama said lucky. But Mama face said sad. Ifechi's brow furrowed with the effort of articulating complex emotion. Mama face doing 2 things. Sometimes faces do that. Sometimes we feel 2 things at once. Tabena's voice was gentle. That doesn't mean either feeling is wrong. It just means we're human. Ifechi considered this. Mama human? Very human. The most human person I know. Mama good human? The best. He met Adana's eyes over Ifechi's head. The very best. Later, after Ifechi had been deposited with Mama Adebayo's grandmother network and the warehouse had settled into its afternoon rhythm, Tabena found Adana on the loading dock. You're brooding, he said. I recognize the posture. I'm not brooding. I'm inventory forecasting. Your inventory spreadsheets are on your desk. You're sitting on a concrete ledge watching traffic. He sat beside her, maintaining careful distance. That's brooding. Adana didn't deny it. The Harmattan wind was picking up, carrying dust and the distant scent of the lagoon. She pulled her cardigan tighter and watched a Danfo driver negotiate a particularly aggressive turn. She noticed, she said finally. Efechi. She noticed that I was sad and couldn't explain why. Children are observant. More than we give them credit for. She's only 13 months old. She shouldn't have to manage my emotional state. She's not managing it. She's acknowledging it. There's a difference. He paused. You don't have to perform constant happiness for her benefit. She needs to see that her mother experiences the full range of human emotion, joy, grief, frustration, everything in between. That's how she'll learn that feelings are normal, not something to be suppressed or ashamed of. Adana was quiet for a long moment. My mother never cried in front of me. After my father died, I mean. She would wait until she thought I was asleep, then go to the kitchen and weep into her hands. I could hear her through the wall. What did you learn from that? That grief was private. That showing pain was weakness. That love and loss were things you endured alone, in silence, without burdening others. She paused. It took me years to unlearn that. I'm still unlearning it. And now I cry in front of Efechi. Not all the time, not performatively, but when the grief ambushes me, I let her see it. I tell her, Mama is sad because she misses Daddy. I let her pat my face with her sticky fingers and offer me her stuffed rabbit for comfort. Adana's voice cracked. I don't want her to learn that love disappears when the loved one dies. I want her to know that grief is just love with nowhere to go. That's beautiful, Tabina said quietly. And true. It's also exhausting. Some days I don't want to be a grief educator. I don't want to model healthy emotional processing. I just want to lie on the floor and not move for several hours. You're allowed to do that too. Efechi will survive a few hours of you lying on the floor. She might even join you. He paused. I could join you. I'm an excellent floor-lying companion. Very still, very quiet, no judgmental commentary. Adana laughed despite herself. That's a generous offer. I'm a generous man. It's one of my few genuine virtues. Not your only one. Oh, he raised an eyebrow. What are my others? Adana considered the question. You're patient. Not the performative patience of someone who's suppressing irritation, but genuine patience. The kind that comes from truly believing that things unfold in their own time. You're observant. You notice details other people miss, like the quality of chin-chin and the emotional state of 13-month-olds. You're kind without expecting anything in return. She paused. And you're loyal. You sat at that junction for 3 months waiting for someone to see you. And when I finally did, you didn't punish me for taking so long. Tabena was quiet. The wind stirred dust around their feet, and a delivery rider pulled in with a triumphant flourish, his package secured and his commission earned. I didn't realize you'd been cataloging my virtues, he said finally. I didn't realize either. They just accumulated. Like dust. She smiled. Harmattan virtues. Harmattan virtues. He tested the phrase. I like that. It suggests something temporary but persistent, irritating but essential. That's exactly what it suggests. They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the warehouse's afternoon bustle. Adana thought about Chitty, about the life they had planned and the life she was actually living. She thought about her father, about the cemetery in ABA and the conversation they would never have. She thought about Tabena's patient presence beside her, asking nothing, offering everything. I dream about him sometimes, she said. Chitty, what happens in the dreams? Ordinary things. We're having breakfast, discussing Efechi's latest milestones, arguing about whether she should learn Igbo or English first. He's always laughing. He laughed so easily, especially toward the end. I think being a father made him happier than anything else in his life. She paused. Then I wake up, and for a few seconds I forget he's dead. I turn to tell him something, and there's just empty space beside me. That sounds unbearable. It was. For a long time, the waking up was the worst part of my day. I started setting my alarm for 4 a.m. so I could wake up before the dreams ended. If I was already conscious, I couldn't be surprised by his absence. She paused. I don't do that anymore. Now I let myself dream, let myself forget, let myself feel the grief of remembering. It's still painful, but it's also, I don't know, something else. What? Connection. Proof that he existed, that I loved him, that our time together was real and mattered. She met Tabena's eyes. I don't want to stop dreaming about him. I don't want to forget his laugh or his dimples or the way he took his tea. Grieving him is the only way I still have to love him. Tabena nodded slowly. My mother used to say that the dead never truly leave us. They become part of the air we breathe, the soil that nourishes us, the water that sustains us. We carry them in our cells, in our memories, in the stories we tell our children. He paused. Your grief is not failure. It's faithfulness. Faithfulness, Adana repeated. I like that. It's the right word. You promised to love Chitty for the rest of your life. You're keeping that promise. His voice was gentle. The fact that his life ended doesn't mean your promise ended with it. Adana felt tears gather, warm and unbidden. You always know the right thing to say. I've had a lot of time to think about grief and promises. My mother died slowly. Cancer, the kind that gives you months to prepare and no preparation, is ever enough. I spent those months trying to say everything I'd never said, trying to memorize her face and voice and the way she hummed while cooking. He paused. After she died, I thought I'd said everything, but I kept remembering things I'd forgotten to tell her. Small things, unimportant things, but they mattered because she was the only person who would understand them. What did you do? I started writing her letters. Not every day, not on any schedule, just when something reminded me of her, or when I needed her advice, or when I accomplished something I wished she could have witnessed. He smiled. I still write them. There's a drawer in my study full of letters to a woman who's been dead for 20 years. That's not sad. That's beautiful. It's both. Grief and beauty aren't opposites. They're different notes in the same song. He paused. Chitty's letters are in that drawer too. I wrote to him after you told me about him. I wanted to thank him for loving you, for making you happy, for giving you a fetchy. I wanted him to know that someone was taking care of his family. Adana couldn't speak. The tears were falling freely now, tracking warm paths down her cold cheeks. Tabena didn't try to wipe them away, didn't offer handkerchiefs or platitudes. He simply sat beside her, patient and present, as the harmattan wind swirled dust around their feet. Thank you, she whispered, for writing to him, for caring about him, for understanding. He was your husband. That makes him part of your story, and your story matters to me. He paused. Also, anyone who loved you must have been extraordinary. I wanted to acknowledge that. He was extraordinary. He was also ordinary, frustrated by traffic, addicted to bad reality television, terrible at remembering birthdays. He wasn't a saint or a hero. He was just a man who loved his wife and daughter and tried to do the right thing. She paused. That's why I miss him so much. Not because he was perfect, but because he was perfectly him. That's the only kind of loss that truly hurts. The loss of a specific, irreplaceable person. Tabena's voice was quiet. The world is full of people who can be replaced, colleagues, acquaintances, even some family members. But the people who truly know us, who see us completely and stay anyway, there are only a few of those in any lifetime. Losing one leaves a hole that nothing else can fill. How do you survive it? You don't survive it. You survive around it. You build your life around the empty space, accommodate it, learn to navigate its contours. The hole never fills, but you develop calluses on the edges. It stops being an open wound and becomes a scar. He paused. Scars aren't weaknesses. They're proof that you survived something that should have killed you. Adana looked at her hands, rough from motorcycle grips and spreadsheets and the endless work of survival. She thought about the scar on her knee from childhood fall, the scar on her heart from Chitty's death, the invisible scars of grief and resilience she carried everywhere. I don't want Fetchy to be scarred, she said. I want her to grow up whole and unmarked and certain of her worth. She'll be scarred anyway. Everyone is. But her scars will be different from yours. Not because you failed to protect her, but because you taught her how to survive. You showed her that wounds can heal, that grief can be carried, that love doesn't end when the loved one dies. He paused. That's not failure. That's the most important education any parent can provide. The harmattan continued its patient assault on Lagos, coating everything in fine red dust and memories. Adana worked. She expanded Ifechi rides to Ibadan, negotiated contracts with national retail chains, developed a training program for new riders that emphasized customer service and safety protocols. She attended business conferences where she was often the only woman, the only young person, the only widow who had built a company from a single battered motorcycle. You're very impressive, a man told her at one such conference, his tone suggesting he was surprised a woman could operate a spreadsheet. Most people in your position would have given up. Most people in my position don't have a daughter to feed. Adana's smile was polite but cold. Hunger is an excellent motivator. The man laughed nervously and excused himself. Funmi, attending as her operations advisor, watched him retreat with satisfaction. You enjoy that too much, she said. I enjoy watching mediocre men realize they have nothing to offer except their own inflated self-regard. Adana sipped her water. It's a small pleasure, but consistent. You're becoming ruthless. I'm becoming efficient. There's a difference. Funmi raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. She had watched Adana transform over the past year, from grieving widow to struggling dispatch rider to formidable CEO. The transformation was not always comfortable, but it was undeniably impressive. How's Tabena? Funmi asked. I haven't seen him at the warehouse this week. He's in Abuja. His foundation is launching a vocational training program for displaced youth. Adana's voice was carefully neutral. He'll be back on Friday. Does he call you every night? He calls Afechi every night. I'm just the intermediary. And you're not reading anything into that. Adana set down her water glass. What exactly am I supposed to be reading? Funmi sighed. The man invested millions in your company, spends every available moment with your daughter, and calls you every evening under the pretext of speaking to a 13-month-old who can barely say his name. If you can't read that, you're deliberately illiterate. I'm not deliberately anything. I'm just not ready. Ready for what? Ready to stop being Chitty's widow. Ready to become someone else's someone. Ready to risk my heart again when the last time it was broken nearly destroyed me. Adana's voice was steady, but her hands trembled slightly. Is that unreasonable? No, it's completely reasonable. Funmi's voice softened. But Tabena isn't asking you to be ready. He's not asking for anything at all. He's just present. Consistently, patiently, unreasonably present. I know. That's what terrifies me. Why? Because if he ever leaves, if he gets tired of waiting, if he meets someone who's ready when I'm not, if he decides that my grief is too heavy to carry indefinitely, I don't know how I'll survive it. Adana met Funmi's eyes. Chitty's death was a catastrophe I couldn't prevent. But Tabena's absence would be a choice. My failure to be enough. And I don't know if I can survive being insufficient again. Funmi was quiet for a long moment. Then, you're not insufficient. You never were. The Okonkwo's didn't reject you because you were lacking. They rejected you because they were cruel and greedy and terrified of losing control. That wasn't your failure. It was theirs. I know that intellectually. Then know it emotionally. Let it sink into your bones. Funmi paused. And stop punishing Tabena for crimes committed by other people. He's not your in-laws. He's not Chitty's ghost. He's just a man who fell in love with you 20 years ago and is still waiting for you to catch up. Adana stared at her. He never said. He doesn't have to say it. It's written on his face every time he looks at you. It's in his voice when he says your name. It's in the wooden motorcycles he carves for your daughter and the letters he writes to your dead husband. Funmi's voice was gentle but relentless. The only person who can't see it is you. Because you're not ready to see it. Adana said nothing. Outside the conference center, Lagos continued its chaotic dance, indifferent to her internal crisis. A Danfo driver leaned on his horn. A hawker advertised pure water in rhythmic pidgin. The Harmattan wind carried dust and memories and the distant scent of the lagoon. I don't know what to do, she whispered. You don't have to do anything. You just have to stop pretending you don't know. Funmi stood, gathering her materials. The rest will take care of itself. She didn't call Tabena that night. She told herself she was busy. If Fetchy had a cold, the Abaddon expansion was hitting regulatory snags. She hadn't slept more than 4 hours in 3 days. These were all true. They were also excuses, and she knew it. If Fetchy slept fitfully, her congested breathing punctuating the darkness. Adana lay awake beside her, staring at the ceiling, replaying Funmi's words. He's just a man who fell in love with you 20 years ago and is still waiting for you to catch up. 20 years. More than half her lifetime. Tabena had loved her since they were 16 years old, hungry children sharing biscuits in a crowded classroom. He had loved her through his mother's death and his father's decline, through his meteoric rise and his deliberate disappearance, through 3 months of sitting on hot concrete waiting for someone, anyone, to see him. And she had seen him. She had brought him rice and plantain and the patient attention of old friendship. But she hadn't seen him. Not really. Not the man beneath the cardboard sign and faded clothes. She had been too consumed by her own grief, her own survival, her own desperate attempt to keep breathing. "I'm sorry," she whispered to the darkness. "I'm sorry I took so long." The darkness offered no response. Ifechi snuffled in her sleep. Somewhere in Abuja, Tabena was probably also awake, probably also staring at his ceiling, probably also wondering if he would ever be seen. Adana closed her eyes and tried to imagine a future in which she was ready. She couldn't. The future was too uncertain, her grief too present, her heart still too tender from wounds that hadn't fully healed. But she could imagine tomorrow. She could imagine waking up, feeding her daughter, going to the warehouse. She could imagine Tabena's call in the evening, his patient voice asking about Ifechi's cold and the Ibadan expansion and the quality of Mama Grace's latest chin-chin batch. She could imagine, slowly, tentatively, beginning to catch up. Tabena returned from Abuja on Friday, bearing gifts: a carved wooden eagle for Ifechi, a book of Nigerian poetry for Adana, and news that his foundation's vocational training program had secured additional government funding. The minister was very impressed, he said. She asked who designed the curriculum. I told her it was a collaborative effort between our beneficiaries and our staff. She said that was unusually honest. What did you say? I said honesty was the only policy that didn't require me to remember lies. He smiled. She laughed. I think she might actually support our next funding round. Adana accepted the poetry book, running her fingers along its cover. Why this? Because you said you used to read poetry with your father. I thought you might like to have a collection of your own. He paused. Also, Ifechi needs to be raised on proper Nigerian literature. You can't start too early. She opened the book randomly, her eyes falling on a poem by Christopher Okigbo. Before you, Mother I Dodo, naked I stand. Thank you, she said. This is thoughtful. I try. He hesitated. Are you okay? You seem different. Different how? I don't know. Quieter. More present. He paused. More like you're actually in the room instead of somewhere else entirely. Adana considered the observation. It was accurate. She had spent the past year existing in a state of partial presence, her body going through the motions of survival while her mind remained trapped in the past, in grief, in the endless loop of what if and if only. But something was shifting. The loop was slowing. The past was receding, not into forgetting but into proper perspective. A chapter that had ended, not the entire book. I'm trying to be more present, she said. It's harder than it sounds. Anything worth doing is hard. Was it hard for you? Being present at that junction, day after day, waiting for something you couldn't guarantee. Tabena was quiet for a moment. The hardest part wasn't the waiting. It was the not knowing. I didn't know if anyone would ever see me. I didn't know if I was doing something meaningful or just indulging in elaborate self-deception. I didn't know if I would eventually have to admit failure and return to my old life, unchanged and still invisible. How did you endure it? I focused on what I could control. My posture, my breathing, my commitment to staying until I had an answer. He paused, and I remembered that my grandmother used to say, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. I knew where I was going. I just didn't know how long the journey would take. And now, do you feel like you've arrived? I feel like I'm still traveling. But I'm traveling with better company. He met her eyes. That makes all the difference. Ifechi's first birthday arrived with fanfare and cake. Adana had debated the appropriateness of celebration. Her daughter wouldn't remember the event, the expense was significant, and the date carried painful memories of Chitty's absence. But Mama Adebayo had been adamant. A child's first year is a miracle. You don't let grief steal miracles. So there was cake, baked by Mama Grace and decorated with blue frosting. There were balloons, purchased by FundMe and inflated with comical determination. There were gifts, wooden toys from Tabena, handmade dresses from Adana's mother, a small motorcycle helmet from the Ifechi Rides riders, each of whom had contributed something to its purchase. And there was Chitty's photograph, positioned prominently on a side table, surrounded by white roses. Mama, Ifechi said, pointing. Who dat? Adana's heart clenched. That's your father, baby. His name was Chitty. Chitty. Ifechi tested the word. Daddy. Yes, sweetheart. That's your daddy. Ifechi studied the photograph with grave concentration. Her father smiled back at her, frozen in time, his dimples deep and his eyes bright with love for a daughter he would never hold. "Daddy nice," Ifechi pronounced. Daddy smile. He was very nice. He had the best smile in the world. Adana's voice was steady, though tears streamed down her face. "He loved you so much. Even before you were born, he loved you. Love Mama too. He loved Mama very much. That's why we had you. Because our love was so big, it needed to become a person." Ifechi nodded, satisfied with this explanation. She turned back to her cake. Her brief encounter with paternal legacy concluded. But Adana watched her daughter glance at the photograph throughout the party, checking that Daddy was still there, still smiling, still part of the celebration. "He is," she whispered to Chitty's image. "He'll always be part of every celebration, every milestone, every moment of joy you couldn't witness but would have cherished." She paused. "I'm keeping my promise. I'm loving her enough for both of us." The photograph offered no response, but the roses seemed to glow slightly in the afternoon light, their petals catching the sun like dimples catching joy. After the guests departed, after Ifechi collapsed into exhausted sleep, after the cake crumbs were swept and the balloons deflated and the gifts organized, Adana sat alone on her balcony with Chitty's photograph in her hands. "I don't know what I'm doing," she told him. "I'm running a company I never planned to start, raising a daughter without the father she deserved, trying to figure out what kind of person I want to be now that the person I was is gone." She paused. "Some days I think I'm doing okay. Other days I think I'm failing at everything that matters." The photograph smiled its patient smile. "Tabena is. I don't know what Tabena is. My friend, my partner, my patient suitor who never actually sues. He's been waiting for me for 20 years. 20 years, Chitty. How do I respond to that kind of devotion? How do I even begin to match it?" She traced her husband's dimples with her finger. "I still love you. I'll always love you. But you're not here, and he is. You're a memory I carry in my heart. And he's a living presence who carves wooden toys for our daughter and writes letters to my dead husband and waits, and waits, and waits." Her voice cracked. "Is it disloyal to want to stop waiting too? Is it betrayal to imagine a future that doesn't revolve around your absence?" The photograph offered no answer. The night was quiet, the Harmattan wind finally still, the city sleeping under a blanket of dust and stars. "I think you would want me to be happy," she whispered. "I think you would want Ifechi to have a father who's present, not just a memory. I think you would look at Tabena, at his patience and kindness and ridiculous devotion, and say, yes, him. He's worthy of my family." She paused. "But I need to hear you say it. I need to know that loving him doesn't mean forgetting you. That moving forward doesn't mean leaving you behind. That my heart is big enough to hold both of you. Your memory and his presence, my past and my future, the grief I carry and the joy I'm learning to embrace." The photograph smiled. The stars wheeled slowly overhead, and somewhere in the darkness, Adana felt something shift. Not an answer, not permission, but something quieter and more profound. Acceptance. She was not betraying Chitty by living. She was honoring him by continuing to love, to grow, to open her heart to possibility. Grief and joy could coexist. Memory and presence could share the same space. The past could inform the future without dictating it. She kissed her fingers and pressed them to Chitty's dimpled smile. "Thank you," she whispered, "for loving me, for choosing me, for giving me Ifechi and the confidence to believe I deserved happiness." She paused. "I'm going to try to be happy now. Not because I've forgotten you, but because you taught me how." The photograph smiled. The stars continued their patient march across the sky, and Adana, alone on her balcony with her husband's memory and her daughter's future, began to imagine a life that included both grief and joy, memory and hope. The past she carried and the future she was finally ready to embrace. The crack and the crossing. The rains came late that year, exploding across Lagos in April with a violence that matched the pent-up grief of 7 months of Harmattan. Adana stood at the warehouse loading dock, watching water sheet across the concrete, and felt something in her chest crack open. It had been 18 months since Chitty's death, 16 months since she had strapped Ifechi to her back and learned to ride Neoma through Lagos traffic, 14 months since she had first stopped at Tabena's Junction, 12 months since Ifechi rides had launched with 20 gleaming motorcycles and a prayer, 18 months, a pregnancy's worth of time. Enough to grow a human being from conception to birth, from possibility to presence, from hope to flesh and bone. What had she grown in 18 months? A company. Yes, 63 riders across 3 cities, contracts with national retailers, revenue that had doubled twice and was poised to double again. A daughter, no longer an infant, but a toddler with opinions and vocabulary and an increasingly sophisticated understanding of the world. A self she barely recognized, capable, resilient, competent in ways that would have astonished the woman who had packed 2 suitcases and fled her husband's family mansion. But also still grief, still absence, still the nightly conversation with a photograph, the dreams that left her reaching for warmth that wasn't there, the hollow space beside her in bed that no amount of success could fill. Adana. Tabina's voice behind her. You're standing in the rain. She looked down. She had drifted from the shelter of the loading dock, and water was streaming down her face, mixing with tears she hadn't realized she was shedding. So I am, she said. He stepped into the rain beside her, making no move to shield himself. His agbada darkened instantly, water dripping from his chin, his hair plastered to his forehead. You'll catch cold, she said. So will you. That's not an argument. It's not meant to be. It's companionship. He smiled. Misery loves company, and all that. Adana laughed despite herself. You're ridiculous. I prefer unconventional. But ridiculous is acceptable. They stood together in the downpour, watching Lagos drown. Somewhere beyond the curtain of rain, danfos were still honking, hawkers were still shouting, the city was still performing its endless survival dance. But here, on the loading dock of a converted printing press, time seemed to slow. I don't know how to do this, Adana said. How to let go and hold on simultaneously. How to grieve Chitty and still be present for the life I'm living. She paused. How to stop waiting for the other shoe to drop. Is that what you're doing? Waiting for disaster. Always. Every time something good happens, every time I feel happy, every time I let myself believe that this time it might last, I wait for the crash. For the phone call, the news, the sudden catastrophe that reminds me that happiness is just tragedy in a temporary disguise. Tabina was quiet for a long moment. Rain streamed between them, a silver curtain separating and connecting simultaneously. My mother used to say that fear is just love wearing armor, he said finally. We're afraid of losing people because we love them. The fear isn't the enemy. It's proof that the love is real. And if the fear is so overwhelming that it prevents me from loving at all, then you armor yourself so heavily that nothing can reach you. But you also armor yourself so heavily that nothing can escape. He paused. You become invulnerable and imprisoned simultaneously. Safe, but alone. Adana thought about the months after Chitty's death, the careful walls she had constructed, the deliberate distance she had maintained, the absolute refusal to need anyone or anything. She had been safe. She had also been dying, slowly, of isolation and suppressed grief and the terrible weight of carrying everything alone. And if I remove the armor? She asked. If I let myself need people, love people, depend on people, and then lose them? Then you grieve. You survive. You rebuild. His voice was gentle. You've done it before. You'll do it again. That's not weakness. That's the most profound strength I've ever witnessed. It doesn't feel like strength. It feels like exhaustion. Strength usually does. That's how you know it's real. The rain continued for 3 days. Adana spent them working, catching up on paperwork, conducting remote meetings with the Port Harcourt and Abaddon managers, reviewing the quarterly financials with her accountant. The work was absorbing, necessary, blessedly free of emotional complexity. Spreadsheets didn't grieve. Contracts didn't wait 20 years for acknowledgement. Profit margins didn't require her to confront the terrifying possibility of future happiness. But the work ended eventually. The rain stopped. The sun emerged, tentative and golden, transforming Lagos's flooded streets into mirror labyrinths. And Adana found herself standing at her apartment window, watching the light shift across wet pavement, unable to ignore the question that had been pressing against her consciousness for weeks. What am I waiting for? She didn't have an answer. She wasn't sure she wanted one. But the question, once asked, refused to be dismissed. Ifechi was 17 months old now, a whirlwind of curiosity and determination who approached the world as a series of problems to be solved and obstacles to be conquered. She climbed furniture with mountain goat confidence, negotiated toddler politics at Mama Adebayo's daycare with Machiavellian sophistication, and addressed Tabena exclusively as Tabin, which he accepted with the gravity of a knight receiving knighthood. Tabin, she announced one afternoon, planting herself before him with hands on hips. Mama sat. Adana, standing in the doorway, felt her face flood with heat. Tabena's expression remained carefully neutral. Why is Mama sad? He asked. Ifechi considered the question with visible effort. Mama miss Daddy. Daddy in picture. Daddy not here. She paused. Mama need friend. Mama has friends. She has you, and Auntie Funmi, and Grandma Grace, and Mama Adebayo. Mama needs special friend. Ifechi fixed him with a look that was pure chitty, dimples, stubborn chin, absolute certainty in her own assessment. Tabin's special friend. Tabena's composure cracked slightly. Ah yes, I hope so. Tabin make Mama laugh? Sometimes. Tabin make Mama smile? When I'm lucky. Tabin stay? Ifechi's voice shifted from imperious to plaintive. The sudden vulnerability of a child who had already lost one father figure and was terrified of losing another. Tabin no go? Tabena's eyes glistened. He knelt before Ifechi, bringing himself to her level, his voice steady but thick. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay as long as your mama wants me here. And even if she decides she doesn't want me, I'll still stay nearby, because I promised I would always be your friend. Ifechi considered this. Promise. Promise. He extended his pinky. See this? This is a pinky promise. It's the most serious kind of promise there is. Ifechi hooked her tiny finger around his. Promise, she echoed. Tabin stay. Tabin stay. Adana watched from the doorway, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to do anything except witness the moment when her 17-month-old daughter extracted a lifetime commitment from a billionaire who had spent 3 months living on the street because he couldn't find anyone who loved him for himself. What am I waiting for? She still didn't have an answer, but the question was getting harder to ignore. That evening, after Ifechi slept and Tabena returned to his mansion and the apartment settled into its nighttime quiet, Adana sat on her balcony with Chitty's photograph. Your daughter is a genius, she told him. She's also terrifying. She gets that from you. The photograph smiled. She extracted a pinky promise from Tabena today, made him swear he would stay forever. He agreed without hesitation. She paused. I think he meant it. I think he's been meaning it for 20 years, and she was just the first person brave enough to ask him to articulate it. She traced the glass over his dimples. I'm scared, she whispered. Not of loving him. I think I've been loving him for a while now, in small increments, without admitting it to myself. I'm scared of what happens after. After I admit it, after I act on it, after I commit to something that might end in another catastrophe. She paused. I survived losing you. I don't know if I can survive losing someone else. The photograph offered no answer. The night was quiet, the city exhausted after 3 days of rain, the stars obscured by lingering clouds. But I also don't know if I can survive not loving him. Not trying. Not taking the risk. She laughed bitterly. Either choice feels impossible. Either choice feels like failure. Either choice leaves me lying awake at 3 a.m., wondering what I should have done differently. She set down the photograph. She stared at the dark sky. She waited for clarity, for certainty, for the universe to send her a sign that would make the decision for her. The universe, predictably, remained silent. The sign came not from the universe, but from Mom and Ketchy. Adana was at the warehouse, reviewing delivery manifests, when her assistant informed her that a woman was at the gate demanding entry. She says she's your mother-in-law. The real one. That's both heartbreaking and beautiful. It's Chitty. He was always both those things. She looked at the seed in her palm. He asked me to plant this somewhere with sun, to water it when I remember, not to grieve when it takes years to bear fruit. Have you found a place? I think so, but I need help. She met his eyes. Will you help me plant it? Tabena's breath caught. You're asking me to. I'm asking you to help me honor my husband's memory by planting a tree that will outlive both of us. I'm asking you to stand beside me while I put seeds in soil and trust that something beautiful will grow. I'm asking you to have faith in a future we won't witness, roots we won't touch, shade we may never sit in. She paused. I'm asking you to plant with me. Yes, he said. Yes, always yes, forever yes. They planted the seed at dawn, in the garden of Tabena's mansion, beneath the spreading branches of his grandmother's mango tree. Adana dug the hole herself, her hands black with soil, her knees damp with dew. Tabena stood beside her, holding the seed cupped in his palms like an offering. Ifechi slept in her car seat nearby, unaware that her mother was performing an act of faith on her behalf. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Tabena asked. "We could find somewhere else, your mother's compound, the cemetery, anywhere you choose. This is the right place." Adana smoothed the soil around the seed. "Your grandmother planted trees that outlived her. My husband planted seeds he knew he wouldn't harvest. This garden is already full of faith and waiting and love that transcends absence." She paused. "Our tree belongs here. Our tree. Our tree. Mine and Chitty's and Ifechi's and yours." She met his eyes. "If you want it to be. Our tree." Tabena knelt beside her. His hands joined hers in the soil, covering the seed, pressing it into its new home. "I want," he said. "I've always wanted. I was just waiting for you to be ready. I'm not ready. I don't know if I'll ever be completely ready." She paused. "But I'm tired of waiting to be ready. I'm tired of letting fear make my decisions. I'm tired of arriving at the end of my life and realizing I spent it all in the waiting room." "So what are you saying?" "I'm saying that I don't know what the future holds, but I want to face it with you. I'm saying that I still love Chitty and I always will, but my heart is big enough to love you too. I'm saying that I'm terrified of losing you, but I'm more terrified of never having you at all." She paused. "I'm saying that I'm ready to stop waiting and start living." Tabena was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he reached out and took her hand. Not the careful, respectful distance he had maintained for months, but a full, firm grip, his fingers interlacing with hers. "I've loved you since we were 16 years old," he said. "I loved you when you shared your biscuit with me. I loved you when you graduated and I didn't. I loved you when you married someone else and I thought I'd lost you forever. I loved you when you stopped at my junction with rice and plantain and didn't recognize me." He paused. "I will love you for the rest of my life, whether you choose to be with me or not. That's not conditional. That's not transactional. That's just who I am now. Who you've always been. Yes, who I've always been." He smiled. "I just needed someone to see it." "I see you," Adana whispered. "I see you." She kissed him. It was their first kiss, 20 years in the making, and it tasted like soil and rain and the sweet green promise of new growth. They didn't tell anyone immediately. The moment felt too fragile, too precious, too easily shattered by external expectations and interpretations. They simply continued as before, business partners, co-parents, friends, but with a new current running beneath the surface, invisible but undeniable. Fumi noticed, of course. Fumi noticed everything. "So," she said, 3 days after the planting, "you finally stopped pretending." Adana didn't bother denying it. "Was it that obvious?" "Only to everyone who's ever seen you in the same room." Fumi smiled. "I'm happy for you. Both of you. You deserve this. I don't know what this is yet. We haven't defined anything. You don't need to define it. You just need to live it." Fumi paused. "But you should probably tell your daughter. She's been matchmaking for months. She deserves to know her efforts were successful." Adana laughed. "Ifechi is 17 months old. Ifechi is a genius. Also, she has you and Chitty's combined stubbornness. She's been running this relationship since she extracted that pinky promise." Fumi shook her head. "That child is going to be unstoppable. She's going to be president. She's going to be whatever she wants to be. The only question is whether the rest of us can keep up." Adana told Ifechi that evening, in the simplest terms possible. "Sweetheart, you know how Uncle Taban is our special friend?" Ifechi looked up from her wooden motorcycle. "Taban's special friend?" "Yes. Well, he's becoming an even more special friend. He's going to spend more time with us, and maybe eventually live with us, and be part of our family in a new way." She paused. "Is that okay with you?" Ifechi considered the question with grave seriousness. "Taban stay?" "Yes, baby. Taban is going to stay." "Taban make Mama smile?" "He does. He makes Mama smile a lot." Ifechi nodded, satisfied. "Okay." She returned to her motorcycle. Ifechi hungry. Adana laughed, relieved and amazed and overwhelmed by the simplicity of her daughter's acceptance. Chitty's photograph watched from its place on the shelf, his dimpled smile unchanged, his eyes warm with what looked suspiciously like approval. "She gets that from you," Adana told him silently. "The ability to accept love without overthinking it." The willingness to trust that people who promise to stay will actually stay. The question of Tabena's living arrangements arose gradually, as such questions do. He was spending more time at Adana's apartment, not formally moving in, but accumulating presents. A toothbrush in her bathroom, a change of clothes in her closet, a dedicated supply of Mama Grace's chin-chin in her kitchen. Ifechi's nightly video calls had been replaced by in-person bedtime stories. Tabena's deep voice narrating the adventures of clever tortoises and greedy spiders and children who outsmarted witches. "You're basically living here," Adana said one evening, after Ifechi had been tucked in and Tabena had made no move to leave. "I'm basically visiting frequently." He paused. "Would you prefer I lived here?" Adana considered the question. Her apartment was small, 2 bedrooms, a modest living area, a kitchen that struggled to accommodate more than one cook. It was also hers, earned with her labor, decorated with her choices, filled with the quiet satisfaction of independence hard-won. "I don't know," she admitted. "I'm not ready to give up my space. But I'm also not ready for you to leave every night. So we need a third option. We need a third option." Tabena was quiet for a moment. "What if you moved into the mansion?" Adana blinked. "What? I'm not suggesting. I don't mean." He ran his hands through his hair, a gesture of frustration she recognized. "The mansion has 12 bedrooms. I rattle around in it like a single bean in an empty pot. You and Ifechi could have your own wing, your own entrance, your own complete independence. I wouldn't be your landlord or your whatever. You'd be my guest, with all the privacy and autonomy that entails. And if I wanted to be more than a guest, then you'd be more than a guest. But that would be your choice, at your pace, on your terms." He met her eyes. "I told you I would wait forever. I meant it." Adana thought about the mansion, its gardens and libraries, its patient books and ancestral photographs, its grandmother's mango tree and Chitty's emerging seedling. She thought about her apartment, with its cramped kitchen and noisy neighbors and the ghost of her former self still lingering in the corners. "I need to think about it," she said. "This is a lot. Take all the time you need. I'm tired of taking time. I've been taking time for 18 months. She laughed bitterly. "At this rate, Ifechi will be in university before I make a decision. Ifechi is 17 months old. You have time. I don't want time. I want clarity." She met his eyes. "I want to stop feeling like every decision is a referendum on Chitty's memory. I want to stop measuring my happiness against my grief and finding myself perpetually insufficient. I want to live my life without constantly consulting a dead man's photograph for permission." Tabena was quiet. "Then, what would you do if you stopped consulting the photograph?" Adana considered the question. "I'd move into the mansion. Not because you're there, but because it has a garden where I can watch Chitty's tree grow. I'd let you be part of Ifechi's bedtime routine every night, instead of just most nights. I'd stop pretending that my feelings for you are complicated when they're actually quite simple. And what are your feelings for me? That I love you. That I've been loving you in small increments for months, maybe years, and I'm exhausted from pretending otherwise." Her voice cracked. "That I'm terrified of losing you, but I'm more terrified of never having you completely. That I want to wake up next to you and fall asleep beside you and build a life with you that honors everything we've lost and everything we've found." Tabena reached for her hand. "Then do it. Move into the mansion. Wake up next to me. Fall asleep beside me. Build a life with me." He paused. "I've been waiting 20 years to say those words. I didn't think I'd ever get the chance. You waited. That's what matters. I waited because you were worth waiting for." He lifted her hand to his lips. "You still are? You always will be." Adana moved into the mansion on a Saturday, with Ifechi supervising from her perch on Tabena's shoulders. The process was simpler than she expected. Her apartment's furnishings were minimal. She had never fully replaced what the Okonkwo's had stolen, and her success had come too quickly for accumulation. What mattered? Chitty's photograph, his grandmother's coral beads, Ifechi's wooden motorcycles, the small brass statue of mother and child, fit easily into 2 suitcases and a cardboard box. "I can't believe this is all you own," Funmi said, hefting one of the suitcases. "You're a CEO? You should have more stuff." "I have what I need." Adana looked around her empty apartment. "That's more than I had 18 months ago." "Fair point." Funmi carried the suitcase to the waiting SUV. "You'll accumulate more. It's hard not to, when you have space and resources. Just don't let the accumulation become the point." "It won't. I know what matters now." "What matters?" "People. Purpose. trees that take decades to bear fruit. She smiled. Everything else is just decoration. The mansion's east wing became theirs. Tabena had prepared it with careful attention. A nursery for Efechi with windows overlooking the garden, a home office for Adana with proper ergonomics and natural light, a sitting room furnished with the comfortable, lived-in pieces she preferred over his grandmother's antiques. Her books filled empty shelves. Her photographs replaced generic landscapes. Her presence transformed the space from guest suite to home. "It's perfect," Adana said, standing in the doorway of her new bedroom. "You didn't have to do all this." "I wanted to." Tabena stood behind her, maintaining respectful distance. "I wanted you to feel like this was your space, not just borrowed territory. I wanted Efechi to have a room she could grow into, not just a temporary nursery." He paused. "I wanted you to know that I was serious about waiting. I always knew you were serious. I just didn't know what I was supposed to do about it. And now I'm living in your mansion, sleeping in the room you prepared for me, raising our daughter." She stopped. "Our daughter. I've never called her that before. Efechi is your daughter. She'll always be your daughter first." His voice was gentle. "Whatever I am to her, whatever I become, that doesn't change. She already loves you. She's loved you since she was 13 months old, and you carved her first wooden motorcycle." Adana turned to face him. "I think she knew before I did. I think she's been waiting for me to catch up. Children often see what adults train themselves to ignore." He paused. "My grandmother used to say that babies are closer to God than adults. They haven't learned to filter mystery through logic, to reduce wonder to explanation." "Your grandmother sounds like she was remarkable." "She was. She also had absolutely no patience for people who wasted time denying the obvious." He smiled. "She would have liked you very much. I would have liked her. She would have taken one look at you and Efechi and me and announced that we were clearly a family and should stop pretending otherwise." His smile widened. "She was not subtle. A woman after my own heart." Adana hesitated. "Tabena?" "Yes. Are we a family?" He considered the question with the gravity it deserved. "I don't know what we are. I know that you and Efechi are the center of my life. I know that I structure my days around your schedules and my decisions around your well-being and my future around your presence. I know that when I imagine growing old, you're both there. You with your stubborn chin and Efechi with her father's dimples and a house full of books and wooden toys and trees we planted together." He paused. "If that's a family, then yes. We're a family. And if it's not, then we're something else. Something new. Something that doesn't have a name yet." He met her eyes. "Does it need a name?" Adana thought about Chitty, about the vows they had exchanged and the life they had built and the future that had been stolen from them. She thought about Tabena, about 20 years of patient waiting and 3 months of deliberate invisibility and the quiet, persistent devotion that had transformed him from a homeless man at a junction to the center of her daily existence. "No," she said. "It doesn't need a name. It just needs to be real. It's real." His voice was steady. "It's the realest thing I've ever known." Efechi adapted to mansion life with the pragmatic flexibility of toddlers everywhere. She approved of her new nursery, particularly the window seat that offered prime viewing of the garden. She approved of Mama Grace, who produced Chin Chin on demand and sang hymns while cooking. She approved of the mango tree, whose fallen leaves provided excellent raw material for art projects. She approved, most of all, of having Tabena available for bedtime stories every night. "Taben," she announced, settling into her customary position on his lap. "Story. What story would you like?" "Tortoise story." "Which tortoise story?" "There are many." Efechi considered. "Tortoise who trick everybody and then fall." "The tortoise who tricked everybody and fell? You mean the one with the feast in the sky?" "Yes. Tortoise go sky, eat food, fall down, break shell." Efechi nodded solemnly. "Tortoise bad. He was very bad. But his shell got broken, and that's why tortoises have cracked shells today." "Efechi shell not cracked." "That's because you're not a tortoise. Also, you're not bad." "Efechi good." "Efechi is the best." Tabena kissed her forehead. "The very best." Adana watched from the doorway, her heart full to bursting. This was what she had been afraid of. Not the love itself, but the depth of it, the way it expanded to fill every available space and then demanded more. Loving Tabena meant loving Efechi's love for Tabena, which was fiercer and simpler and more absolute than any adult emotion. Loving Tabena meant accepting that her daughter's heart now had 2 homes, Two anchors. Two men who had promised to stay forever. You're one of them now, she told Chitty's photograph. You and Tabena, both. Her father and her, whatever he is. Both of you, forever, in different ways. Is that okay? The photograph, as always, smiled its patient smile. The Akpu tree continued its slow, determined growth. By the end of Adana's first month in the mansion, it had 8 leaves and a stem sturdy enough to withstand Afechi's enthusiastic watering. By the second month, it had outgrown its initial pot and required transplantation to a larger container. By the third month, it was visibly taller than the surrounding seedlings, its leaves a deep, healthy green that caught the morning light. It's doing well, Tabena observed, kneeling beside Adana at the garden bed. Better than I expected. Chitty always had a green thumb. He said it was the only thing he inherited from his grandmother. She touched a leaf. I don't know anything about plants. I just water it when I remember and hope for the best. That's all any of us can do. Water when we remember. Hope for the best. He paused. It's not a bad metaphor. For what? Love. Family. Trees that take decades to bear fruit. He smiled. You plant seeds, you water them, you wait. Eventually, something grows. Adana looked at the seedling, then at Tabena, then at the mango tree spreading its ancient branches overhead. She thought about Chitty's grandmother, who had planted trees she would never see at full height. She thought about her own mother, who had planted dreams of education and independence in a daughter who was only now beginning to harvest them. She thought about Afechi, who would one day sit in the shade of this Akpu tree and tell her own children about the father she never met and the man who raised her and the mother who loved them both. I'm ready, she said. Ready for what? Ready to stop waiting. Ready to stop measuring. Ready to stop consulting photographs for permission to live my life. She turned to face him. I love you. I've loved you since you were 16 years old and shared your biscuit with me. And I was too young and too scared and too focused on survival to recognize it. I love you now, in this moment, with everything I am and everything I have and everything I hope to become. Tabena's breath caught. Adana, I want to marry you. Not because Afechi needs a father. She already has one, in memory and in you. Not because I'm lonely or grieving or afraid to be alone. I want to marry you because you make my life bigger, not smaller. You make my heart expand instead of contract. You make me believe that happiness is not a temporary reprieve from tragedy, but a permanent state I'm allowed to inhabit. She took his hands. I want to plant trees with you. I want to watch our children grow beneath their branches. I want to grow old in this garden, surrounded by leaves and memories and the quiet satisfaction of seeds well planted. She paused. I want to spend the rest of my life learning to be worthy of the love you've given me. Tabena was crying. Silent tears streamed down his face, catching in the dimples she had come to love. I've waited 20 years to hear you say that, he whispered. 20 years of hoping and fearing and trying not to expect too much. And now that you've said it, I don't know what to do with myself. You could say yes. That would be a good start. Yes. He laughed, the sound breaking on a sob. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. I've been saying yes to you since we were 16 years old. I just needed you to hear me. I hear you. She kissed him, tasting salt and joy and the sweet relief of finally arriving. I hear you. They told Afechi first, the following morning. Mama and Taban are going to get married, Adana explained. That means we'll be a family in a new way. Taban will still be Taban, but he'll also be more. Like he's part of us permanently. Afechi absorbed this information with characteristic gravity. Taban stay? He's going to stay forever. Taban make Mama smile? He makes Mama smile every day. Taban read stories. Every night. For the rest of your life, if you want. Afechi nodded. Then she turned to Tabena with the focused intensity of a general addressing a subordinate. Taban, you be Afechi daddy now. The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. Tabena knelt before her, bringing himself to her level. I could never replace your father, he said carefully. Your father loved you before you were born, and he would have loved you for the rest of his life if he'd been given the chance. Nobody can take his place. Afechi waited. But if you want another daddy, someone who will also love you and take care of you and read you bedtime stories every night, I would be honored to be that person. His voice cracked. I would be the luckiest man in Nigeria to be your daddy. Afechi considered this. Then, slowly, she extended her pinky. Promise, she said. Taban be Afechi daddy. Promise stay forever. Tabena hooked his pinky around hers. Promise. Forever and ever. Until I'm old and gray and you're tired of me. Ifechi never tired. You say that now. Wait until I start telling the same stories every night. Ifechi likes same stories. She paused. Daddy. Tabena's composure shattered. He gathered Ifechi in his arms, holding her carefully, reverently, like she was the most precious thing in the world. Hello, baby, he whispered. I'm your daddy. I've been waiting to meet you my whole life. Ifechi patted his face with sticky fingers. Daddy need tissue. Adana, weeping, handed him a handkerchief. They told Funmi next, who received the news with the satisfaction of a woman whose predictions had been thoroughly vindicated. Finally, she said, I was starting to think I'd have to lock you both in a room until you sorted yourselves out. We sorted ourselves out. Barely. If it weren't for Ifechi's Pinky Promise campaign, you'd still be circling each other like confused satellites. Funmi shook her head. That child is the real hero of this story. She is. Adana smiled. She always has been. And the wedding? When and where? We haven't decided. Small, probably. Just family and close friends. She paused. I don't want a spectacle. I just want to marry the man I love. Does Tabena know this plan involves his mother's wedding ring and his grandmother's lace and approximately 300 guests from his foundation's board of directors? Adana blinked. What? I'm kidding. Mostly. Funmi's expression softened. He's been waiting 20 years. I think he'd marry you in a bus park with a plastic ring if that's what you wanted. He would. That's what terrifies me. Why does his devotion terrify you? Because I don't deserve it. Because I took so long to recognize what was right in front of me. Because every day I spend with him, I'm aware of all the days I wasted being afraid. She paused. Because I'm still afraid, even now. Afraid that I'll wake up one morning and discover this was all a dream. That he's still sitting at that junction and I'm still delivering packages on Neoma. That happiness is just another tragedy in a temporary disguise. And if it is, a dream, then I want to stay asleep. I want to live in this dream for the rest of my life, even if it's not real. Adana met Funmi's eyes. Is that pathetic? It's human. We all want to believe in happy endings, even when we know they're not guaranteed. Funmi paused. But this isn't a dream. It's real. You built it. You fought for it. You earned it. And Tabena isn't going anywhere. Not because you're perfect, but because he's been in love with you since you were both hungry children sharing biscuits in a crowded classroom. How do you know that? Because he told me. 3 months ago, when he was still pretending to be your silent partner and you were still pretending not to notice him. Funmi smiled. He said, Funmi, I've loved her for 20 years. Another 20 years won't kill me. Adana wept. She wept for the girl she had been, too focused on survival to recognize the love that was quietly, patiently waiting for her. She wept for the man she had married, who had shown her what love could be and then left her too soon. She wept for the man she was going to marry, who had spent 20 years hoping and 20 years waiting and 20 years refusing to give up. 20 years, she whispered. How do I repay 20 years of waiting? You don't. You just live the life he waited for. Funmi's voice was gentle. You wake up next to him and fall asleep beside him and raise your daughter together and plant trees in his grandmother's garden. You stop measuring your happiness against your grief and start accepting that both can exist simultaneously. You let yourself be loved, completely and unconditionally, without constantly waiting for the other shoe to drop. That's all. That's everything. Funmi paused. Also, you let Mama Grace cater the wedding. Her jollof rice is legendary. They told Adana's mother via video call, Ifechi bouncing on Tabena's knee and waving at the screen. Mama, I'm getting married, Adana said. To Tabena. You remember Tabena? Grace Okafor's face cycled through surprise, recognition, and something that looked suspiciously like satisfaction. The boy from your secondary school? The one whose mother was sick. Yes, Mama. That Tabena. The one who shared his biscuit with you when you couldn't afford lunch. Yes, Mama. The one you cried about for 3 weeks after graduation and then refused to discuss ever again. Adana felt her face flood with heat. I never. You wrote his name in your diary 17 times. I found it when I was cleaning your room. Grace's voice was mild. You were very dramatic at 15. Mama, please. I'm just observing. You can do with the observation what you will. Grace turned her attention to Tabena. Young man, I have only one question. Yes, Mama. Tabena's voice was steady, but his grip on Ifechi tightened. Do you love my daughter? With everything I am. With everything I have. With everything I hope to become. He paused. I've loved her since we were 16 years old. I will love her for the rest of my life. And her daughter? My granddaughter. Ifechi is the light of my life. I would die for her without hesitation. His voice cracked. I already consider her my daughter. I would be honored to make it official. Grace was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled. Welcome to the family, son. She paused. It's about time. The wedding was small, as Adana had wanted. 50 guests gathered in Tabena's garden beneath the mango tree, its branches draped with white orchids and tuberoses. Mama Grace catered the reception, her jollof rice earning the reverent silence it deserved. Funmi served as matron of honor, resplendent in deep purple osso oak. Ifechi was flower girl, scattering petals with more enthusiasm than accuracy and accepting her duties with grave solemnity. Adana wore her mother's lace, the same ivory fabric Grace Okafor had worn 40 years ago. Her father's photograph was tucked into her bouquet, beside Chitty's grandmother's coral beads. She carried both of them down the aisle, her past and her present, her grief and her joy, the two men who had shaped her heart and the two men who now held it. Tabena waited beneath the mango tree, his grandmother's agbada flowing in the harmattan breeze. He had wept already, privately, in the hour before the ceremony. Now his eyes were dry but bright, his hands steady at his sides, his whole body radiating the quiet certainty of a man who had finally, after 20 years, arrived at his destination. You look beautiful, he said, as Adana reached him. You always look beautiful. But today especially. You look like you've been waiting for this moment your entire life. I have. He took her hands. Every second was worth it. The officiant, a wise old priest from Tabena's grandmother's church, guided them through vows both traditional and personal. Adana promised to plant seeds and water them and wait for fruit. Tabena promised to stay, forever, even when staying was hard. Together they promised to honor the past without being imprisoned by it, to hold grief and joy in the same hands, to build a future that would outlast both of them. And now, the priest said, the rings. Ifechi appeared at Adana's elbow, bearing a small velvet cushion with ceremonial dignity. On it rested 2 bands of simple gold, Tabena's grandmother's wedding ring, resized to fit Adana's finger, and a matching band Tabena had commissioned from an artisan in Benin City. This ring, Adana said, sliding the band onto Tabena's finger, is my promise to stop waiting, to stop measuring, to stop consulting photographs for permission to live my life. She paused. It's my promise to love you, actively and intentionally, for the rest of my days. This ring, Tabena said, his voice steady but thick, is my promise to stay. Not because you need me or Ifechi needs me or anyone expects me to, but because you are the home I've been seeking my entire life, and I have finally, after 20 years of wandering, arrived. The priest smiled. By the power vested in me by the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Almighty God, I pronounce you husband and wife. He paused. You may kiss your bride. Tabena kissed Adana. It was their 1000th kiss and their first kiss as spouses, familiar and brand new, ordinary and miraculous. The mango tree spread its ancient branches overhead. Chitty's tree swayed in its pot nearby. Ifechi cheered and threw her remaining flower petals with triumphant abandon. And Adana, who had lost everything and found more than she'd ever imagined, smiled at her husband and stepped into the future. That night, after the guests departed and Ifechi slept and Tabena held her in the darkness of their room, Adana whispered to Chitty's photograph on her bedside table. You were right, she said, about planting seeds and waiting for fruit, about faith in futures we won't witness and roots we won't touch. She paused. Our tree is growing. Our daughter is thriving. Our family, yours and mine and Tabena's, is healthy and strong and full of love. The photograph smiled its patient smile. I still miss you. I'll always miss you. But missing you doesn't mean failing Tabena, any more than loving Tabena means forgetting you. She touched the glass. My heart is big enough for both of you. It always has been. I just needed time to accept that. She kissed her fingers and pressed them to his dimples. Thank you, she whispered, for choosing me, for loving me, for giving me Ifechi and the confidence to believe I deserved happiness. She paused. I'm happy now. Finally, completely, without reservation. I hope that's okay with you. The photograph offered no answer, but the moonlight caught the glass just so, illuminating his smile, warming his eyes. It's more than okay, she imagined him saying. It's everything I wanted for you. Now go to sleep. Your husband is waiting. Adana smiled. She set down the photograph, turned to Tabena's warmth, and closed her eyes. The harvest and the holding. The first year of Adana and Tabena's marriage was measured not in months, but in seedlings. The akpu tree, now waist-high, had developed the sturdy confidence of adolescence. Its trunk thickening, its branches spreading, its leaves multiplying in profusion that delighted Ifechi and intimidated the gardener Tabena had hired to maintain his grandmother's legacy. This tree grows like it has something to prove, the man muttered, pruning shears poised uncertainly. I've never seen anything like it. It has everything to prove, Adana said, touching a leaf. It's the child of a man who died too young and a woman who refused to give up. Of course it grows aggressively. The gardener nodded slowly, as if this explanation made perfect sense. Perhaps it did. Ifechi was 3 years old now, a person of strong opinions and unwavering convictions. She had informed her daycare teacher that Mama runs the best delivery company in Lagos, and Daddy Taban has more money than God, but God is still in charge, and my first father is in heaven, but my second father is in the garden, and both of them love me very much. The teacher, overwhelmed, had called Adana to request guidance on handling theological discussions with preschoolers. Just agree with her, Adana advised. She's usually right about these things. She's 3 years old. She's also extremely perceptive. Arguing with her is exhausting and generally futile. Adana paused. I learned that from her father. Her first father, I mean. He was also stubborn and usually correct. The teacher sighed. I'll just redirect to snack time. Excellent strategy. Tabena had become, gradually and completely, Ifechi's father. Not in replacement of Chitty. Adana was careful to keep her first husband's memory alive, his photograph displayed, his stories told, his dimples traced on his daughter's face with gentle fingers. But in the daily rhythms of parenting, the endless small negotiations and celebrations and crises that constituted raising a child, Tabena was present in ways Chitty could never be. He woke with Ifechi at 5 a.m., her internal clock apparently calibrated to punish late sleepers. He made her breakfast, akara and pap, her current obsession, and listened to her detailed analysis of her dreams, which involved talking animals and rebellious furniture, and occasionally her first father, who appeared as a warm presence rather than a distinct figure. Daddy Chitty was in my dream last night, Ifechi announced one morning, her voice matter of fact. He said I'm growing very fast, and he's proud of me. Tabena's hands stilled on the akara. What else did he say? He said Mama still talks to him every night, and he likes that. He said you're doing a good job taking care of us. She paused, chewing thoughtfully. He said his tree is getting very big, and we should water it more. Adana, standing in the doorway, felt tears prick her eyes. Tabena met her gaze over Ifechi's head, his expression soft with wonder. We'll water it today, he said. After breakfast. Good. Ifechi nodded approvingly. Daddy Chitty likes when we take care of his tree. The tree had become a pilgrimage site. Adana visited it every morning, checking its growth, clearing away weeds, monitoring its health with the anxious attention of a new mother. Tabena joined her when his schedule permitted, though his schedule had become increasingly flexible since their marriage. Ifechi conducted weekly inspections with the gravity of a visiting dignitary, narrating her observations for anyone who would listen. But others came too. Funmi, who had never met Chitty but felt she knew him through Adana's stories. Mama Grace, who prayed at the base of the tree every Sunday, her ancient voice rising in Igbo laments and praises. The dispatch riders, who had heard the legend of their founder's first husband and left small offerings, a coin, a flower, a handwritten note expressing gratitude for the company that bore his daughter's name. The tree is becoming a shrine, Tabena observed, finding a tiny carved motorcycle propped against its trunk. Was this you? No. Adana examined the offering. It looks like one of yours, though. The wheels are uneven. I told you I'm not very good at carving. You're good enough. Someone recognized your work and left it here as tribute. She smiled. You have disciples. I have employees with too much free time. Same thing in Lagos. The second year of marriage brought new challenges and unexpected gifts. Ifechi started preschool, her separation anxiety manifesting in creative attempts to avoid attendance. She faked illnesses with impressive theatricality, convinced that her cough sounded more convincing than her classmates. She staged protests at drop-off, clinging to Tabena's legs with the tenacity of a barnacle. She negotiated for early pickup with the sophistication of a labor union representative. "I don't remember being this difficult," Adana said. "You were worse." Grace Okafor had come to stay for a month, ostensibly to help with the transition, but actually to monitor her daughter's happiness with maternal vigilance. "You refused to speak for 3 weeks when I enrolled you in primary school. Just stared at the wall and communicated through interpretive gestures. I was processing. You were being dramatic. Like mother, like daughter." Grace smiled. "She gets it from you. From me and Chitty both." "He was also dramatic." "Yes, but his drama was internal. Yours is external. Ifechi has inherited the worst of both." Grace's tone was affectionate. "She'll be unstoppable. She already is unstoppable. I'm just trying to direct the unstoppability toward productive ends. Good luck with that." The Akpu tree produced its first flowers in the spring of Ifechi's 4th year. They were small and white, clustered among the leaves like scattered stars. Adana discovered them during her morning visit and stood motionless for a full minute, unable to process what she was seeing. "Tabena," she called, her voice strangled. "Tabena, come quickly." He appeared in the garden doorway, still in his sleeping clothes, his hair disheveled. "What's wrong? Are you?" Then he saw the flowers. "Oh," he breathed. "Oh, Adana." They knelt together before the tree, its branches heavy with bloom. Ifechi, awakened by the commotion, padded out in her nightgown to investigate. "Daddy Chitty's tree has flowers," she observed. "Flowers turn into fruit. Fruit turn into seeds. Seeds turn into more trees." She paused. "Daddy Chitty is very busy." Adana laughed, the sound breaking on a sob. "Yes, baby. Daddy Chitty is very busy. We should have a party. For the flowers." "That's a wonderful idea." Ifechi nodded, satisfied with her contribution, and padded back inside to resume her interrupted sleep. Adana and Tabena remained kneeling before the tree, their hands intertwined, their eyes fixed on the small white blossoms that had appeared as if from nowhere. "He grew flowers," Adana whispered. "Chitty grew flowers. He always said you'd help him grow things." Tabena's voice was rough. He knew what he was talking about. The flower party was held on Saturday, with Ifechi as chief organizer and Mama Grace as caterer. 30 people gathered beneath the Akpu trees, spreading branches. Dispatch riders and foundation staff, old friends and new relatives. Funmi with her perpetually sharp observations, and Mama Adebayo with her comforting grandmotherly presence. They ate jollof rice and fried plantains, drank palm wine and Chapman, told stories of Chitty and Tabena and the woman who had somehow, impossibly, loved them both. "He was my first real friend," Tabena said, when someone asked how he felt about Chitty. "Not in person, I never met him. But I read his letters, the ones he wrote to Adana before they married. I read his notes in the margins of her books. I saw his photograph on her bedside table and heard his name in her prayers." He paused. "He was my friend because he loved the woman I loved, and he loved her well, and he prepared her to be loved again after he was gone." "You don't feel jealous?" someone asked. "I feel grateful." He could have been bitter about his own mortality, could have tried to bind Adana to his memory in ways that would have prevented her from moving forward. Instead, he wrote letters about planting seeds and waiting for fruit. He gave her permission to grow. Tabena looked at the flowering tree. "He gave us permission to grow." Adana reached for his hand beneath the table. The tree's blossoms swayed gently overhead, scattering petals like blessings. The fruit appeared 3 months later. Small, green, hard. Nothing like the mature Akpu nuts Adana remembered from her childhood. But unmistakably, undeniably, the first harvest of Chitty's tree. "We can't eat these yet," the gardener explained. "They need to ripen, then be processed, then it's a whole production. Your husband's grandmother used to make porridge from the nuts. Very nutritious," she said. "Also very bitter." "Bitter how?" "Like life." The gardener shrugged. "That's what she always said. Akpu porridge is like life. Bitter at first, but nourishing if you persist." Adana collected the small green fruits in her cupped palms, feeling their weight and promise. Chitty had planted a seed 12 years ago, given it to his 12-year-old self with instructions to find someone worth growing with. He had found her, loved her, left her. And now, for years after his death, his tree was bearing fruit. Persist, she whispered. I can do that. Ifechi started kindergarten with minimal drama, her earlier protest skills apparently reserved for more worthy battles. She made friends easily, intimidated teachers with her vocabulary, and came home daily with art projects that Adana displayed on the refrigerator with ceremonial reverence. Mama, why do you keep all my pictures? Ifechi asked, watching her mother arrange a new crayon drawing of the family. 4 figures now, not 3. Mama, Daddy Taban, Ifechi, and a smaller figure labeled Daddy Chitty with wings. Because they're beautiful and they make me happy. But you have so many. The fridge is full. Then I'll buy a bigger fridge. Adana kissed her daughter's forehead. I'm never throwing away anything you make. When you're grown up and famous, these drawings will be worth millions. Ifechi not going to be famous. Ifechi going to be president. Same thing. The 4th year of marriage brought a different kind of harvest. Adana was 32 years old. Ifechi was 5. And Tabena was 45 and still, impossibly, waiting for her to need him less so he could need her more. They had built a life together. Not the life she had imagined with Chitty, not the life he had imagined during his years of isolation, but something new, something theirs, something that honored both their pasts without being imprisoned by them. I want to adopt, Tabena said one evening, after Ifechi had been tucked in and the house had settled into its nighttime quiet. Not instead of having biological children. I want that too, if you're willing. But I also want to formalize what I already am to Ifechi. Adana set down her tea. You want to be her legal father. I want to be her father in every way that matters. I already am, in my heart and hers. But I want the law to recognize it too. He paused. I want her to have my name, if she wants it. I want her to inherit from me without legal challenges. I want her to know, beyond any possible doubt, that she is my daughter and I am her father. Adana was quiet for a long moment. What about Chitty? He'll always be her first father. This doesn't erase him, it can't. But he's not here, and I am. He loved her before she was born, and I love her every day of her life. Tabena met her eyes. I think he would want her to have both of us. Not either / or both. Adana thought about Chitty's letter, the one he had written to his unborn daughter. You were wanted. You were prayed for. You were loved before you had a name. He would, she said. He would want her to have both of you. He would want her to be surrounded by love, however it came to her. She paused. Yes, let's do it. The adoption was finalized on a Thursday, 6 months after Tabena first raised the idea. Ifechi, now 5.5, had been consulted extensively throughout the process. She had reviewed the legal documents with solemn attention, asked pointed questions about her rights and responsibilities, and ultimately pronounced herself satisfied with the arrangement. Daddy Taban already my daddy, she explained to the judge. This just makes it official. The judge, an elderly woman who had presided over hundreds of adoptions, smiled. And how do you feel about that? I feel like it should have happened sooner. Ifechi paused. But Mama says everything happens when it's supposed to, and waiting makes you appreciate things more. Your mother is wise. Yes, also stubborn. I get it from her. The judge laughed and signed the papers. Tabena wept. Adana held both their hands and tried to memorize every detail of the moment. The sunlight through the courtroom windows, the weight of her daughter's small hand in hers, the sound of her husband's joy breaking open after 45 years of waiting. We should celebrate, she said. Ice cream. Ifechi want chocolate. Ice cream it is. The akpu tree bore its first full harvest that year. Adana and Tabena spent an afternoon collecting the nuts, following the gardener's careful instructions about ripeness and handling. Ifechi supervised from her perch on Tabena's shoulders, narrating the process with the authority of a seasoned agricultural consultant. That one is ready. No, that one is not ready. Daddy, you missed one by your foot. Mama, don't put the ripe ones with the unripe ones. They'll get confused. They're nuts, baby. They don't get confused. Ifechi nuts get confused. Ifechi put her shoes in the refrigerator last week. That's because you were half asleep. Maybe. Or maybe shoes confused. Ifechi shrugged. Nuts also confused. Better to separate. Adana separated the nuts. Mama Grace taught Adana to make akpu porridge, following the recipe Tabena's grandmother had passed down through generations. First you crack the nuts, The old woman instructed, demonstrating with a smooth stone. Not too hard, not too soft. The kernel inside is delicate. Adana cracked nuts. Her technique improved slowly, her pile of intact kernels growing larger than her pile of shattered fragments. Then you soak them. 3 days, changing water twice daily. This removes the bitterness. Adana soaked kernels. She changed water at dawn and dusk, watching the liquid darken with extracted tannins. Then you grind them. Paste should be smooth, no lumps. Adana ground paste. Her arm ached, her shoulders burned, her satisfaction deepened with each rotation of the stone. Then you cook. Low heat, constant stirring. Patience is essential. Adana stirred. The paste thickened, darkened, transformed into something that smelled like memory and tasted like her husband's grandmother's hands. Now you taste. Adana tasted. The porridge was rich and nutty, faintly bitter, profoundly nourishing. It tasted like persistence. It tasted like faith. It tasted like seeds planted by people who would never see them grow. It's good, she said. It's really good. Mama Grace nodded. Your husband's grandmother would be proud. You have patience. You have persistence. You understand that the best things require waiting. She paused. Also, your stirring technique is excellent. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank the women who taught you. They're the ones who deserve credit. The old woman smiled. We're all just passing down what we received. That's how it works. Adana served the akpu porridge at Afechi's 6th birthday party, explaining its significance to guests who had heard the story many times but listened as if for the first time. This tree was planted by my first husband, Chitty, 12 years before our daughter was born. He gave me the seed on the day he proposed and wrote me a letter about planting and waiting and faith in futures we wouldn't witness. She paused. He died before the tree bore fruit. But his daughter has eaten from its harvest, and her children will eat from its harvest, and their children after them. She looked at Tabena, at Afechi, at the gathered family and friends who had supported her through grief and growth, and the slow reconstruction of a life from rubble. This is what I've learned. Love doesn't end when the loved one dies. It transforms, it persists, it finds new expressions and new recipients. It grows roots and branches and fruit that nourish generations we'll never meet. Her voice cracked. Chitty loved me. That love became Afechi, and Afechi became the heart of our family. Tabena loved me, and that love became this company, this home, this life we've built together. And Afechi loves both her fathers, and that love will become something none of us can imagine yet. She raised her bowl. To persistence, to patience, to seeds planted by people who knew they'd never see them grow. To persistence, the guests echoed. Afechi raised her own bowl, porridge dripping down her chin. To Daddy Chitty's tree. To Daddy Chitty's tree. That night, after the guests departed and Afechi slept and Tabena worked in his study, Adana sat alone on the veranda with Chitty's photograph. Your tree bore fruit, she told him. I made porridge from the nuts. It was bitter and nourishing, and everyone loved it. She paused. Your daughter ate 3 bowls and asked for the recipe. The photograph smiled its patient smile. She's 6 years old now. She's brilliant and stubborn and absolutely certain of her worth. She talks about you constantly, not with sadness, but with the easy familiarity of someone discussing a beloved relative who lives far away. You're not a wound to her. You're not an absence. You're just her father, one of her fathers. Adana touched the glass. I think you'd like that. She looked out at the garden, at the akpu tree standing sentinel beneath the mango's ancient branches. The moonlight caught its leaves, silvering them, transforming them into something almost magical. I'm happy, she whispered. Finally, completely, without reservation. I have a husband who loves me, a daughter who astonishes me, a company that serves thousands of families. I have friends and purpose and a tree that bears fruit every year. She paused. I have everything I thought I lost, and more I never expected to find. The photograph smiled. The moonlight shifted. Somewhere, in whatever dimension held the souls of fathers who died too young, Chitty Okonkwo raised a bowl of akpu porridge and toasted his wife's happiness. It's more than I wanted for you, she imagined him saying. It's everything. Thank you for persisting. The storm and the shelter. The harmattan arrived early that year, bringing dust and cold and the scent of approaching change. Adana stood at her bedroom window, watching the sky bruise purple over Lagos. and felt the familiar tightening in her chest that preceded every major transition. "You're brooding," Tabena said, appearing behind her with a cup of tea. I recognized the posture. "I'm not brooding. I'm contemplating atmospheric conditions. You've been staring at that cloud for 7 minutes. It's not that interesting." He pressed the tea into her hands. "What's wrong?" Adana hesitated. "I don't know. Something feels different. Not bad, necessarily, but shifting." She paused. "Do you ever feel like you're standing on the edge of something you can't see?" "Every day for the past 20 years. He smiled. "Usually it resolves into you walking through a door. This is different. This is about Afechi." Tabena's expression shifted to alert attention. "What about Afechi?" She started asking questions about Chitty's family. Not just about him, about his parents, his cousins, the compound in Onitsha. Adana's voice was carefully controlled. "She wants to know why we never visit them. Why they never visit us. Why she has a grandmother and grandfather she's never met." "What did you tell her?" "The truth. That after her father died, his family was unkind to us. That they said things that weren't true and did things that hurt us deeply. That we don't have a relationship with them because they haven't earned the right to be in our lives." She paused. She asked if they've tried to earn it. "Have they?" "Mama and Kechi came to my office 3 years ago, begging for money. I told her to apply through the foundation like everyone else." Adana's voice was flat. She never followed up. Neither did Chief Okonkwo. "I don't even know if they're still alive." "Do you want to know?" "I don't know." She set down her tea. "I spent years being angry at them, not just for what they did to me, but for what they robbed Afechi of. A grandfather's blessing, a grandmother's love, cousins and aunts, and the complicated, suffocating embrace of extended family." Her voice cracked. "But anger is exhausting. And Afechi is asking questions I can't answer with anger." "What can you answer with?" "Honestly, I don't know yet." She met his eyes. "I need to figure out what I want before I can figure out what to tell her. And I don't know what I want." Tabena was quiet for a long moment. Then, "Do you want me to find out what happened to them?" "Yes." "No." "Maybe." She laughed bitterly. "I don't know that either." "Then I'll wait until you do." He took her hand. "I've had practice waiting." The information arrived 3 days later, delivered by Tabena's investigator with the dispassionate efficiency of professionals accustomed to extracting secrets. Chief Innocent Okonkwo was dead. He had passed 18 months ago, quietly, without the elaborate funeral his status would have once commanded. His brothers had fought over his remaining assets, depleted by years of litigation and poor investments. The Onitsha compound had been sold to developers, its ancient walls demolished to make way for luxury apartments. Mama Nkechi was alive, but barely. She was living in a rented room in Nui, supported by distant relatives who had taken her in out of obligation rather than affection. Her health was poor: diabetes, hypertension, the accumulated neglect of a woman who had spent her life managing everyone else's affairs and neglecting her own. "She's not asking for help," Tabena said, relaying the information. "According to the report, she refuses to discuss you or Afechi. She tells people her son's wife and child died in an accident years ago." Adana absorbed this. "She's erased us." "She's tried to. It doesn't seem to have brought her peace." "Does she know about Afechi? That she's alive, thriving, asking questions about her grandmother?" "She knows." The investigator spoke to her neighbor, who mentioned that Mama Nkechi has a photograph of Afechi hidden in her Bible. It's old, from one of the newspaper profiles the business press ran when Afechi Rides launched. He paused. "She looks at it every night before sleep." Adana's eyes filled with tears. "She has no right. She has no right to love my daughter from a distance while pretending we're dead." "No, she doesn't." Tabena's voice was gentle. "But she's doing it anyway. Grief makes people do strange things. Don't defend her." "I'm not defending her. I'm trying to understand her." He paused. "She lost her only son. She handled that loss badly, cruelly, even. But she's been living with the consequences of her cruelty for 4 years, and from the sound of it, those consequences have destroyed her. So I should forgive her? Welcome her back into our lives because she's old and sick and lonely? No, you should do whatever brings you peace." He met her eyes. "But you should also consider that forgiveness isn't reconciliation. You can release your anger without inviting her to Afechi's birthday parties. You can acknowledge her humanity without entrusting her with your daughter's heart." Adana was quiet for a long time. The tea in her hands had gone cold, but she didn't notice. I need to think, she said. I need to figure out what I want. Take all the time you need. What if I never figure it out? What if I spend the rest of my life suspended between anger and pity, unable to move forward or backward? Then you'll be human. Most of us spend our lives suspended between opposing forces. He smiled. The trick is learning to be comfortable in the suspension. Ifechi, perceptive as always, noticed her mother's distraction. Mama, you're sad again, she said, climbing into Adana's lap with the unselfish confidence of a child who had never doubted her welcome. Your face is doing two things. Adana laughed weakly. What two things? Your mouth is smiling but your eyes are crying. Ifechi touched her mother's cheek. Why are your eyes crying? Because I'm thinking about complicated things. What complicated things? Family, forgiveness, people who hurt us, and whether we have to keep hurting forever because of what they did. Ifechi considered this with 6-year-old gravity. In school, we learned about forgiveness. Teacher says forgiveness is when you stop being angry even if the other person doesn't say sorry. What do you think about that? I think teacher is right, but also wrong. Ifechi's brow furrowed. You can stop being angry and still not want to play with someone. If Miriam takes my crayons and breaks them and doesn't say sorry, I can stop being angry, but I don't have to share my new crayons with her. That's very wise. I know. I'm smart. Ifechi paused. Is this about Daddy Chitty's mother? Adana blinked. How do you know about Daddy Chitty's mother? Because I'm smart. Ifechi's tone suggested this should be obvious. Also, I heard you talking to Daddy Tobin. You said her name and your eyes were crying. I see. Is she very old? Yes. And very sick. Is she sorry? For hurting you? I don't know, baby. She's never said she was sorry. Then you don't have to share your crayons. Ifechi nodded decisively. But you can stop being angry if you want. Anger is heavy. Mama Grace says it's like carrying rocks in your pocket. Adana pulled her daughter close, breathing in the scent of her hair, coconut oil and childhood, and the particular sweetness of unconditional love. When did you get so wise? She whispered. When I was born. Ifechi's voice was muffled against her mother's shoulder. I came out wise. Daddy Chitty said so. He did. He told me in a dream. He said, Ifechi, you're the wisest baby I've ever seen. And then he kissed my forehead and went to water his tree. She paused. Daddy Chitty's tree is very big now. Yes, baby. It's very big. He must be a very good gardener. He was. The best. Adana dreamed of Chitty that night. He was sitting beneath the akpu tree, which had grown to impossible proportions, its branches spreading across the entire garden, its trunk thicker than her body, its leaves whispering in a language she almost understood. He looked exactly as she remembered him. The dimples, the patient eyes, the slight smile that had always made her feel seen. You're here, she said. You're actually here. I'm always here. He patted the ground beside him. Sit with me. The tree has good shade. She sat. The grass was cool and soft, the shade genuinely excellent. Chitty offered her a bowl of akpu porridge, still warm. I tried to make it, she said. Mama Grace taught me. It was bitter. First harvest always is. It gets sweeter with time. He ate a spoonful. Yours was good. My grandmother approved. Your grandmother? Is she? She's around. Somewhere. He gestured vaguely. The afterlife is surprisingly disorganized. No one can agree on the seating arrangements. Adana laughed, the sound surprising her. I missed you. I know. I missed you too. He smiled. But you're doing well. Better than I hoped. You hoped I'd do well? I hoped you'd survive. I prayed you'd thrive. He paused. You're doing both. That's more than I dared to ask for. Adana looked at her hands. I'm married to Benna. I know. I love him. Not like I loved you. Different, not less. He's been so patient, so present, so completely devoted to Ifechi and me. She paused. I hope that's okay with you. Adana. His voice was gentle. I gave you a seed and asked you to find someone worth growing with. Did you think I meant you should spend the rest of your life alone? I thought. I didn't know what to think. You thought I'd be jealous. You thought loving someone else would erase what we had. He shook his head. That's not how love works. It's not a finite resource. Loving Tabena doesn't diminish what you felt for me. It honors it. How? Because you learned to love from me, and you took that learning into your next relationship. You loved him more completely because I loved you first. You trusted him more fully because I earned your trust. You opened your heart to him because I showed you what an open heart could receive. He touched her face. That's not betrayal. That's multiplication. Adana wept. In the dream, her tears were warm and sweet, watering the grass beneath the akpu tree. I don't know what to do about your mother, she said. She's old and sick and alone, and she has a photograph of a fetchy hidden in her Bible, but she tells everyone we're dead. Her voice cracked. I want to hate her. I want to forgive her. I want her to suffer, and I want her to be healed, and I don't know how to want both things simultaneously. You don't have to know. You just have to keep wanting. Chitty's voice was patient. My mother was never good at love. Her mother wasn't good at love either, or her mother before that. They were taught that love was transactional. You give what you have, you receive what you need, you keep careful accounts of who owes what. He paused. I tried to unlearn that. I think I succeeded, partly. But I couldn't teach my mother. She had to want to learn, and she never did. So I should just let her go? You should do whatever brings you peace. Forgiveness, distance, reconciliation, separation, there's no single right answer. He met her eyes. But you should also consider that she's dying, and she spent 4 years staring at a photograph of her granddaughter because she doesn't know how to ask for what she wants. And what does she want? I don't know. You'd have to ask her. He stood, brushing grass from his igbada. But I think she wants to be released. From her pride, her fear, her desperate need to believe that rejecting you was the right decision. He paused. I think she wants to be forgiven, even if she can't bring herself to say the words. How do you know all this? I don't. I'm just a dream. He smiled. But I knew my mother. And I know you. And I know that carrying anger is exhausting. And you've been exhausted for a very long time. He began to fade, his edges softening, his voice growing distant. Rest, he said. You don't have to decide anything tonight. The tree will still be here tomorrow. Chitty. But he was gone, and the akpu tree was its normal size again. And Adana woke alone in her bed with Tabena's arm warm across her waist and tears drying on her face. She didn't tell Tabena about the dream. Not immediately. She carried it with her through the morning routine, Ifechi's breakfast, her school drop-off, the endless cascade of emails and meetings that constituted her professional life. It accompanied her to the warehouse and the foundation office and the garden, where she sat beneath the akpu tree and watched its leaves shimmer in the harmattan breeze. You don't have to decide anything tonight, Chitty had said. The tree will still be here tomorrow. But the tree had been waiting 4 years. How much longer could it wait? She made her decision on a Sunday, after church and lunch and Ifechi's elaborate puppet show about a tortoise who learned to share. I need to go to Nui, she told Tabena. I need to see Mama and Kechi. He didn't ask why, or whether she was sure, or what she hoped to accomplish. He simply said, I'll drive you. No, I need to do this alone. She paused. But I need you to stay with Ifechi. And I need you to be here when I come back. I'll always be here when you come back. He took her hands. That's not conditional. That's not transactional. That's just who I am now. Who you've always been. Yes, who I've always been. Nui was a city of contrasts, sprawling markets and empty factories, new wealth and old poverty. The relentless energy of commerce colliding with the quiet desperation of communities left behind by progress. Adana drove herself, navigating unfamiliar roads with the competence she had developed during her dispatch writing days. The rented room was in a compound of similar rooms, each with its own narrow door and tiny window. Adana stood before Mama and Kechi's door for a full minute, her hand raised to knock, her heart hammering against her ribs. You don't have to forgive her, she reminded herself. You don't have to reconcile with her. You just have to see her, and let her see you, and release the anger that's been poisoning your peace for 4 years. She knocked. The woman who opened the door was barely recognizable as Mama Kechi. Her hair was gray and thin, her face deeply lined, her body shrunken within clothes that hung loose on her diminished frame. But her eyes, those assessing, measuring eyes, were the same. Nwanyem, she breathed. My son's wife. Mother. Adana paused. May I come in? The room was tiny and immaculate, every surface polished, every belonging arranged with obsessive precision. A single photograph stood on the bedside table, Chitty, young and smiling, his dimples deep and his eyes bright with joy. Beside it, partially visible beneath the Bible, was the edge of another photograph. Adana recognized Ifechi's face, frozen at 2 years old, captured in a newspaper profile that had run when Ifechi Rides first launched. You kept this, she said. Mama Nkechi's hands trembled. I had no right. I know I had no right. But I couldn't. She looked so much like him. The dimples, the way she holds her head. Her voice cracked. I couldn't throw it away. Adana sat on the room's single chair. Mama Nkechi perched on the edge of the bed, her posture that of a supplicant awaiting judgment. Why did you tell people we were dead? Adana asked. Because it was easier than admitting what I'd done. The old woman's voice was barely audible. Easier to pretend you died with Chitty than to acknowledge that I had driven you away, stolen from you, accused you of murdering my own son. She paused. Easier to live with the fiction than the truth. And now I'm dying, and the fiction brings me no comfort. She looked at Adana, really looked, without calculation or defense. I was wrong. About everything. About you, about Ifechi, about what Chitty needed and what our family required to survive. I was wrong, and I have spent 4 years trying to outrun that knowledge, and I am very, very tired of running. Adana said nothing. The room was silent except for the distant sounds of the compound. Children playing, women cooking, the ordinary music of communal life. I don't expect your forgiveness, Mama Nkechi continued. I don't deserve it. I don't expect to be part of Ifechi's life, or to attend your weddings or birthdays or any of the celebrations I forfeited when I chose pride over love. She paused. I just want you to know that I know, that I acknowledge what I did, without excuse or mitigation, that if I could go back and undo it, I would. You can't undo it. I know. That's the punishment. Her voice broke. Not the poverty or the illness or the loneliness. The knowledge that I destroyed my only chance at connection with my son's wife and child, and I can never repair what I broke. Adana looked at the photograph of Chitty, frozen in eternal youth. She looked at the photograph of Ifechi, hidden in the Bible like a secret prayer. She looked at the old woman who had been her enemy, her tormentor, her mother-in-law, and saw only another human being, broken by grief and pride and the terrible weight of choices that couldn't be unmade. I don't forgive you, she said. Not yet. Maybe not ever. She paused. But I'm willing to stop running too. Mama Nkechi's face crumpled. What are you saying? I'm saying that Ifechi has been asking about you. She's 6 years old. She's brilliant and stubborn, and she wants to know why she has a grandmother she's never met. Adana's voice was steady. I'm not ready to bring you into her life. But I'm not going to pretend you don't exist anymore. What do you want from me? Nothing. Everything. I don't know. Adana stood. I need to think about what comes next. But I wanted you to know that I came here. That I saw you. That I'm not carrying my anger the way I used to. She moved toward the door. Mama Nkechi's voice stopped her. Your daughter, the old woman said. Does she know about me? She knows she has a grandmother and grandfather she's never met. She knows her father's family hurt us deeply. She knows I'm trying to figure out what to do about that. Adana paused. She also knows that forgiveness doesn't require reconciliation and that she doesn't have to share her crayons with people who break them. Mama Nkechi absorbed this. She sounds like Chitty. She is exactly like Chitty. She has his dimples and his stubbornness and his absolute certainty that the world should be fairer than it is. Adana paused. She also has my tendency to brood and Tabena's patience and a wisdom that astonishes everyone who meets her. She has you. Mama Nkechi's voice was barely audible. That's the most important thing. Yes, Adana said. She has me. And I have her. And that's enough. She drove back to Lagos in silence, the road unspooling before her like a length of dark ribbon. The harmattan had intensified, dust obscuring the horizon, transforming the familiar landscape into something strange and dreamlike. You did the right thing, Chitty's voice whispered. You saw her. You acknowledged her humanity. You didn't forgive her, but you also didn't condemn her. Is that enough? It's more than she expected, more than she deserved, more than you owed her. But is it enough for Ifechi? Ifechi doesn't need her grandmother. Ifechi has you, and Tabena, and Funmi, and Mama Grace, and Mama Adebayo, and 100 other people who love her unconditionally. Ifechi doesn't need Mama Nkechi's approval or blessing or belated acknowledgement. Then why did I go? Because you needed to. Because carrying that anger was exhausting, and you needed to set it down. Because closure is a myth, but release is real, and you just released 4 years of accumulated bitterness. Now what? Now you go home. You hug your daughter. You kiss your husband. You water the tree your first husband planted, and eat the porridge his grandmother taught you to make. Chitty's voice was warm with love. You live your life, Adana. That's all you ever needed to do. She arrived home after dark, exhausted and empty and strangely peaceful. Tabena met her at the door, his face creased with worry he hadn't allowed himself to express. How was it? He asked. Complicated. She leaned into him, feeling his arms close around her. She's dying. She's been staring at a photograph of Ifechi for 4 years because she doesn't know how to ask for what she wants. She told me I was right, and she was wrong, and she doesn't expect forgiveness. Do you forgive her? I don't know. Maybe eventually. Not yet. She pulled back to look at him. But I'm not angry anymore. Not the way I was. It's like, the anger is still there, but it's no longer the center of everything. It's been moved to the edges. That's progress. That's survival. She smiled. Where's Ifechi? Sleeping. She wanted to wait up for you, but she couldn't keep her eyes open. He paused. She asked me to tell you that she loves you and Daddy Chitty's tree needs watering, and she's very proud of you for being brave. Adana's eyes filled with tears. She said that. She said, Mama is doing something hard today. When she comes home, tell her I love her, and the tree is fine, and she's the bravest person I know. Tabena's voice was gentle. Our daughter is extraordinary. Our daughter is extraordinary. She laughed, the sound breaking on a sob. I don't deserve her. You deserve her. You deserve everything good that's come to you. He took her hand. You just have to believe it. I'm working on it. Take all the time you need. She watered the akpu tree that night, standing alone in the garden beneath the patient mango branches. The tree had grown significantly in the past year, its trunk thickening, its branches spreading, its leaves rustling in the harmattan wind. Your mother is dying, she told Chitty. She's old and sick and alone, and she spent 4 years staring at a photograph of your daughter because she doesn't know how to ask for forgiveness. She paused. I didn't give it to her. I couldn't. But I didn't withhold it either. I just acknowledged her, saw her, let her know that I know she exists. The tree swayed slightly, as if in acknowledgement. I don't know what comes next. Maybe nothing. Maybe she'll die in that rented room, still clutching your photograph in Ifechi's, still telling herself the fiction that we're dead. Maybe I'll never see her again. She touched a leaf. But I won't carry the anger anymore. It's too heavy, and I'm tired, and I have better things to do with my remaining years. She thought about Chitty's dream, his patient voice and gentle hands. She thought about Ifechi's wisdom, earned from 6 years of being loved unconditionally. She thought about Tabena's patience, 20 years of waiting that had finally been rewarded. I'm going to live my life now, she said. Fully, completely, without reservation. I'm going to love my husband and raise my daughter and grow your tree and eat its fruit. I'm going to build things that outlast me and plant seeds I'll never harvest and trust that the people who come after will continue what I started. She paused. I'm going to be happy, not despite losing you, but because you taught me how. She kissed her fingers and pressed them to the tree's trunk. Thank you, she whispered. For everything. The tree swayed. The wind shifted. Somewhere, in whatever dimension held the souls of fathers who died too young, Chitty Okonkwo smiled. The question and the answer. Ifechi was 7 years old when she asked the question that changed everything. It was a Tuesday, unremarkable in every way. The harmattan had finally released its grip, the first rains were still weeks away, and the akpa tree was covered in the small white flowers that preceded its annual fruiting. Adana was reviewing quarterly reports on her tablet while Ifechi did homework at the kitchen island, her brow furrowed in concentration as she laboriously formed cursive letters. Mama, Ifechi said, not looking up from her workbook. Did Daddy Chitty want to marry you? Adana's fingers stilled on the screen. Yes, baby. He asked me, and I said yes. I know that. I mean, did he want to? Or did his family make him? The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. Adana set down her tablet. Why are you asking that, sweetheart? Ifechi's pen paused. She was quiet for a long moment, her small face troubled. At school, some girls were talking. They said rich men only marry poor women because they have to, not because they want to. They said it's always business, never love. She looked up at her mother. Was Daddy Chitty like that? Was it business? Adana felt her heart crack along familiar fault lines. No, baby. It was never business. Your father loved me before he knew anything about my family or my background or what I could bring to his. He loved me because I saw him, not his money, not his name, not his position. Just him. But he was rich and you were not rich. He was rich. I was not rich. That's true. Adana moved to sit beside her daughter. But love doesn't care about bank accounts. Love cares about connection, about trust, about the quiet moments when you realize that someone sees you completely and stays anyway. She paused. Your father saw me completely and stayed. That's not business. That's the opposite of business. Ifechi absorbed this. And Daddy Tobin? He's also rich. Did he marry you for love? He waited 20 years to marry me. 20 years, Ifechi. He could have chosen anyone, at any time, for any reason. He chose to wait for me. Adana's voice was steady. That's not business either. That's devotion. So both my daddies loved you for real? Both your daddies loved me for real. Both your daddies chose me when they didn't have to. Both your daddies are proof that love exists, that it persists, that it finds a way through grief and time and all the obstacles the world puts in its path. She touched her daughter's face. And both your daddies love you more than they ever thought possible. You are the best thing that came from both of those loves. Ifechi considered this with the gravity she brought to all significant matters. Then she nodded once, decisively. Okay, she said. I believe you. She returned to her workbook. Adana watched her form the letter Q with painstaking care, her small tongue protruding slightly with concentration, and felt the familiar ache of gratitude for this child who had arrived in the midst of catastrophe and transformed it into purpose. I love you, Adana whispered. More than you will ever know. I know, Mama. Ifechi didn't look up. You tell me every day. Adana recounted the conversation to Tabina that evening, after Ifechi had been tucked in and the house had settled into its nighttime quiet. She asked if Chidi wanted to marry me or if his family made him, she said. 7 years old, and already confronting the same questions I spent my entire 20s trying to answer. What did you tell her? The truth. That he loved me, chose me, stayed with me. That his family's disapproval didn't reflect his feelings. She paused. I didn't tell her about the accusations, or the inheritance theft, or being driven from my home with nothing but 2 suitcases. She's not ready for that. She might never be ready for that. She might never need to be ready for that. Those are my memories, my wounds, my battles. She doesn't have to carry them. Adana met his eyes. I don't want her to inherit my trauma. I want her to inherit my healing. Tabina was quiet for a moment. That's a choice. Not everyone makes it. I know. My mother made it. She never told me the worst parts of her own story, not until I was grown and asked directly. She protected me from her pain so I could focus on my own growth. Adana paused. I want to do the same for Ifechi. And when she's grown, when she asks directly, then I'll tell her. Honestly, completely, without evasion. But I'll also tell her that her grandmother's cruelty wasn't her fault, that her grandfather's silence wasn't her responsibility, that the circumstances of her birth don't define the person she's become. Adana smiled. I'll tell her that she was wanted, prayed for, loved before she had a name. That's the only inheritance that matters. The akpu tree's flowers became fruit, green and hard, ripening slowly under the strengthening sun. Ifechi monitored their progress with the dedication of a scientist, recording observations in a small notebook Tabina had given her. Day 15, she announced at dinner. Fruits are bigger than yesterday. Color still green. No pests detected. She paused. Daddy Chidi's tree is very productive this year. Maybe it knows you're watching it, Tabina said. Maybe it wants to impress you. Ifechi considered this. Trees don't have feelings. They have biological responses to environmental stimuli. Where did you learn that? School. Also, I read your encyclopedia. She paused. But maybe biological responses and feelings are the same thing, just different words. Mama says love is a biological response too, hormones and neurons and things. But it's still love. Adana choked on her water. Tabina's expression was caught between pride and alarm. Did I say something wrong? Ifechi asked. No, baby. You said something very right. Adana wiped her mouth. Where do you get these ideas? I think them. Ifechi's tone suggested this should be obvious. My brain is full of ideas. They just come out sometimes. Keep letting them out. The world needs more ideas like yours. The first akpu fruit of the season ripened on a Sunday, splitting open to reveal the hard nut within. Ifechi collected it with ceremonial reverence, presenting it to Adana like a sacred offering. For the porridge, she said. Mama Grace says the first fruit is the most important. It sets the pattern for the whole harvest. Adana accepted the nut. What pattern should we set? Patience. Persistence. Being bitter at first, but getting sweeter. Ifechi paused. Also sharing. The first fruit should be shared with someone who needs it. And who needs it? Ifechi was quiet for a moment. Daddy Chitty's mother. Adana's hands stilled on the nut. What do you know about Daddy Chitty's mother? I know she's old and sick and alone. I know she hurt you, and you were angry, but now you're less angry. Ifechi's voice was carefully casual, but her eyes were fixed on her mother's face. I know she has a picture of me in her Bible. How do you know that? I heard you telling Daddy Tobin. You thought I was asleep, but I wasn't. Ifechi paused. I'm a very good pretender when I want to be. Adana didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, baby. You're a very good pretender. So can we share the first fruit with her? Not because she deserves it. I don't know if she deserves it. But because sharing is what we do. Ifechi's voice was steady. We're Ifechi rides. We deliver things to people who need them. Maybe she needs this. Adana looked at her daughter. This extraordinary child who had inherited Chitty's dimples and her own stubbornness and Tabena's patient heart, and somehow, impossibly, developed a wisdom that surpassed them all. Yes, she said. We can share the first fruit with her. Mama and Kechi received them in her rented room, her hands trembling, her eyes wet with tears. She couldn't seem to stop. She didn't look at Adana. She didn't look at Tabena, who had driven them and waited in the car outside. She looked only at Ifechi, who stood in the center of the tiny room with the akpu nut cupped in her palms. You're so tall, Mama and Kechi whispered. In the photograph, you were so small. I was 2 in that photograph. Now I'm 7. Ifechi's voice was calm, matter of fact. People grow. Adana's blood turned cold, then hot, then cold again. Send her to my office, she said. I'll meet her there. Mama and Kechi had aged. That was Adana's first thought, ungenerous but undeniable. Her wig was cheap, her designer handbag scuffed beyond repair, her customary hauteur replaced by something that might have been humility or might have been desperation. It was difficult to tell the difference with Mama and Kechi. Nwanyem, she began. My son's wife. I am not your son's wife, Adana said. Your son is dead. You made clear that I was never truly his wife in your eyes. Mama and Kechi flinched. Actually flinched, as if Adana's words were physical blows. We were wrong. I was wrong. The words seemed to cost her physical pain. The family has fallen. Chitty's brothers fought over everything. There are lawsuits, debts. The mansion is being sold for arrears. Adana said nothing. Please. Mama and Kechi's voice cracked. You have money now. A company. Chitty would want you to help his family. Chitty would want me to protect his daughter from people who called her the child and suggested her mother killed her father. Adana's voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. Chitty would want me to honor his memory by building something meaningful, not by subsidizing the relatives who stripped me of everything and left me to starve. We didn't know, we thought. You thought I was a gold digger who trapped your son with pregnancy and murdered him for his inheritance. You thought my daughter was worthless because she lacked a Y chromosome. You thought that driving me from my home with nothing but 2 suitcases was justice. Adana stood. You thought wrong. Mama and Kechi was crying. Real tears, not the performative weeping of funerals and public appearances. I lost my son, my only son, and in my grief, I lashed out at the person he loved most because I couldn't bear the injustice of his death. She looked up at Adana, her face ravaged. I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm not asking you to forget. I'm asking you to help my husband, your daughter's grandfather, who is facing eviction from the house his ancestors built. Adana thought about Chief Innocent Okonkwo. She thought about his cold eyes, his silent complicity, his absolute refusal to defend her when his brothers accused her of murder. She thought about Ifechi, who would never know her paternal grandfather because that man had looked at her infant face and seen only disappointment. If your husband needs assistance, she said, he can apply through our corporate social responsibility department. There's a form on our website. His application will be evaluated alongside all others. Mama and Kechi stared at her. You would make my husband, a chief of the Okonkwo clan, fill out a form like a common supplicant. I would make him follow the same process as every other Nigerian seeking assistance from my foundation. His status as your son's father does not exempt him from basic administrative procedure. Adana paused. Neither does it condemn him. If his application is meritorious, it will be approved. If not, it will be denied. That's how systems are supposed to work. You've become hard. I've become fair. There's a difference. Adana stood. Is there anything else? Mama and Kechi hesitated. Then, slowly, She reached into her handbag and withdrew a small velvet pouch. This was Chitty's, she said. His grandmother gave it to him when he was 12. He carried it with him everywhere, in his pocket, in his briefcase, even on business trips. After he died, I found it among his effects. She placed the pouch on Adana's desk. I should have given it to you then. I was too proud, too angry, too consumed by my own grief to recognize yours. She turned and walked to the door. At the threshold, she paused. You were a good wife to my son, she said, not turning around. Better than he deserved. Better than I acknowledged. Her voice was barely audible. I'm sorry I couldn't see it when it mattered. She left. The door swung shut behind her. Adana stood motionless, staring at the velvet pouch, unable to move or speak or think. After a long moment, she opened it. Inside was a seed. Small, brown, unremarkable, the kind of seed that might grow into a tree or a shrub or simply decompose, depending on soil and water and the inscrutable whims of nature. A folded note accompanied it, the paper yellowed with age and handling. Adana unfolded the note. Chitty's handwriting. She would recognize it anywhere, the careful loops and impatient slants, the ink blots where his pen had hesitated. This seed is from the akpu tree in my grandmother's compound. She says it's over 100 years old, planted by her mother's mother. She gave me this seed when I was 12 and told me, when you find someone worth growing with, plant this. The tree will outlive both of you. I thought I understood what she meant. I was wrong. Now I understand. Love is not about finding someone to share your shade. It's about finding someone willing to plant seeds with you, knowing neither of you will live to see the tree at full height. It's about faith in a future you won't witness, trust in roots you won't touch, hope in branches that will shelter children you'll never hold. Adana, you are the person I want to plant seeds with. Not because you'll make me happy, though you do, or because you'll give me children, though I hope you will, or because you'll complete me, though I was incomplete before you. I want to plant seeds with you because you understand that the harvest isn't the point. The planting is. The waiting is. The faith that something beautiful will grow from our small, clumsy efforts. I love you. I will always love you. Even after I'm gone. And I will be gone, eventually, as all things are. I will love you from whatever soil holds my body. Plant this seed somewhere with sun. Water it when you remember. Don't grieve when it takes years to bear fruit. I'll be waiting in the shade. Adana read the letter 3 times. Then she folded it carefully, returned it to the pouch with the seed, and wept. She called Tabina at midnight. I need you to come here, she said. Please. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Is Afechi? I'm not hurt. I just need you here. He arrived in 40 minutes, a journey that should have taken an hour and a half. His shirt was untucked, his hair disheveled, his face creased with worry. Adana met him at the door, the velvet pouch clutched in her hands. What happened? Tell me what's wrong. Nothing's wrong. She held out the pouch. Everything's right. I just needed you to see this. He read Chitty's letter in silence. His expression shifted from confusion to understanding to something Adana couldn't identify. Grief, perhaps, or gratitude, or the quiet acknowledgement of a man being invited into sacred space. He knew. Tabina said finally. Even then, he knew he wouldn't have much time. I think so. I think he'd always known, on some level. His grandmother gave him that seed when he was 12. Long before we met. Long before he had any reason to contemplate his own mortality. She paused. He was preparing for absence before he ever experienced presence. Adana ate. The porridge was rich and nutty, less bitter than previous years. She thought about Chitty's grandmother, who had planted trees she would never see at full height. She thought about her own grandmother, who had died before Adana was old enough to remember her face. She thought about Mama Grace, who had adopted her into a lineage of women who stirred pots and ground nuts and passed down recipes through generations. I am rich in grandmothers, she said. Thank you for being one of them. Mama Grace smiled. Thank you for letting me. Ifechi turned 8 in a cascade of balloons and cake and carefully wrapped presents. The celebration was held in the garden, beneath the mango tree's ancient branches and the akpu tree's patient shade. Dispatch riders came with their families. Foundation staff came with their children. Funmi came with her sharp wit and softer heart. Mama Adebayo came with her network of grandmothers, who collectively adopted every child present and fed them until they groaned. Mama Nkechi was not invited. She had not asked to be, and Adana had not extended the courtesy. But she called that evening, her voice carefully neutral, and asked how the celebration had gone. It was lovely, Adana said. Ifechi received 17 books, 23 stuffed animals, and a bicycle she's not tall enough to ride yet. She'll grow into it. Mama and Kechi paused. Chidi learned to ride when he was 6. His father was away on business, so I taught him. He fell 12 times before he finally managed a full circuit of the compound. Adana's breath caught. You never told me that. You never asked. Another pause. There are many things I never told you. About Chidi's childhood, his fears, his secret ambitions. I hoarded those stories like a miser hoards coins, believing they were mine to keep or withhold as I chose. Her voice was barely audible. I was wrong. They were his, and then they were yours, and I had no right to keep them from you. Adana was silent. I don't expect you to want them now, Mama and Kechi continued. The moment for sharing has passed, and it's my fault it passed and used. But if you ever want to know about his first word, his worst injury, the dreams he confessed to me in the dark, I will tell you. Honestly, completely, without reservation. Adana thought about Chidi's photograph, patient and smiling. She thought about the akpu tree, its roots spreading invisibly beneath the soil. She thought about Ifechi, who had inherited her father's dimples and her mother's stubbornness and a grandmother's belated love. His first word, she said slowly. What was it? Mama and Kechi's voice trembled. Light. He saw the sun through the window and pointed and said light. The nurse said it was just babble, but I knew. He was naming the world. He named it well. Yes, he always did. The stories came slowly, reluctantly, like water seeping through cracked earth. Mama and Kechi was not a natural storyteller. Her narratives were halting, self-interrupted, punctuated by long silences and unexpected tears. But she was determined, in her belated way, to give Adana what she had withheld for so long. Chidi's fear of thunderstorms, how he would crawl into his mother's bed at the first rumble, bury his face in her shoulder, and refuse to emerge until the sky cleared. His disastrous attempt to build a treehouse, the nails bent, the wood splintered, the final structure listing at an angle that would have made any competent carpenter weep. His secret ambition to be a poet, abandoned when his father informed him that Okonkwo men don't write verses, they write contracts. His first heartbreak, a girl named Amara who moved to Abuja and never answered his letters. His quiet pride when Ifechi was born, expressed not in celebration but in the careful, reverent way he held his daughter. He said she was perfect, Mama and Kechi whispered. He said he didn't care about sons, that daughters could inherit just as well, that anyone who thought otherwise was clinging to outdated traditions. She paused. I told him he was being sentimental. I told him he would regret it when he was old and had no one to carry his name. You were wrong. Yes, I was wrong. Her voice broke. I was wrong about everything. And now he's gone, and his daughter is perfect, and I have spent 8 years denying myself the joy of knowing her because I was too proud to admit my mistakes. Adana said nothing. There was nothing to say that wouldn't diminish the magnitude of that acknowledgement. I don't expect you to forgive me, Mama and Kechi continued. I don't expect to be part of Ifechi's life, or to attend her graduations and weddings and achievements. I just want you to know that I know, that I see, now, what I couldn't see then. She paused. That you were the best thing that ever happened to my son, and I threw you away like garbage. You didn't throw me away. You tried to destroy me. Yes. The word was barely audible. Yes, I tried to destroy you. And you survived. You thrived. You built an empire from a borrowed motorcycle and a broken heart. She laughed bitterly. I tried to break you, and instead I made you unbreakable. That's my legacy. Not grandchildren, not inheritance, not the continuation of the Okonkwo name. Just the knowledge that my cruelty forged the woman who proved me wrong. Adana was quiet for a long moment. Then, that's not your legacy. Your legacy is the son you raised, who loved generously and died too young and left behind a daughter who carries his dimples and his kindness. Your legacy is the stories you're finally telling, the history you're finally sharing, the connection you're finally attempting to build. She paused. Your legacy is what you do now, not what you did then. And what should I do now? I don't know. That's not my decision. Adana's voice was steady. But I know that Ifechi asks about you sometimes. Not often, but sometimes. She wants to know if you're still alive, still in Nui, still looking at her photograph hidden in your Bible. Mama Nkechi gasped softly. She knows about that? She knows everything. She's been pretending not to know because she's polite and doesn't want to embarrass you. But she knows. Adana paused. She also knows that you're trying, and she respects that. She's willing to give you chances her mother isn't ready to give. What do I do with those chances? That's up to you. But I suggest you start by apologizing directly to her, not through me. Adana paused. She's 8 years old, but she's also the wisest person I know. She'll know if you're sincere. She'll know. Mama Nkechi's voice was trembling. She's Chitty's daughter. She always knows. The apology came the following Sunday, during a Fetchy's scheduled call. Adana listened from the kitchen, pretending to review paperwork while actually straining to hear her daughter's end of the conversation. And I know I should have said this before, but I was scared and proud and very, very stupid. Mama Nkechi's voice was barely audible through the phone speaker. I hurt your mother terribly. I hurt you by hurting her. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I want you to know that I'm sorry. Truly, deeply, completely sorry. A pause. Then Fetchy's voice, calm and measured. Okay. I accept your apology. Another pause. Now we can start building something new. Adana pressed her hand to her mouth. Mama Nkechi's weeping was audible even from across the room. Thank you, the old woman sobbed. Thank you, child. You're welcome, Grandma. Fetchy's voice was gentle. But you have to keep being sorry. Not just saying it, being it. That's how building works. How do I be sorry? You change. You do things differently. You don't make the same mistakes again. Fetchy paused. Also, you can send Mama Grace's chin-chin sometimes. She makes too much and we can't eat it all. Mama Nkechi laughed, the sound breaking on a sob. I will. I promise I will. Okay. Then we'll talk next Sunday. Fetchy paused. Grandma. Yes, child. I'm glad you're my grandmother. Adana found Tabena in the garden that evening, sitting beneath the akpu tree with Fetchy asleep in his lap. She forgave her, Adana said. Just like that. 8 years old. And she forgave the woman who tried to destroy her mother. She didn't forgive her. She accepted her apology and set conditions for future interaction. Tabena's voice was quiet. That's not forgiveness. That's negotiation. Is there a difference? Yes. Forgiveness is release, letting go of anger and resentment regardless of the other person's response. Negotiation is engagement, establishing terms for ongoing relationship. He paused. Fetchy is too young to fully forgive. She doesn't understand the depth of the wound, so she can't truly release the debt. But she's old enough to negotiate. She's old enough to say, I accept your apology, now show me you mean it. And when she's older, when she understands everything, then she'll decide whether to forgive or maintain distance or something in between. He met her eyes. That's her choice, not yours. Not Mom Nkechi's. Hers alone. Adana sat beside him, leaning into his warmth. The akpu tree rustled overhead, its leaves catching the fading light. I wanted to protect her from all of this, she said. From the cruelty and complexity and impossible choices. I wanted her to grow up in a world where love was simple and family was safe, and no one ever had to negotiate the terms of their grandmother's repentance. I know. I wanted that too. He paused. But we don't get to choose the world Fetchy inherits. We only get to choose how we prepare her for it. And have we prepared her well? She's 8 years old and she just conducted a successful reconciliation negotiation with a woman who has spent 8 years pretending she doesn't exist. Tabena smiled. I'd say we've prepared her adequately. Adana laughed. Adequately. That's one word for it. I could use stronger words, but I don't want to inflate her ego. He paused. Also, she's sleeping. She can't hear me praise her. She'll demand praise tomorrow. She always does. She deserves it. He kissed Adana's forehead. We all deserve praise, sometimes. For surviving, for growing, for learning to negotiate with our tormentors and set boundaries with our beloveds. He paused. For becoming people our younger selves would admire. Adana thought about her younger self, the 26-year-old who had stood at Ngozi's barbecue, nursing a Coke and nursing her wounds. That woman had believed happiness was a temporary reprieve from tragedy, that love was a transaction, that survival was the best she could hope for. She wished she could go back and tell her, you're wrong. Happiness is not a reprieve, it's a practice. Love is not a transaction, it's a multiplication. Survival is not the goal, it's the foundation. You will lose the man you love, and you will survive. You will build an empire from a borrowed motorcycle, and you will thrive. You will find love again, unexpected and patient, and 20 years in the making. And you will learn that hearts are not finite resources, but renewable ones. You will raise a daughter who forgives strategically and sets boundaries compassionately and negotiates the terms of her grandmother's repentance with the grace of a seasoned diplomat. You will plant a tree and watch it grow and eat its fruit and share it with people who don't deserve it, because sharing is what you do. You will be happy, not despite your grief, but alongside it. Not because you've forgotten your losses, but because you've integrated them into a life that contains both sorrow and joy, memory and hope, the past you carry and the future you're building. You will be enough. You already are. Adana. Tabena's voice was gentle. You're crying. Happy tears. She wiped her face. I was just thinking about how far we've come. We've come far. We'll go further. He squeezed her hand. Take all the time you need. Actually, she said, I think I've taken enough time. I think I'm ready to stop waiting and start living. You've been living for years. You just didn't notice. Then I'm ready to notice. She smiled. I'm ready to be present in my own life, instead of always preparing for the next catastrophe. I'm ready to trust that happiness isn't a temporary reprieve, but a permanent state I'm allowed to inhabit. She paused. I'm ready to stop measuring my worth by my suffering and start measuring it by my joy. Tabena lifted her hand to his lips. That's all I've ever wanted for you. That's all anyone who loves you has ever wanted. I know. I just needed time to want it for myself. And now I want it. She looked at the akpu tree, the mango tree, the sleeping child in her husband's lap. Now I want everything. The legacy and the leap. Ifechi was 9 years old when she announced her intention to become CEO of Ifechi Rides. The declaration came during dinner, delivered with the casual certainty of someone announcing the weather. Adana choked on her jollof rice. Tabena set down his fork with careful deliberation. I see, Adana said, once she could speak. And what brought you to this decision? Several factors. Ifechi ticked them off on her fingers. 1. I know the company better than anyone else my age. 2. I have good ideas for expansion. 3. I'm named after it, which gives me brand recognition advantages. She paused. 4. Daddy Tobin says I'm very good at negotiations, and being CEO is mostly negotiations. Did I say that? Tabena asked. You said I negotiated very well with Grandma. Then you said CEOs spend 80% of their time negotiating. I connected the dots. Adana exchanged a glance with Tabena. Their daughter's logical processes were, as always, impeccable. And what about school? Adana asked. CEOs typically need education beyond the 4th grade. I'll finish school first. I'm not proposing to take over tomorrow. Ifechi's tone suggested this should have been obvious. I'm just letting you know my long-term plans so you can prepare. Prepare how? Succession planning, mentorship, gradual transfer of responsibilities. Ifechi paused. Also, you should probably put me on the payroll so I can start saving for university. I researched it. Junior employees can receive compensation for work performed, subject to child labor laws. Adana stared at her daughter. Tabena appeared to be suppressing laughter. How old are you? Adana asked. 9. Almost 10. Ifechi's chin lifted. Age is just a number. Age is also a legal requirement for employment contracts. Then we'll do an informal arrangement. Cash payments, no documentation. Ifechi paused. I won't tell anyone if you won't. Absolutely not. We are not running an off-the-books employment scheme with our 4th grade daughter. 5th grade. I skip a grade next year. Adana closed her eyes. Tabena. Help. I think she's being remarkably reasonable, Tabena said. The succession planning timeline is ambitious but not impossible. And her analysis of brand recognition advantages is sound. You're encouraging her. I'm acknowledging her strategic thinking. There's a difference. He smiled at Ifechi. However, your mother is right about the legal requirements. No informal arrangements. But if you develop a formal business proposal, I'll review it with you. Ifechi nodded seriously. I'll draft something this weekend. Excellent. Make sure to include market analysis and projected ROI. I will. Adana watched her husband and daughter discuss EBITDA margins with the same gravity other families discussed homework and chores. She thought about Chitty, who had dreamed of their daughter ruling the world. She thought about her father, who had believed education was the only inheritance worth leaving. She thought about Tabena, who had waited 20 years to become part of this family, and now spent his evenings coaching a 9-year-old through business plan development. "You're all insane," she said. "Completely, utterly insane." "Insane or visionary?" Ifechi asked. "Those aren't mutually exclusive." Ifechi's formal business proposal arrived on Sunday, printed on her pink stationery and bound with a sparkly unicorn report cover. Adana read it with growing astonishment. The analysis was surprisingly sophisticated: market trends, competitive landscape, operational efficiencies. The recommendations were specific and practical. Expansion into Abuja, development of a proprietary delivery tracking app, establishment of a rider training academy. "You wrote this yourself?" she asked. "I had help with the spelling." Daddy Taban explained compound interest. Ifechi paused. "The ideas are mine. They're good ideas." "I know." Ifechi's voice was matter-of-fact. "That's why I wrote them down." Adana looked at her daughter, this extraordinary child who had inherited Chitty's dimples and her own stubbornness and Tabena's strategic mind, and somehow, impossibly, developed an entrepreneurial instinct that surpassed them all. "Okay," she said. "Let's talk about how we might implement some of these recommendations." Ifechi's face lit up. "Really? Really? But not because you're my daughter or because you're named after the company. Because your ideas have merit and you've presented them persuasively." Adana paused. "That's how business works. Good ideas win, regardless of who proposes them." "I know. That's why I worked so hard on the proposal." Ifechi paused. "Also, I really want to see the app developed. The current tracking system is adequate, but not optimal." Adana laughed. "Adequate, but not optimal. I'll add that to the board meeting agenda." The app development became Ifechi's after-school project. Adana hired a freelance developer, a young woman named Chioma who had graduated from the same program Adana had completed a decade earlier. Chioma met with Ifechi twice weekly to discuss requirements, user experience, and the technical constraints of real-time tracking systems. "She's remarkable," Chioma told Adana. "I've worked with adult clients who have less clarity about what they want. She knows exactly which features matter and which are just aesthetic noise. She's been using delivery apps since she could hold a tablet. That explains the familiarity, not the strategic thinking." Chioma shook her head. "You should consider putting her in advanced math programs. She has an intuitive grasp of algorithms that most people never develop." Adana considered this. "I'll talk to her school." Also, she asked me to add a feature that prioritizes delivery requests from single mothers. She said it was consistent with company values. Chioma paused. "Is that true?" "Yes. It's one of our core principles." "She said you'd say that." Chioma smiled. "She also said I should mention that she's available for consulting work on other projects, should any arise." Adana closed her eyes. "I need to have a conversation with my daughter about appropriate professional boundaries." "Good luck with that." The Akpu tree bore fruit again, its branches heavy with nuts that would become porridge and seedlings and the next generation of Chitty's legacy. Ifechi collected the harvest with her usual methodical efficiency, cataloging each nut in her notebook, tracking yield patterns against weather data and soil conditions. "The tree is producing 30% more fruit than last year," she announced. "Optimal rainfall and my improved watering schedule are the most likely variables." "Your improved watering schedule?" "I increased frequency by 10% during dry spells." The tree responded positively. Ifechi paused. "I documented everything. You can review my data if you want." Adana reviewed the data. It was, as always, meticulous and persuasive. "You're going to be a scientist," she said. "Or a CEO. Or both." "I can be both. Scientists run research departments. Research departments need CEOs." Ifechi paused. "Also, I'm going to be a mother. And a wife. And probably some other things I haven't thought of yet. That's a lot of roles. I have a lot of time." Ifechi smiled. "I'm only 9. Mama Nkechi's health continued to decline. Her diabetes required daily insulin. Her hypertension demanded strict medication adherence. And her heart, weakened by years of stress and poor nutrition, was showing signs of failure. She did not complain. She did not request assistance beyond what was already offered. She simply continued her Sunday calls, her careful inquiries about Ifechi's life and Chitty's tree and the slow, patient work of building something new from the rubble of what she had destroyed. "She's dying," Adana told Tabena. "The doctor says she has maybe a year. Maybe less. Do you want to visit her?" "I don't know. Part of me still hates her. Part of me pities her. Part of me is grateful that she's trying, finally, to be the grandmother Ifechi deserves. She paused, and part of me is terrified that if I see her again, I'll forgive her. And I don't know if I'm ready for that. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to forgive her at all. Tabena's voice was gentle. Forgiveness isn't mandatory. It's not the only measure of healing. Then what is? Peace. The ability to remember what happened without being consumed by it. The freedom to make choices based on what you want, not what you're running from. He paused. You've had that peace for a while now. You just didn't notice. Adana considered this. It was true. She no longer woke in the dark, gripped by memories of the Okonkwo compound. She no longer rehearsed arguments with Mama and Kechi in her head, refining her righteous anger into ever-sharper weapons. She no longer measured her worth against her former mother-in-law's rejection. She was free, not because Mama and Kechi had apologized, or because justice had been served, or because the past had been erased. She was free because she had stopped waiting for those things to happen and started building a life that didn't depend on them. I don't want to visit her, she said. Not yet. Maybe not ever. She paused. But I don't want Ifechi to miss the chance to say goodbye. Then we'll take Ifechi to Nui. We'll give her the opportunity to see her grandmother one last time, on her own terms. He paused. And we'll be there to support her, whatever she decides. Yes, that's what we'll do. Ifechi received the news with characteristic gravity. Grandma is dying, she said. Not a question. Yes, baby. The doctor says she doesn't have much time left. Does she know? Yes, she knows. Ifechi was quiet for a long moment. Then, I want to see her. Not because I forgive her, I don't know if I forgive her. But because she's my grandmother, and she's dying, and I don't want her to die alone. She paused. Also, I want to tell her about the app development. She always asks about my projects, and I think it would make her happy to know I'm working on something important. Adana felt tears prick her eyes. She would like that very much. Can we go this weekend? I don't have any tests on Monday. Yes, baby. We can go this weekend. The drive to Nui was quiet, each of them absorbed in private thoughts. Ifechi sat in the back seat, her tablet on her lap, reviewing her presentation on the tracking app's features and projected impact. She had prepared slides, charts, and a cost-benefit analysis. She had rehearsed her talking points. She was, as always, meticulously prepared. She'll be impressed, Tabena said, catching Adana's eye in the rearview mirror. She'll be overwhelmed. That's a lot of information for someone who's never used a smartphone. Ifechi is very good at adjusting her presentation to her audience. She learned that from you. Adana smiled. She learned that from survival. When you're a child negotiating with adults, you learn to read your audience quickly. She's never had to negotiate for survival. You've protected her from that. No, but she's watched me negotiate for mine. She's learned from observation. Adana paused. Children absorb everything. The good and the bad, the intentional and the accidental. They're always learning, even when we don't realize we're teaching. And what have you taught her? That love is persistent. That grief is survivable. That family is not limited to blood. She paused. That forgiveness is a choice, not an obligation. She's learned those lessons well. She's learned them better than I have. Adana looked at her daughter in the rearview mirror. She's always been wiser than me. That's what children are for, to surpass their parents. Tabena smiled. It's the only legacy that matters. Mama and Kechi was waiting in the compound's communal courtyard, seated in a worn plastic chair beneath the shade of a guava tree. She had prepared for their visit. Her gray hair carefully combed, her best wrapper draped over her diminished frame, her face arranged in an expression of hopeful calm. But her hands, gripping the chair arms, betrayed her anxiety. Grandma, Ifechi approached with the measured confidence of a diplomat. Thank you for receiving us. Mama and Kechi's breath caught. Thank you for coming, child. You didn't have to. I wanted to. Ifechi settled into the chair beside her grandmother, arranging her tablet on her lap. I have something to show you. For the next hour, Ifechi presented her app proposal with the thorough professionalism she brought to all her projects. She explained the user interface, the tracking algorithms, the projected development timeline. She answered Mama and Kechi's tentative questions with patience and clarity. She solicited feedback with genuine curiosity. And what do you think? She asked finally. Is there anything I should improve? Mama and Kechi's eyes were wet. I think it's wonderful, child. I think your father would be so proud. Ifechi nodded, accepting the praise with quiet dignity. Daddy Chitty always said I should pursue my ideas. He said the world needs people who see problems and imagine solutions. He was right. Mama Nkechi's voice trembled. He was right about so many things. Yes, he was. Ifechi paused. Grandma, can I ask you something? Anything. Why did you pretend we were dead? When people asked about us, why did you say we died with Daddy Chitty? The question hung in the air, heavy with 8 years of accumulated silence. Mama Nkechi's hand stilled on her wrapper. Because it was easier than admitting what I'd done, she whispered. Easier to pretend you didn't exist than to acknowledge that I had driven you away, stolen from your mother, accused her of killing my own son. She paused. Easier to live with the fiction than the truth. But the fiction wasn't true. We were alive. We were here. Ifechi's voice was steady, but her eyes were bright. Didn't you want to know us? I wanted to know you every day. Every single day for 8 years. I wanted to call your mother and beg her forgiveness and ask to meet you. Mama Nkechi's tears spilled over. But I was too proud and too ashamed and too terrified that you would reject me. So I told myself the fiction, and I stared at your photograph, and I waited to die. That sounds very sad. It was. It is. Mama Nkechi laughed bitterly. I made my own misery and then complained about the accommodations. Your mother would say that's typical of me. Mama doesn't say things like that. She says you're complicated and you made terrible choices, but you're still human. Ifechi paused. She also says forgiveness is a choice, not an obligation. Your mother is very wise. Yes, she learned it from surviving you. Mama Nkechi flinched as if struck. Ifechi observed her reaction with calm attention. That was a harsh thing to say. Ifechi continued. But it's true. Mama survived you, and Grandma Grace survived losing her husband, and Daddy Tobin survived 20 years of loneliness, and Daddy Chitty survived his family's expectations even though he didn't survive the plane crash. She paused. Our family is very good at surviving. But we're also learning to do more than survive. What more is there? Thriving, building, planting trees that will outlive us. Ifechi gestured at the guava tree overhead. Daddy Chitty planted a tree 12 years before I was born. He knew he might never see it grow. He planted it anyway. That's not surviving. That's believing in the future. Mama Nkechi was silent, tears streaming down her face. I don't know if I forgive you. Ifechi continued. Forgiveness is complicated, and I'm still thinking about it. But I wanted you to know that I'm glad you're my grandmother. I'm glad you kept my photograph in your Bible. I'm glad you're trying to be better, even though it's very late and very hard. She paused. And I wanted you to see my app presentation because I worked very hard on it, and I think Daddy Chitty would have been proud. He would have been proud, Mama Nkechi whispered. I am proud. So proud I can barely speak. Okay. Ifechi nodded. Then I'm glad I came. The visit lasted 2 hours. Adana and Tabena remained in the background, present but unobtrusive, allowing Ifechi to conduct her own diplomacy. They watched their daughter navigate the complexities of reconciliation with grace and wisdom that astonished them both. She's better at this than I am, Adana murmured. She's had better teachers. Tabena squeezed her hand. You taught her that forgiveness is a choice. You taught her that boundaries are essential. You taught her that people can change, but change must be demonstrated, not just declared. I taught her by doing everything wrong first. That's how teaching works. You show them the mistakes so they don't have to make them themselves. He smiled. You're an excellent teacher. Adana leaned into him. I'm exhausted. Then rest. She's got this under control. Mama Nkechi died 6 weeks later, peacefully, in her sleep. The call came on a Tuesday morning, delivered by the neighbor who had been checking on her daily. Adana received the news with quiet acknowledgement, thanked the neighbor for her kindness, and sat alone in her study for a long time. She didn't weep. The grief she felt was not for the woman Mama Nkechi had been, cruel, calculating, determined to destroy anyone who threatened her vision of family and legacy. That woman she had mourned years ago, when she packed 2 suitcases and walked away from the Okonkwo mansion. The grief she felt now was for what might have been, for the grandmother Mama Nkechi could have become if she had chosen differently, for the relationship she and Ifechi might have built if pride hadn't consumed 8 precious years, for the stories Chitty's mother could have told, the memories she could have shared, the love she could have given and received. She tried, Adana told Tabena. At the end, she really tried. Yes, she did. Is that enough? That she tried? I don't know. He paused. But it's more than she did for most of her life. And it meant something to Afechi. It meant something to me too. Adana touched her chest. I didn't realize how much I needed her acknowledgement until I got it. I didn't realize how much I needed to hear her say, "You were the best thing that ever happened to my son." Did she say that? In her own way. Through her actions, her questions, her desperate attempts to connect with Afechi. Adana paused. She never said the words. But I heard them anyway. Afechi took the news with characteristic composure. "Grandma died," she said. Not a question. "Yes, baby. This morning." Was she alone? The neighbor was with her. She went in her sleep, peacefully. Good. I didn't want her to be alone. Afechi was quiet for a moment. She wasn't a good person. Not for most of her life. But she was trying at the end, and that counts for something. It counts for a lot. Does it count enough? For everything she did wrong. Adana considered the question. That's not for me to decide. That's between her and God, and whatever ancestors are waiting for her on the other side. She paused. What matters is what we do with the time we have. She used her last year well. That doesn't erase the years she wasted, but it gives them meaning. What meaning? That change is possible. That it's never too late to try. That even people who have done terrible things can choose to do better. Adana touched her daughter's face. That's what I want you to remember about your grandmother. Not the cruelty, but the repentance. Not the wasted years, but the ones she finally used well. Afechi absorbed this. Then, can we plant something for her? Not at Daddy Chitty's tree, that's his. Somewhere else, for her. Yes, baby. We can plant something for her. What should we plant? Adana thought about Mama and Ketchy's rented room, her careful arrangements, the photograph of Chitty beside her bed, and Afechi's image hidden in her Bible. She thought about the guava tree in the communal courtyard, under which her former mother-in-law had spent her final months watching children play and waiting for visitors who rarely came. A guava tree, she said. She sat under one every day? I think she would like that. Okay, we'll plant a guava tree. Afechi paused. And we'll visit it sometimes. Not too often. She doesn't deserve too often. But sometimes. Sometimes is enough. Yes. Afechi nodded. Sometimes is enough. The guava tree was planted on a Saturday, in a corner of Tabena's garden where it could catch morning sun and evening shade. Afechi supervised the planting with her usual thoroughness, checking soil depth and root alignment and watering frequency. Adana stood beside her, holding the sapling steady while her daughter packed earth around its base. Do you think Grandma knows we're planting this? Afechi asked. I don't know. Maybe. Some people believe the dead can see what the living do in their memory. What do you believe? Adana considered the question. I believe that memory is a form of presence. That the people we've loved, and even the people we've struggled to love, continue to exist in the stories we tell, the rituals we perform, the trees we plant in their honor. She paused. I believe that your grandmother is present in this tree, and in your memory of her, and in the ways you'll carry her complicated legacy into your own life. That's a lot of believing. Yes, I've accumulated a lot of beliefs over the years. Adana smiled. Grief does that. It makes you confront the big questions, and you either find answers or learn to live without them. Did you find answers? I found peace. That's better than answers. She touched the sapling's delicate leaves. Answers are static. Peace is dynamic. Answers close doors. Peace opens them. Afechi considered this. I think I understand. You will eventually. You have time. Everyone says I have time. But I'm already 9. Almost 10. Afechi paused. That's almost a decade. That's a lot of time, but also not very much. It's exactly the right amount of time. It's all any of us ever get. Adana kissed her daughter's forehead. The trick is not to waste it wishing for more. Mama and Ketchy's funeral was small and quiet, conducted by a priest who had known her in her final months and spoke movingly of her repentance and redemption. Adana did not attend. She had said her goodbyes in her own way, in her own time, and the rituals of public mourning felt performative and unnecessary. But Afechi chose to go, accompanied by Tabena and Mama Grace, representing the family Chitty had left behind. She asked me to tell you something, Tabena said, returning from the service. Afechi, I mean. She said her grandmother looked peaceful, and she was glad she'd had the chance to show her the app presentation. Did she say anything else? She said, tell Mama I forgive her. Not Grandma, Mama. Tell her I forgive her for protecting me so fiercely that I almost didn't get to know my grandmother at all. He paused. She said you did the best you could with what you had, and that's all anyone can do. Adana wept. She wept for the daughter who had inherited her stubbornness and Chitty's wisdom and Tabena's patient heart. She wept for the grandmother who had died alone but not unloved. She wept for the mother she had tried so hard to be and the mother she was still becoming. She's wiser than me, she whispered. She's always been wiser than me. That's what children are for. Tabena held her close. To surpass their parents. To complete what we started. To carry our love into futures we won't witness. He paused. That's not failure. That's the whole point. The akpu tree bore fruit again that season, its branches heavy with nuts that would become porridge and seedlings and the next generation of Chitty's legacy. Seedlings. Ifechi collected the harvest with her usual methodical efficiency, cataloging each nut in her notebook, tracking yield patterns against weather data and soil conditions. But this year, she also collected seeds from the guava tree, planting them in small pots arranged along the garden wall. What are those for? Adana asked. To give to people who need them. Ifechi's voice was matter of fact. Grandma didn't have a tree of her own. Now she has many trees from her one tree. She paused. That's how legacy works. One seed becomes many seeds. One life becomes many lives. Adana looked at her daughter, this extraordinary child who had transformed her grandmother's death into a nursery of possibility, who saw in every ending the potential for new beginnings, who understood instinctively that love was not diminished by death, but multiplied by memory. Yes, she said. That's exactly how legacy works. The empire and the emptiness. Ifechi was 11 years old when she delivered her first boardroom presentation. The occasion was the annual strategic planning meeting of Ifechi Rides, attended by the company's executive team, key investors, and a rotating cast of advisors who had learned to take the founder's daughter seriously. Adana sat at the head of the table, her expression carefully neutral, watching her daughter arrange her materials with the precision of a seasoned executive. The Abuja expansion has exceeded initial projections by 43%. Ifechi began, clicking to her first slide. However, market saturation in the Central District suggests diminishing returns on additional rider deployment. I recommend reallocating resources to the satellite townships, where competitor presence is minimal and demand is growing at 17% annually. She paused, scanning her audience with calm confidence. Are there questions before I proceed to the financial modeling? The room was silent. Funmi caught Adana's eye and mouthed something that looked suspiciously like she's 12. 11, Adana murmured. She's 11. Same difference. She's terrifying. She's thorough. There's a difference. Ifechi, oblivious to this whispered exchange, continued her presentation. She walked the executives through her market analysis, her cost projections, her proposed timeline for phased expansion. She fielded questions with patience and precision, acknowledging gaps in her data and promising follow-up research. She concluded with a request for pilot funding and a suggested review date in 6 months. Thank you for your attention, she said. I welcome your feedback and look forward to collaborating on implementation. She sat down. The room remained silent for a beat longer, and then, spontaneously, genuinely, the executives began to applaud. Adana watched her daughter absorb the acknowledgement with quiet dignity, her cheeks flushing slightly, but her composure intact. She thought about Chitty, who had believed their daughter would rule the world. She thought about Tabena, who had spent countless evenings coaching Ifechi through presentation skills and financial modeling. She thought about herself, 20 years ago, sitting in a crowded classroom and sharing her biscuit with a hungry boy who would one day become her husband. Look what we built, she told Chitty's photograph. Look what she's becoming. The photograph, as always, smiled its patient smile. The board approved Ifechi's pilot funding unanimously. Adana delivered the news that evening, finding her daughter in the garden with the akpu tree and the now thriving guava saplings. Ifechi received the information with the studied nonchalance she had developed for occasions of genuine significance. That's good, she said. I was reasonably confident, but one never knows with committees. You were confident enough to draft implementation protocols. Preparation is not the same as confidence. Preparation is insurance against uncertainty. Ifechi touched a guava leaf. Daddy Taban taught me that. He taught you well. He taught me that uncertainty is inevitable, but unpreparedness is optional. She paused. He also taught me that the best negotiators are the ones who don't need to win every point, because they understand that relationships outlast transactions. Adana smiled. He learned that from waiting 20 years for me. I know, he told me. Ifechi's voice was gentle. He said you were worth waiting for. He said some things can't be rushed, and love is one of them. What did you say? I said, Daddy Tobin, you are very patient and also very romantic, and I hope I find someone who loves me like that someday. She paused. He said I should focus on my education and career first, and love would find me when I was ready. He's right. I know. He's usually right. Ifechi paused. But I think love already found me. Not romantic love. I'm 11. That would be inappropriate. But love for my work, my family, my purpose. She looked at her mother. Is that enough? To be loved by your work and your family and your purpose? Adana considered the question with the gravity it deserved. It's more than most people ever have. It's certainly more than I had at your age. And at my age, did you think it would be enough? I didn't think about enough. I thought about survival. I thought about my father's medical bills and my mother's grief and whether I would graduate with honors despite working 3 part-time jobs. She paused. I didn't have the luxury of asking whether love was enough. I was too busy trying to stay alive. And now I have the luxury. Now I can afford to ask questions about meaning and purpose and the adequacy of love. She touched her daughter's face. And the answer is yes. It's enough. It's more than enough. It's everything. Ifechi nodded slowly. That's what I thought. But I wanted to check. Always check. Certainty is overrated. Curiosity is the only sustainable intellectual position. That's what Daddy Tobin says. That's where I learned it. The pilot launched in 3 satellite townships, each selected for its unique market characteristics and growth potential. Ifechi monitored progress with the intensity of a general commanding troops, reviewing daily delivery data and customer feedback scores and rider retention rates. She adjusted strategies based on emerging patterns, shifting resources from underperforming routes to unexpected demand centers. She conducted focus groups with local customers, asking questions that range from delivery speed preferences to the psychological impact of real-time tracking notifications. She's a natural, the regional manager reported. I've trained dozens of junior analysts. None of them had her instinct for identifying actionable insights from raw data. She's had good teachers. She's had good teachers, but she also has something else. Something you can't teach. The manager paused. She genuinely cares about the customers, not as data points or revenue sources, but as people with needs and preferences and lives outside our delivery windows. Adana smiled. She gets that from her father. Which father? Both of them. Chitty cared about people because he was raised to believe that leadership was service. Tabina cares about people because he spent 3 months living on the street and learned that survival depends on community. She paused. Ifechi inherited both their philosophies and synthesized them into something new. Something formidable. Something beautiful. The Akpu tree's 12th harvest coincided with Ifechi's 12th birthday. It was the largest harvest yet, nearly twice the yield of the previous year, the nuts plump and heavy with potential. Ifechi collected them with ceremonial reverence, her notebook abandoned in favor of simple presence. This tree is older than me, she said. Daddy Chitty planted it 12 years before I was born. That means it's been growing for 24 years. 24 years next month, Adana confirmed. He planted it on the day his grandmother gave him the seed. He must have been very patient. 24 years is a long time to wait for fruit. He was patient about everything except love. He proposed after 3 months. Adana smiled. Some things are worth rushing. Ifechi considered this. Daddy Tobin waited 20 years for you. That's even longer than the tree. Yes, he was patient about love. Chitty was patient about trees. Adana paused. They complemented each other, even though they never met. They met through you. And through me. Ifechi touched a branch. They're both part of this tree now. Daddy Chitty's seed, Daddy Tobin's soil, Mama's water, Ifechi's pruning. She paused. It takes a family to grow a tree. It takes a family to grow anything worth growing. Mama and Kechi's guava trees had multiplied. Ifechi had planted 12 seedlings from the original tree, distributing them among friends and relatives and the dispatch riders who had become extended family. Each tree carried a small plaque. Asterisk in memory of Nkechi Okonkwo, 1955 to 2024. She tried at the end. Asterisk. She would have hated that inscription, Adana observed. It's too honest. She would have hated it because it's true. Ifechi's voice was calm. She spent most of her life not trying. Then she spent her last year trying very hard. The plaque acknowledges both realities. And the dispatch riders? Why did you give trees to them? Because they're family too. Not by blood, but by choice and service and shared purpose. Ifechi paused. Also, they have gardens. Grandma's trees need good homes. Adana laughed. You've become quite the horticultural evangelist. I prefer arboreal philanthropist. It sounds more professional. Of course you do. The Abuja expansion was declared fully operational in Ifechi's 13th year. She did not attend the celebratory dinner, citing prior academic commitments and the need to maintain appropriate boundaries between her role as strategic advisor and her status as a minor. Adana accepted this decision with mixed pride and melancholy. She's growing up, Tabena said. Too fast. She's always been grown up. She came out of the womb evaluating risk factors and optimizing outcomes. Adana paused. I just wish she'd been a child longer. She is a child. She's 13. She still sleeps with her stuffed rabbit and cries when she's overwhelmed and asks me to read her bedtime stories when she thinks I won't notice. He smiled. She's also a strategic consultant with a 93% project success rate and a waiting list of executives seeking her advice. Both things are true. How do you hold both things simultaneously? The same way you hold grief and joy, memory and presence, love for two husbands who couldn't be more different. He took her hand. You expand your capacity for contradiction. You stop demanding that life be simple and start accepting that it's complex. And if I can't expand? If I'm already at capacity, then you rest. You let others carry the weight for a while. He paused. You let Ifechi be 13, with all the contradictions that entails. You let yourself be 42, with all the accumulated wisdom and exhaustion that accompanies that age. He squeezed her fingers. You let me be 49, finally comfortable in my own skin, finally confident that I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. And where is that? Here. With you. With Ifechi. With this tree and this garden and this life we've built together. He paused. I spent 20 years searching for a place to belong. I finally found it, and I'm not leaving. You'd better not. I've invested too much time in your emotional development. I'm fully developed now. You can stop working. I'll never stop working. It's who I am. I know. That's why I love you. Ifechi's 14th birthday was marked by two significant events. Her acceptance into a prestigious secondary school with a specialized STEM track, and the Akpa tree's first successful grafting experiment. The grafting was Ifechi's project, conceived and executed under the skeptical supervision of the gardener. She had selected a branch from the guava tree, the original, planted for Mom and Kechi, and carefully attached it to a young Akpa seedling, creating a hybrid that would, in theory, bear both nuts and fruit. It's a metaphor, she explained. Daddy Chitty's legacy and Grandma's repentance, growing together on the same rootstock. That's very ambitious, Adana said. Also very practical. The guava adds disease resistance, and the Akpu provides structural stability. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Like a good marriage. Yes. Ifechi smiled. Like a good marriage. The hybrid tree survived its first dry season, its second, its third. By Ifechi's 16th birthday, it was taller than she was, its branches bearing the distinctive Akpu nuts alongside clusters of small, sweet guavas. She harvested both with equal reverence, cataloging yields and flavor profiles and disease resistance metrics. This is my legacy, she said, presenting her research notebook to Adana. Not the company. That's yours and Daddy Chitty's and the riders who built it. This tree is mine. Adana examined the notebook, its pages dense with data and diagrams and the occasional pressed leaf. It's remarkable. You've documented everything. I wanted to leave a record. For whoever comes after. Ifechi paused. I know you think I'm too focused on legacy, on permanence, on building things that will outlast me. But I learned from you and Daddy Chitty and Daddy Taban that life is short and uncertain, and the only defense against oblivion is creation. That's very profound for a 16-year-old. I've had good teachers. Ifechi smiled. Also, I read a lot. The university acceptance letters arrived in Ifechi's 17th year. Stanford, MIT, Cambridge. each envelope bearing the weight of her achievements, her applications, her carefully crafted essays about legacy and innovation and the delivery company that bore her name. Adana watched her daughter open them with trembling fingers, her composure finally cracking under the pressure of accumulated hope. "I got in," Ifechi whispered. "I got into all of them." "Of course you did. You're extraordinary. I don't know which one to choose." "Then you don't have to choose yet. You have time." Adana paused. "Also, you should probably discuss it with your fathers. They've been waiting for this moment since you were born." "Daddy Chitty can't." "He can. He's been waiting too." Adana touched her daughter's face. "Talk to him. Sit under his tree and tell him your options and listen for what he would say." She paused. "He always knew you would do something remarkable. He just didn't know what form it would take." Ifechi nodded slowly. "Okay, I'll talk to him. And then you'll talk to Daddy Tobin. He's been researching international student support systems for years. He has spreadsheets. He always has spreadsheets. He loves you. Spreadsheets are how he shows it." Ifechi sat beneath the akpu tree for 3 hours that evening. Adana watched from the veranda, her daughter's silhouette visible in the fading light. She couldn't hear what Ifechi was saying, but she didn't need to. The conversation was private, sacred, a daughter communing with the father she had never met, seeking guidance from a man who had died before she could speak his name. "She's talking to you," Adana told Chitty's photograph. "She's 17 years old, and she's choosing her future, and she's asking for your blessing." "What are you telling her?" The photograph offered its patient smile. "I hope you're telling her to follow her heart. I hope you're telling her that prestige doesn't matter, that money doesn't matter, that the only thing that matters is doing work that feels meaningful and being surrounded by people who love her. I hope you're telling her that I'm proud of her, that you're proud of her, that we're both proud of her, beyond anything words can express. I hope you're telling her that she was wanted, prayed for, loved before she had a name, that her existence is the greatest gift either of us ever received, that everything we built, the company, the family, the tree, was ultimately for her. I hope you're telling her that she's enough, that she's always been enough, that she doesn't need to prove anything to anyone, least of all herself. I hope you're telling her that love persists, that grief transforms, that the seeds we plant may take decades to bear fruit, but they always, always grow. I hope you're telling her that I miss you, that I still miss you after all these years. That missing you doesn't mean failing Tabena, any more than loving Tabena means forgetting you. I hope you're telling her that hearts are not finite resources, that love multiplies, not divides, that the capacity for connection expands with use, like a muscle, like a tree root seeking water. I hope you're telling her that I'm happy, that I'm finally, completely, without reservation, happy, that you were right. Planting seeds and waiting for fruit is its own reward, that the harvest is not the point, the planting is. I hope you're telling her that I love you, that I will always love you, that you are part of me, part of her, part of this tree and this garden and this life I've built from the rubble of your death. I hope you're telling her that it's okay to go, to leave, to explore, to build her own life in whatever form it takes, that we will be here when she returns, and if she never returns, we will carry her with us always. I hope you're telling her that she's free, that she's always been free, that the only chains that bind her are the ones she chooses to wear. I hope you're telling her that I love her, that you love her, that we both love her beyond time and death and the impossible distance between worlds. I hope you're telling her everything I never had the chance to say. Ifechi returned to the house as darkness fell. "Stanford," she said. "I'm going to Stanford." Adana nodded. "Good choice. Their computer science program is excellent. Their computer science program is excellent, but that's not why I chose it." Ifechi paused. "I chose it because it's far enough to be an adventure and close enough to come home for holidays. I chose it because they have a strong Nigerian Students Association and I don't want to forget where I come from. I chose it because Daddy Tobin has a former business partner in Silicon Valley who can introduce me to interesting people." She paused. "Also, Daddy Chitty said it was the right choice." "He told you that?" "He said, Stanford is where innovators go to learn how to innovate. You've always been an innovator. It's time to learn the theory behind your intuition." Ifechi smiled. He sounded very proud. He was always proud of you, from the moment he learned you existed. "I know." Ifechi's eyes were bright. That's why I could hear him so clearly. The preparations for Stanford consumed the following months. Visa applications, housing arrangements, course selections, the endless logistics of transporting a life across oceans and continents. Adana managed the paperwork with the efficiency of a CEO, but her heart was elsewhere, counting the days until her daughter's departure, measuring the shrinking distance between present and absence. "You're brooding," Tabeno observed. I recognized the posture. "I'm not brooding. I'm contemplating. You're staring at Afechi's baby photographs, and you haven't moved for 45 minutes. That's brooding." Adana didn't deny it. She was so small, 7 months old, strapped to my back while I delivered packages across Lagos. She never cried. She just watched the world go by and learned. She's still learning. That's what children do. She's leaving. That's what children do too. Adana's voice cracked. I knew this day would come. I've been preparing for it since she was born. But I didn't think it would feel like this. Like what? Like someone is cutting off my arm. Like I'm being asked to survive without a vital organ. She laughed bitterly. Dramatic, I know, but that's how it feels. It's not dramatic. It's love. Tabena sat beside her. Love is the only force that makes separation painful. If you didn't love her so much, you wouldn't grieve her leaving. I'm supposed to be happy for her. Proud. Supportive. You are. You can be all those things and still grieve. He paused. Grief and joy aren't opposites. They're different notes in the same song. You've said that before. Because it's true. Because you need to hear it repeatedly before you believe it. He took her hand. Ifechi is ready. You made her ready. You and Chitty and everyone who loved her along the way. She's not leaving because you failed her. She's leaving because you succeeded. Success feels terrible. Success usually does. That's how you know it's real. The farewell was held in the garden, beneath the akpu trees spreading branches. Hundreds of people gathered, dispatch riders and foundation staff, childhood friends and university mentors, Mama Grace and Funmi and Mama Adebayo, and her network of grandmothers. They ate jollof rice and fried plantains, drank palm wine and Chapman, told stories of Ifechi's childhood exploits, and predicted her future triumphs. Ifechi moved through the crowd with grace and gratitude, thanking each person individually for their role in her journey. She paused longest at the akpu tree, touching its trunk with reverent fingers. "Thank you," she whispered, "for growing, for waiting, for reminding me that patience is not passive, that roots are as important as branches, that the best things take time." The tree swayed slightly in the evening breeze. "I'll come back," she continued. "Not as often as you'd like, probably, but as often as I can. I'll bring cuttings from California and tell you about my adventures and introduce you to the people I meet." She paused. "You're part of me now. You'll always be part of me." She turned to face her parents. "Thank you," she said, "for everything, for choosing each other and choosing me, for building a world where I could grow and question and become whoever I wanted to be, for loving me enough to let me go." Adana couldn't speak. Tabena's voice was steady. "You're welcome," he said. "Now go change the world. We'll be here when you need to rest." Ifechi hugged him fiercely, then turned to her mother. "I'll call every Sunday," she said. "I'll send you my research papers and my course evaluations and photographs of everything I see. I'll come home for holidays and tell you about my adventures and let you feed me until I can't move." She paused. "I'm not leaving you. I'm just expanding my territory." Adana laughed through her tears. "That's what I used to say when I was expanding Ifechi rides. I know. I learned it from you." Ifechi hugged her mother, holding tight. "Everything I am, I learned from you. Everything I will become, I'll build on the foundation you gave me." She paused. "Thank you for surviving. Thank you for thriving. Thank you for showing me that women can break and rebuild and break again and still emerge stronger each time. You're welcome, baby. Now go. Your plane won't wait forever." Ifechi released her mother. She picked up her suitcase, adjusted her backpack, and walked toward the waiting car. At the gate, she paused. She turned back to look at the garden, the mango tree, the akpa tree, the guava saplings, the parents standing hand in hand beneath the branches. "Daddy Chitty," she called. "I'll make you proud." The akpu tree swayed. The evening breeze carried her words across the garden, across the years, across the impossible distance between worlds. "You already have," the wind seemed to whisper. "You already have the harvest and the horizon." The first email arrived 7 hours after Ifechi's plane departed. Subject: arrived. Body: safe in San Francisco. Jet-lagged, but functional. The person next to me on the flight was a venture capitalist who invests in African logistics startups. I gave him your email. Expect contact within the week. Love, Ifechi. Adana read the message 3 times, then handed her phone to Tabena. She's been on American soil for less than 8 hours, and she's already networking. She's been networking since she was 4 years old and convinced you to increase her screen time allowance. Tabena smiled. This is not new behavior. It's new that I can't supervise it. She's 7,000 miles away, and I have no idea what she's eating or whether she's sleeping enough or if she remembered to pack her malaria prophylaxis. She's in California. There's no malaria in California. There's always malaria. Malaria finds a way. Tabena pulled her close. She's going to be fine. More than fine, she's going to thrive. We raised her to thrive. I know. I just didn't expect to miss her this much. Adana's voice cracked. She's been with me every single day for 17 years. Even when I was delivering packages with her strapped to my back, she was there. Present. Breathing. Warm against my spine. She paused. Now my spine feels empty. That emptiness is love. It's the space she used to occupy, held open for her return. He kissed her forehead. She'll be back. She promised. I know. But December is 6 months away. 6 months will pass. They always do. Adana leaned into him. The house was quiet. No teenage music drifting from Ifechi's room. No animated phone conversations echoing through the halls. No midnight foraging in the kitchen for snacks. Just silence, and the slow tick of the grandfather clock, and the patient presence of the man who had waited 20 years to hold her. What do people do, she asked, when their children leave? They rediscover each other. His voice was gentle. They remember who they were before parenthood consumed their identity. They take vacations and pursue hobbies and have conversations that don't revolve around school schedules and developmental milestones. He paused. They learn to be alone together. Were we ever alone together? Before Ifechi, I mean. We had 3 months. Between our wedding and her conception. He smiled. 3 months of waking up next to each other and falling asleep in each other's arms and learning the small, intimate rhythms of shared existence. And then she arrived, and we became parents. It was the best thing that ever happened to us. He paused. But it was also the end of something. The end of selfishness, of spontaneity, of the careless freedom that couples without children take for granted. Do you regret it? Never. Not for one moment. He lifted her hand to his lips. But I don't regret having time now, either. Time to remember who we are when we're not performing parenthood. Time to rediscover the people who fell in love 20 years ago and spent 2 decades waiting to be together. And who are those people? After everything we've been through, who are we now? Tabena considered the question with the gravity it deserved. You are the most resilient person I've ever known. You've survived grief and betrayal and poverty and the relentless demands of building an empire from nothing. You've raised a daughter who is wiser and kinder and more capable than either of us. You've forgiven people who didn't deserve forgiveness and loved people who didn't know how to receive love. He paused. You are, quite simply, the woman I've been waiting for my entire life. And you are the man who taught me that waiting isn't passive. That patience is a form of action. That love persists through silence and absence and the accumulated disappointments of 20 years. She touched his face. You are the home I thought I'd lost forever. Then we're even. He smiled. We've both found what we were looking for. The first month without Ifechi passed in a blur of adjustment. Adana threw herself into work, expanding Ifechi rides into 3 new African countries and launching a foundation dedicated to supporting single mothers in the logistics industry. Tabena resumed his philanthropic work with renewed energy, traveling to remote communities and designing programs that address the root causes of poverty rather than its symptoms. But every evening, they returned to each other. Every evening, they sat in the garden beneath the akpu tree and talked about their days, their hopes, their fears. Every evening, they waited for Ifechi's call. She called every Sunday, as promised. Her voice grew stronger, more confident, subtly Americanized in ways that made Adana's heart ache. She described her classes, her professors, her growing network of friends and mentors. She sent photographs of sunsets over the Pacific and redwood trees older than Nigeria and the small akpu seedling she had smuggled through customs and planted in her dormitory window. It's thriving, she wrote. The California climate agrees with it. I'm conducting experiments on growth rates in different soil compositions. Preliminary data suggests the local variety is less acidic than Lagos soil, which may account for the accelerated development. She's writing research papers for fun, Adana said. Our daughter is writing research papers for fun. She's always written research papers for fun. Remember her fourth grade analysis of optimal chin-chin storage conditions? I remember. Mama Grace still follows her recommendations. She's going to be a brilliant scientist. Tabena smiled. Or a brilliant CEO. Or both. Or both. Definitely both. The second month brought a different kind of adjustment. Adana woke one morning and realized, with sudden clarity, that she had stopped waiting for catastrophe. For 43 years, she had lived in a state of suspended anticipation, bracing for her father's death, preparing for Emmanuel's abandonment, steeling herself against Chitty's loss, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Even in her happiest moments, even in the warmth of Tabena's arms and the light of Afechi's laughter, she had held herself slightly apart from joy, ready to retreat at the first sign of danger. But now, standing in her garden with the morning sun on her face and her husband's hand in hers, she realized that the waiting was over. She was not waiting for Afechi to fail or succeed, to return or stay away, to need her or outgrow her. She was not waiting for Tabena's patience to exhaust itself, for his love to reveal itself as conditional, for the other shoe to finally drop. She was not waiting for Chitty's memory to fade, for her grief to finally heal, for the Akpu tree to stop bearing fruit in his honor. She was simply living, present, complete, unarmored, vulnerable, and unafraid. Tabena, she said. Yes. I think I'm finally happy. He looked at her, really looked, with the patient attention he had cultivated over 20 years of waiting. I know. I've been watching you become happy for a long time. I think you just didn't notice. I noticed. I just didn't trust it. She paused. I trust it now. Good. Because it's real. It's been real for years. He squeezed her hand. You just needed permission to believe it. And who gives that permission? Who decides when someone is allowed to stop waiting for disaster and start inhabiting joy? You do. Only you. He smiled. Take all the time you need. I've taken enough time. She kissed him. Now I'm ready to live. The third month brought a letter from Mom and Ketchy's neighbor. It was handwritten, painstaking, the script uneven and the paper creased from folding and refolding. Adana recognized the return address, the Nui compound where her former mother-in-law had spent her final years, and opened it with careful hands. Dear Mrs. Okonkwo, I am writing to fulfill a promise I made to your husband's mother before she died. She asked me to send you this letter on the first anniversary of her death, which is next week. I hope it finds you well. Mama and Ketchy wrote this over several weeks, a little each day. She was very weak at the end, but she was determined. She said there were things she needed to say that she couldn't say to your face, and she wanted to leave a record for you and your daughter. I am sorry for the pain she caused you. I am also grateful for the grace you showed her in her final months. The guava tree you planted in her memory is thriving. The children in our compound play beneath its branches and eat its fruit. She would have hated that. She never liked children, but I think she would have also been secretly pleased. May God bless you and keep you. May He grant you peace. Your servant, Grace Okonkwo, no relation. Adana set down the letter. Her hands were trembling. What is it? Tabena asked. It's from Mom and Ketchy. A letter she wrote before she died. Adana's voice was barely audible. The neighbor was supposed to send it on the anniversary of her death. Do you want to read it alone? No. She met his eyes. I want you to stay. She unfolded the letter. My dear Adana, if you are reading this, I am dead. I have been dead for a year. I hope that year has been kind to you, and to Afechi, and to the man you chose to love after my son. I never said his name. Tabena. I never acknowledged him as your husband, or as Afechi's father, or as anything other than an obstacle to my vision of family and legacy. I was wrong. I was wrong about him, as I was wrong about you, as I was wrong about almost everything that mattered. I don't expect your forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I don't expect you to remember me with fondness, or to visit my grave, or to tell Afechi stories about the grandmother who rejected her at birth and spent 8 years pretending she didn't exist. I don't expect anything from you except the acknowledgement that I am writing this letter and that every word is true. I was jealous of you, not because you married my son, I wanted him to marry, to produce heirs, to continue the Okonkwo legacy. I was jealous because he loved you in a way he never loved me. He looked at you like you were the answer to a question he'd been asking his whole life. He never looked at me that way. He never looked at anyone that way. Only you. I spent 33 years trying to earn my son's love. I fed him, clothed him, sacrificed my comfort for his education. I managed his father's expectations and deflected his uncle's ambitions and protected him from the worst of the family's cruelty. I did everything I thought a mother should do, and still, he reserved his deepest affection for a woman he had known for 3 months. It wasn't fair. I told myself that over and over, as if repetition could transform bitterness into justice. It wasn't fair that you received what I had earned. It wasn't fair that Chitty gave you his heart so freely when I had spent decades trying to earn even a fraction of that devotion. It wasn't fair, it wasn't fair, it wasn't fair. But fairness is not the currency of love. Love is not earned or deserved or distributed according to merit. Love is grace. Unearned, undeserved, gratuitous. Chitty loved you because you saw him. You didn't try to shape him into what you wanted him to be. You didn't measure him against his father's expectations or his mother's ambitions. You just saw him, and he responded to that vision the way flowers respond to sunlight. I could have learned from your example. I could have stopped trying to earn his love and simply received what he was willing to give. I could have welcomed you as a daughter instead of resenting you as a rival. I could have been a grandmother to a fetchie instead of a stranger who kept her photograph hidden in a Bible. I didn't. I was too proud, too frightened, too invested in my own suffering to recognize the grace being offered to me. And by the time I understood what I had rejected, it was too late. Chitty was dead. You were gone. Ifechi was growing up without me, and it was entirely, completely, irrevocably my fault. I have spent the past year trying to become someone worthy of the grace I rejected. I have apologized to your daughter and meant it. I have listened to her stories and celebrated her achievements and learned to ask for what I want instead of demanding what I think I deserve. I have sat under the guava tree you planted in my memory. I know it's for me, even though the plaque doesn't say so, and practiced receiving love without calculating its market value. I am not good at it. I spent 68 years perfecting the opposite skills, and old habits resist revision. But I am trying. At the end of my life, I am finally trying to become the person I should have been from the beginning. I don't ask you to forgive me. I don't ask you to remember me fondly, or to visit my grave, or to tell Ifechi that her grandmother loved her. I ask only that you know the truth, that I was wrong, that I knew I was wrong, and that I spent my final year trying, however inadequately, to become worthy of the grace you and your daughter extended to me anyway. Thank you for bringing Ifechi to see me. Thank you for letting her call me grandma. Thank you for planting a tree in my memory, even though I didn't deserve such remembrance. Thank you for showing me, through your example, that love is not a transaction to be balanced, but a gift to be received. Thank you for being the daughter I rejected and the mother I failed to become and the woman who proved, beyond any possible doubt, that I was wrong about everything that mattered. I will not trouble you again. This is my last communication, my final acknowledgement, my belated and inadequate attempt to set down what I should have said years ago. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I am sorrier than I can express in words, and I will spend whatever comes after death trying to become someone worthy of the forgiveness I don't deserve and you don't owe me. Please kiss Ifechi for me. Please tell her that her grandmother loved her, even though she showed it poorly and late and incompletely. Please tell her that the guava tree in the garden is proof that love can grow from the most unpromising soil, if someone is willing to water it. Please tell Chitty, if you can, that his mother finally understood. It took her entire life and cost her everything she valued, but at the end, she finally understood. With belated love and enduring gratitude. Nkechi Okonkwo. Adana read the letter twice, then folded it carefully and placed it in the drawer beside Chitty's photograph. She wrote this, she said. She sat in that tiny rented room with her diabetes and her hypertension and her failing heart, and she wrote this. Yes. Tabena's voice was gentle. She apologized, not for what she thought I wanted to hear, for what she actually believed. She named her jealousy, her resentment, her decades of misguided effort. She acknowledged that she was wrong. Adana paused. She said thank you. She had a lot to thank you for. She had a lot to apologize for too. She did both. Adana touched the drawer. I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if an apology can ever be enough for the years of cruelty and the stolen inheritance and the accusations of murder. She paused. But it's more than I expected. More than I thought her capable of. People can change. You taught me that. I taught you that people can change. Mama and Kechi taught me that change is possible even for people who have spent their entire lives refusing it. Adana met his eyes. Even at the end. Even when it's too late to repair what they've broken. Even when the only audience for their transformation is themselves and God. Is that enough? Transformation without repair? I don't know. I used to think it wasn't. That repentance required restitution. That apology demanded acceptance. That the only meaningful change was change that restored what had been destroyed. She paused. Now I think transformation has its own value, independent of repair. The fact that Mama and Kechi became someone who could write this letter, that matters. Not because it fixes what she broke, but because it proves that no one is beyond the reach of grace. And Ifechi? How will she understand this? Adana thought about her daughter, 7,000 miles away, conducting experiments on Akpa seedlings and building networks of venture capitalists. She thought about the guava tree in the garden, the hybrid sapling Ifechi had grafted, the careful diplomacy she had conducted with her dying grandmother. She'll understand, Adana said. She's always understood better than I have. The 4th month brought a new rhythm to their lives. Adana and Tabena traveled, not for work, but for pleasure. They visited the Obudu cattle ranch, walking hand in hand through cool highland mist and remembering who they were before parenthood and grief and the accumulated responsibilities of middle age. They explored the markets of northern Nigeria, bargaining for textiles and spices, and the particular joy of shared discovery. They sat on the balcony of a small hotel in Calabar, watching the sun set over the river, and talked about their hopes for the future. I want to see Ifechi graduate, Adana said. I want to watch her walk across that stage in her cap and gown and accept her diploma and become the first in our family to earn an international degree. You will. We both will. I want to see Ifechi rides expand to every African country. I want our logo to be as recognizable as Coca-Cola, as trusted as MTN. I want every single mother in Lagos to know that there's a company that will hire her, train her, pay her fairly, and treat her with dignity. That's already happening. It will continue happening. I want to grow old with you. Her voice cracked. I want to wake up beside you every morning for the next 40 years. I want to watch your hair turn completely gray and your hands develop arthritis and your patience finally exhaust itself. She paused. I want to be the one who holds you when you die. Tabena was quiet for a long moment. Then, that's a lot of wanting. Yes, I've been saving up for years. Then we'd better get started. He kissed her. 40 years isn't that long, when you think about it. It's 14,600 days. That seems quite long to me. It seems desperately short, when I think about everything I still want to do with you. He smiled. We'll just have to make each day count. I don't know how to make days count. I've spent my whole life just trying to survive them. Then we'll learn together. He took her hand. Take all the time you need. I've taken enough time. She kissed him back. Now I'm ready to learn. The 5th month brought Ifechi home for her first visit. She emerged from the airport terminal transformed, taller, thinner, her hair styled in unfamiliar braids and her accent hovering somewhere between Lagos and Palo Alto. But her smile was the same, her dimples deep, her embrace fierce and familiar. Mama, she breathed. Daddy Tobin. I'm home. Adana held her daughter and wept. She wept for the 17 years of daily presence that had ended and the decades of intermittent reunion that stretched ahead. She wept for the child she had carried on her back through Lagos traffic and the woman that child had become. She wept for Chitty, who should have been here to see this moment, and for Mama and Kechi, who would have wept too if she had lived to witness her granddaughter's triumphant return. You're crying, Ifechi observed. I'm happy. Your face is doing 2 things again. My face is always doing 2 things. It's how I express complex emotions. Ifechi nodded solemnly. I understand. My face does 2 things too now. I learned it in California. Did you learn anything else in California? I learned that the soil is less acidic, which is good for Akpa seedlings, but bad for tomatoes. I learned that American venture capitalists are simultaneously more ambitious and less informed than their Nigerian counterparts. I learned that distance doesn't diminish love, it just changes its texture. She paused. I learned that home is not a place. Home is the people who know your face when it's doing two things. Adana pulled her daughter close again. Welcome home, baby. Thank you, Mama. It's good to be back. Ifechi's visit lasted 3 weeks. She spent them in the garden, tending to the akpa tree and the guava saplings and her hybrid experiment. She spent them in the kitchen with Mama Grace, learning recipes she had never bothered to learn before. She spent them in her father's study, reviewing financial statements and strategic plans and the accumulated documentation of a business that bore her name. And she spent them with her parents, eating meals, watching movies, taking long walks through neighborhoods that held memories of her childhood. She asked questions about their lives before her birth, their courtship and marriage, and the difficult years between Chitty's death and Tabena's revelation. She listened with the focused attention she had always brought to significant data. You were very brave, she said. Both of you. Surviving what you survived, building what you built, becoming who you became. She paused. I hope I can be that brave. You're braver than we ever were, Adana said. You left home at 17 to pursue your dreams on the other side of the world. That's not survival. That's adventure. It's both. Survival and adventure aren't opposites. Ifechi smiled. They're different notes in the same song. Where did you learn that? I learned it from you. She touched her mother's hand. Both of you. All three of you. She paused. Daddy Chitty taught me that patience is not passive. Daddy Taban taught me that waiting is a form of action. You taught me that grief and joy can coexist, that love persists through absence, that the seeds we plant may take decades to bear fruit, but they always grow. Adana couldn't speak. Ifechi continued. I'm going to make you proud, she said. Not because I need to prove anything, but because I want to honor everything you've given me. I'm going to be a great scientist and a great CEO and a great mother and a great wife. I'm going to plant trees that will outlive me and write letters to children I'll never meet and build things that will continue growing long after I'm gone. She paused. And I'm going to come home. Not because I need to, but because I want to. Because this garden, this tree, these people, you're my home. You'll always be my home. Adana gathered her daughter in her arms. You already make us proud. You've made us proud every single day since you were born. Her voice cracked. You don't need to do anything else. You don't need to be anything else. You just need to be you. That's what Daddy Chitty said. In my dream last night. Ifechi's voice was muffled against her mother's shoulder. He said, tell your mother I love her. Tell her I'm proud of her. Tell her the tree is beautiful and the fruit is sweet, and she was right about everything that matters. Adana wept. She wept for the husband who had died too young and the daughter who carried his memory and the tree that bore fruit in his honor. She wept for the mother-in-law who had finally learned to apologize and the father who had taught her to believe in education and the grandmothers who had passed down recipes and resilience through generations. She wept for herself, 43 years old, finally happy, finally free, finally ready to receive the love that had been waiting for her all along. I love you, she whispered. I love you both. I love all of you, more than I can ever express. We know, Ifechi said. You show us every day. Ifechi returned to California at the end of August. The farewell was quieter than the first, less dramatic, tempered by the knowledge that absence was not abandonment and distance was not disconnection. They stood in the garden beneath the akpu tree, its branches heavy with ripening fruit, and held each other in the golden afternoon light. December, Adana said. You'll be back in December. December. For months. Ifechi paused. That's not very long. It's an eternity. It's 4 months. Ifechi smiled. Daddy Taban waited 20 years. You can wait 4 months. 20 years was his wait, not mine. I have no patience. You have more patience than you think. You just don't recognize it because you're always moving. Ifechi hugged her mother tightly. I'll call every Sunday. I'll send you photographs of my experiments. I'll water the seedling in my window and think of you every time. Every time. Every time. Ifechi released her mother and turned to Tabena. Take care of her. Make sure she eats properly and doesn't work too hard and remembers that happiness is not a temporary reprieve from tragedy, but a permanent state she's allowed to inhabit. I'll remind her daily. His voice was steady. I'll also remind her that you're extraordinary and we're both incredibly proud of you. I know. You tell me every time we talk. Ifechi hugged him fiercely. Thank you for being my father. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for loving us enough to stay. Thank you for letting me. His voice cracked. Thank you for calling me daddy. Thank you for choosing me, even though you already had a father who loved you, and I could never replace him. You didn't replace him. You joined him. Ifechi pulled back to look at his face. 2 fathers, 1 daughter. That's not replacement. That's multiplication. That's very wise. I learned it from you. She picked up her suitcase, adjusted her backpack, and walked toward the waiting car. At the gate, she paused. She turned back to look at the garden, the mango tree, the akpu tree, the guava saplings, the hybrid seedling thriving in its carefully prepared soil. I'll be back before you know it, she called. Save me some porridge. The akpu tree swayed in the afternoon breeze. Adana raised her hand in farewell. Tabena stood beside her, his arm around her waist, his presence steady and warm. And Ifechi, their daughter, Chitty's daughter, the child who had arrived in the midst of catastrophe and transformed it into purpose. Ifechi smiled, waved, and walked through the gate. The garden was quiet after she left. Adana stood beneath the akpu tree, her hand resting on its trunk, her eyes fixed on the gate through which her daughter had disappeared. She didn't weep. The tears would come later, in the darkness of her empty house, in the silence of her daughter's vacant room. For now, she simply stood and breathed and felt the weight of 17 years settle into memory. She's going to be fine, Tabena said. More than fine. She's going to be extraordinary. She already is extraordinary. Adana paused. She always has been. Yes, she always has been. He took her hand. Shall we go inside? In a moment. She looked up at the akpu tree, its branches heavy with fruit, its leaves shimmering in the fading light. I want to stay here a little longer. He stayed with her. They stood together beneath the tree that Chitty had planted, that Ifechi had nurtured, that would continue bearing fruit long after both of them were gone. The sun set. The garden darkened. The first stars appeared overhead. Adana, Tabena said. Yes. Are you happy? She considered the question with the gravity it deserved. 43 years of grief and survival and patient reconstruction. 2 husbands, 1 daughter, an empire built from a borrowed motorcycle. A tree that bore fruit every season, and a garden full of saplings planted in memory of people who had died, and people who were still living, and people who had not yet been born. Yes, she said. I am happy. Good. He squeezed her hand. That's all I've ever wanted for you. I know. She leaned into him. That's why I love you. They stood together in the darkness, 2 people who had waited 20 years to find each other and would wait 20 more if necessary. The akpu tree rustled overhead. The guava saplings stretched toward the moon. Somewhere, in whatever dimension held the souls of fathers who died too young and mothers who repented too late, Chitty Okonkwo and his mother Nkechi watched over the garden they had helped plant and the family they had helped shape. And Adana, who had lost everything and found more than she'd ever imagined, closed her eyes and let herself be held. Ifechi graduated from Stanford with honors and became CEO of Ifechi Rides in 2035, leading the company through its most significant period of expansion. She married a fellow engineer in 2038 and had twin daughters in 2041. She named them Chidinma and Nkechinyer. God is good and what God has given, honoring both her fathers and the grandmother who had finally, belatedly, learned to love. The akpu tree continued bearing fruit for another 40 years. Its seedlings were planted across Nigeria, across Africa, across the world. Each tree carried the story of a man who had planted seeds he knew he wouldn't harvest, a woman who had survived unspeakable loss and built something beautiful from rubble, a child who had grown into her legacy and transformed it into something new. Adana Okonkwo died in 2063, at the age of 83, surrounded by her children and grandchildren and the man who had waited 20 years to love her. Her last words were, "Tell Chitty I'm coming. Tell him the tree is still growing." Tabena followed her 6 months later, as he had always followed her, as he had always waited for her, as he would always love her across whatever distance separated them. They were buried together in the garden, beneath the akpu tree, beneath the mango tree, beneath the patient branches of trees that would continue bearing fruit long after they were gone. The dispatch riders still ride. The company still delivers. The foundation still serves single mothers and unemployed graduates and anyone else who needs a chance to survive and thrive and build something of their own. If you visit Lagos, you can see their motorcycles, red, like the first one, dented and loyal and named Neoma, good mother. always providing, even when times are hard. If you visit the garden, you can see their trees, akpu and mango and guava, their branches intertwined, their roots sharing the same soil. You can sit in their shade and eat their fruit and listen to the wind moving through their leaves. And if you listen carefully, you might hear their voices, Chitty's patient wisdom, Tabena's steady devotion, Adana's stubborn hope, Ifechi's brilliant curiosity. You might hear them telling the story of a woman who lost everything and found more than she'd ever imagined. You might hear them telling the story of love that persists, grief that transforms, seeds that grow into trees that outlive the hands that planted them. You might hear them telling the story of Ifechi's dawn. Tell them thanks for watching, like, share, and subscribe for more videos. Ifechi's Dawn, a Nigerian story of loss, love, and second chances. If you have journeyed with us from that first evening at Ngozi's barbecue in Enugu, through Chitty's heartbreaking loss and Adana's desperate ride on a borrowed motorcycle, through the patient waiting at a dusty Lagos junction and the slow, beautiful blossoming of love 20 years in the making, then you have done more than simply read a story. You have sat beside Adana beneath the akpa tree. You have held Ifechi on your back as she navigated Lagos traffic. You have waited with Tabena at that intersection, hoping someone, anyone, would see you. You have become part of this family. Chitty answered with seeds planted for harvests he would never witness. Adana answered with survival that became thriving, grief that became growth, a borrowed motorcycle that became an empire. Tabena answered with 20 years of patient waiting, 3 months of deliberate invisibility, and the absolute certainty that some people are worth waiting forever to find. Ifechi answered by becoming the best of all of them. Chitty's dimples and Adana's stubbornness and Tabena's patient heart, all woven together into a girl who forgave strategically, negotiated diplomatically, and understood instinctively that love is not a finite resource, but a renewable one. And you, dear reader, you answered by staying. By reading 15 chapters of joy and grief and redemption. By investing your time and attention and heart in the lives of people who exist only in words on a screen. Thank you. If this story moved you, if it made you laugh or weep or pause to call someone you love, please share it. Send it to your mother, your sister, your friend who is also surviving something unimaginable. Post it in your WhatsApp groups and Facebook timelines and Twitter threads. Tell your book club about the dispatch rider who became a CEO and the homeless man who was really a billionaire and the 7-month-old baby who grew up to graft trees and conquer continents. Like this story by carrying it with you. Let it settle into your bones the way Adana's grief settled into hers, the way Tabena's patience transformed into presence, the way Chitty's seeds grew roots and branches and fruit that nourished generations. Subscribe to the storyteller's voice by listening for it in your own life. In the woman selling oranges at the motor park. In the man sleeping on cardboard at the intersection. In the child who asks questions you don't know how to answer, who sees the world with clarity you lost somewhere along the way. The dispatch riders are still riding. The akpa tree is still growing. Ifechi's dawn is still breaking, somewhere, over the rooftops of Lagos, over the red soil of Nui, over the patient waters of the Atlantic that once claimed a good man's body, but could never claim his love. And you are still here, reading, listening, becoming part of the story. Thank you for watching. Thank you for staying. Thank you for believing that love persists, that grief transforms, that seeds planted by people who will never see them grow always find their way to light. If you enjoyed this story, please like, share, and subscribe for more Nigerian tales of love, loss, and the extraordinary resilience of ordinary people. Until next time, keep writing, keep waiting, keep planting seeds for harvests you may never witness. The tree knows. The tree remembers. The tree is growing, always growing, reaching toward a dawn that never fails to arrive.